I can't be chasing on these hoes. They getting they feeling and dragged down. That's why these niggas just crash out. Stuck in the cell and this man down. Life getting gone in a flash now. Fucking it in, I'ma stand down.
I done seen these niggas crash out. They some baby boys, I'm the man now. They was questioning, make them fans now. I'm the best in my league and that's hands down. Understand now, got plans now, got big dreams. Now fuck that, got big schemes since 16s, hot 16s. I started broke, then I fixed him. I been king, I been him. My bitch bad, my whip clean. I been hot, that's benzene. You been not, that's cold stream. That's cold things, that's cold things. I'm motivated like Kobe. These motherfuckers don't know me. It's my time, check
I rise and I wake and I gotta go get it. I'm making my bed and it's straight to the digits. No cover jokers, that shit is acidic. So I take a shot with the lemon and ginger. Look in the mirror like, yeah, I'm the nigga. Look in the mirror like, damn it, I'm fitted. Looking outside like the world is all mine. Look in the mirror like, nigga, go get it. I gotta get to the scene, oh. I gotta get to the bag now. I can't be chasing on these hoes. They getting they feeling and dragged down. That's why these niggas just crash out. Stuck in the cell and this man down. Life getting gone in a flash now. Fucking it in, I'ma stand down. I rise and I wake and I gotta go get it. I'm making my bed and it's straight to the digits. No cover jokers, that shit.
Hey, all work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Hey, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for wherever, I'll be front and center. Don't fly too close to the sun, your body chopped up by propellers. Came in arrogant, but left out in a stretcher. Fuck the comparison, y'all know y'all couldn't replicate it. Chilling in the desert, I'm good under pressure.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the
never coming down. That's a crown on me, wearing proud. Fuck what they was talking about. All work, no pleasure. I ain't here to make friends, big stepper. Ay, bad guy, Heath Ledger. Ready for whatever, I'll be front and center. Quick to sever, however, whoever. Raining from above, we shooting down through your umbrella. Ay, getting fed up, nothing you could tell us. Snapping every shot I take, just wait till it develops.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, we need to the clouds, never coming down.
That's a crown on me, wear it proud, show them what we found.
Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon, not a sprint, let's go 100 miles.
From the ground, we need to the clouds, never coming down.
That's a crown on me, wear it proud, fuck what they was talking
Stick
about.
around when we hold it down, look at what we found. From the ground, we need to the clouds, never coming down. Stick around when we hold it down, look at what we found.
This a marathon.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came, spend it before you get it like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game, hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip for tag games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lame. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me? Feeling like Stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Now how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Better up, get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every pitch a home run, stack a couple tickets just to leave it to my son. Take it back while I be gone. Small city kid, couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
Hold on here. Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop? It's the barbershop. Well, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
you gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. seem to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits, some lucid shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip, you choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Ladies and gentlemen, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me tonight. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me tonight. It is so good to be here. So good to see you guys back in the building once again for another episode of the Barbershop Talk, where we as men sit around and talk about everything and anything unfiltered. All right. Tonight, I want to start the show out with something that I saw earlier in the week, celebrating our Black community and our HBCUs. I have had an opportunity to see Texas Southern Marching Band do a song from the 1994 movie The Lion King. First time I've ever heard an HBCU band do a song from a Disney movie. And they did the song Be Prepared. If you don't know it, it's Be Prepared when Scar planned to take out Mufasa and Simba. And he told the hyenas to be prepared. All right. I'm going somewhere with this. Scar told the hyenas to be prepared for the death of a king. Aren't those times that we're living in right now? All the men out here telling the hyenas to be prepared for the death of masculinity, the death of kings. Right? But they didn't know when we rise up, we'll be back. We coming back. You take down one, another one will spring up. Kings out there to everybody. Here we go. Mr. Fantastic. Is he in the building tonight? I thought somebody said Mr. Fantastic. All right. So I want to go ahead and play this for you guys, let you guys see this, and then we will start the show right after. But I want to share this with you guys first. So here we go.
Whatever you want, whoa, whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Oh, whatever you need, then nothing I won't do. Oh, whatever you want, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, there's nothing I won't do. Whatever you want, my heart belongs to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? What's going on? Another episode again of the Barbershop, man. I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm peacock proud and honeymoon happy to be in the building tonight to entertain you guys tonight with a subject. It's just easier. What are we talking about tonight? Stay tuned. I want to get into the sanctuary to see who's in the church tonight. And who's in the church tonight? We have, let's start at the top of here, roll call here. Let's see here. We got Embrace the Grace in the building tonight. Good evening, Kings of BMU. Salute to the chat. Thank you so much, Embrace the Grace. Make sure you guys go and subscribe to Embrace the Grace. We have the lovely and talented, the queen of YouTube herself, Take Heed to the Message, is in the building tonight. Take heed. What's going on, Sugarfoot? It's good to see you. All right. We got Almond Eyes in the building. Okay, good to see you, Almond Eyes. Got A-Team in the building, one of the best moderators here on the Black Men Unfiltered Network. We appreciate you, A-Team, and everything that you do. Thank you so much. We got Curtis Moore in the building tonight. Curtis said, good evening, BMU and chat. All right, we got Marriage, Politics, and Sports. That's our pain. Says, thank God it's Friday again already. Yes, it is. Milani, thank you so much for being here. The beautiful, the lovely, the talented, the remarkable Milani. Thank you so much for being here. She said, good evening, everyone. Happy Friday. All right, we got Mrs. Locks to Smile. She said, hit the like button and subscribe or get pushed in the pit. Thank you so much, Mrs. Locks to Smile. You are amazing. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I appreciate you, sweetheart. All right, let's see who else we got here. We got Edward Gilbert in the building. He said, what's up, chat? It's Friday. All right, we got Curtis Moore. Okay, we already said that. We got the Objectivist podcast with the Boss Man right here every Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern Time, right here on the Black Men Unfiltered Network, Stand on Business podcast. Make sure you guys tune into that. He has had some very interesting shows, so make sure you come and support. All right, let's see who else we have in here. We have King Lieber in the building. What's good, BMU? Everyone in the chat, what's going on, my boy? Good to see you. Let's see here. Who else we got in here? I want to make sure I get everybody because everybody's support is appreciated. All right, we got 18. We got Airways by speaking to each other. All right, let's see. I think I got everybody. Catalia's in. Hey, my girl, Catalia's in the building tonight. Catalia, what's going on, my girl? Good to see you. Good to see you, sweetheart. Also, another great moderator that's in our chat. We have Scorched Earth in the building tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Von Bryan is in the building tonight. Let's see here. And Jersey Watcher. He said he shared this on Facebook and YouTube. All right, guys. So listen, if you want to be a part of the show tonight, I would love to have you on the panel. Make sure that your camera is on and stays on. Make sure you come on the panel, not masked up with no mask covering your face, calling from a third world country with things going off in the background. Also, make sure that you guys are being respectful when you come into the pit. Now, we are unfiltered, but we love our family here at Black Men Unfiltered Network. And if you disrespect one of us, yeah, you pretty much gonna have to deal with all of us. So we ask that you come in tonight. The link is at the top of the chat. And I appreciate it. I want to start the show off by saying, man, I love people. I love people. I'm a people person. But what I love the most is to see people who talk down on my network. I love to see people who talk crazy about my network and then end up in my chat. Man, ain't God good? They'll talk about your show. They'll talk about the things that you talked about. They'll talk down on your subject matters. They'll talk about, guess what? We are having the conversations here, whether you like it or not. We're having the conversations here, whether people like it or not. All right, you can go and have those Rudy Poop conversations everywhere else. You can have content creators who are doing their shows. It looks like from the back of a U-Haul truck, and you can have them old as Moses and as seasoned as Noah. But still, they have to be a competitor in this market. And instead of being haters, we definitely need to be supporters of each other. And if not, we're ready for that as well. All right. So it's good to see you. So if you're in the chat right now, if you said anything about my network, I know who you are. Do you know who you are? And the people that are on this network as well. I see you. They see you. We see you. And you should see yourself. All right. So also we have Take Heed. I see you, baby. Take Heed. You know what I'm talking about. But I love people. We're going to have another conversation tonight that's going to piss some people off. And it's okay. It's my grandfather used to have this saying, it is better to be pissed off than to be pissed on. All right. If you're mad, I hope I piss you off enough for you to understand what it is that I'm saying. For all the Black women out there, this is a network that support Black men and open the eyes of Black men. We are the fruit in the tree that was forbidden, but now we have bitten it and our eyes have been opened and we have the knowledge to know that you're not always the best choice. We see it every day, and when we scroll up our social media, we see it every day when we on our Facebook, Instagram, and so on and so on. All right, we see it. We have men who call themselves men of honor, and they're very feminine in nature, and they talk crazy, and they call us rim brothers. They said that we are rim brothers, no good brothers, who talk down. But my thing is this. How can you talk down on something who has already talked down on themselves? How can you talk down when they dress down? How can you talk down when they talk down? How is it that we're talking down on down people? Today, I asked a question on Facebook and had to almost get into a fist fight. Yeah, I had some women come for me. I'm going to read what I put on Facebook today. Let me read it to you guys. I had some family members jump in and get mad at me what I put in there. Let's see here. The question is simple, and it goes a little something like this. I want to make sure I repeat it. The question was so good. Sir Hell Speaks, shout out to Sir Hell Speaks, who may be watching right now from the clouds. Sir Hell Speaks called me and say, I think you have dropped a nuclear bomb for the rest of the year, and nothing else has to be said. Shout out to Sir Hell Speaks for being so supportive of my network. But what I said today was this. I said, how much of your soul, this is for the ladies, listen to me here. How much of your soul did you give away to get the sexual experience needed to please a man that won't marry you? Now, I'm going to let that sit for a little bit, then I'm going to repeat it. Let me give me a little something to drink. I'm going to let that sit. Put a one in the chat if you own that. Yes. Let me say it one more time. How much of your soul did you give away to get the sexual experience needed to please a man that won't marry you? How many women out there right now have had sex with 50, 60 men? And then you say, I got enough experience to put it on him now. And then you put it on him, and then you're in year one, you put it on him again, you're in year two, you throw it back a little harder in year three, you ride it backwards in year four, you jump from the chandelier in year five. You have sex with him in the car in year six, you have sex with him in his truck in year seven, you have sex with him in his mother's bathroom in year eight, you have sex in the park in year nine, you have sex in a Walmart bathroom in year 10, and then you look up and a decade has passed. He has not married you because the pussy did not have enough value to be invested in. He only used the company for his benefit. And when you bring up commitment in marriage, he'll definitely leave the company and let the company go bankrupt. How many women have invested so much into a man, but just based on your pussy? Can we talk about it tonight? See, this is the barbershop. We can be real raw tonight. Yeah, we can be real raw tonight. That's what we're going to do. And that's what we're going to continue to do here at Black Men Unfiltered Network. We could be really raw. Huh? How many men have entered into your bank, knew your debit card number, got a withdrawal, but never put nothing in, never made never went to the bank and put money in the bank, never made a deposit, but he took a withdrawal. Well, we all know what happens when you withdraw for a long periods of time without putting anything in. You're in a bone dry and empty with nothing inside, and you have no value. Doesn't that seem like the woman right now? Huh? Doesn't that seem like the woman? I hear y'all asking me this, so I'm glad that you asked, so I can tell you. The woman is just like the banking institute. Is the woman seems that she feels that if she has value. So what she does is she looks in the bank and sees there's my value right there. But then she meets a man who has no mindset of marriage or commitment, but he has a big dick. He's tall, 6 foot tall, got abs, and he plays Black Ops very well on PlayStation 5. And what he does, he comes in and blows her back out. And she says, you know what? Just because you blew my back out, I'm going to show out. And he get in that thing and bust that thing wide open. And not only does he blow your back out, he put a baby in there. And you got a baby in year 2. Now y'all at year 10. Now you gave him your debit card number. He made a withdrawal. You say, hey, when are we going to make a commitment? When are you going to commit to this relationship? And then he starts to say, the baby not mine. I don't want to deal with you no more. He'll start making up arguments to get out of your presence. And then before you know it, you a single mom, and you're part of the 80% of women who are single moms in the Black neighborhood who does not have a father in the neighborhood because you made a bad choice with your pussy. How much of your soul? See, tonight's subject is how much of your soul have you given away? How much of your soul have you given away? Don't take too much time to think about it. Some women out here, God has blessed them because, like my sister, Take Heed in the chat right now says that she has a husband after 17 years. See, what you don't understand about Take Heed is that Take Heed had that life. Take Heed was living that life. And her husband found her and her life changed. You know why? Because Take Heed had a relationship with God, and God decided to bless her based on her obedience, based on her willing to change her ways from being a way until doing it his way. Let me say it again. From being her way and going into a vision of a man to be it his way. And God blessed her with a union. Most women say, well, I can get there. I can get there. You can't tell me I can never be married. Why can't you never be married? How is it you're 50, 60 years old still looking for a man to lay next to you to keep you warm at night? It's because simply you were throwing your pussy from the free throw line and everybody was getting the rebound and passing it to the other teammates. And now we've arrived in your 50s. We've arrived in your 60s. And now the pussy has cobwebs. And now you want somebody to come in with the cobweb vacuum cleaner and suck all that up and clean it up real good so you can become a woman. How many women right now say they want to be virgins again? Yeah. There's operations that women can do now where they can go and get their pussies tightened back up like they were back at their prom night. Just because you tighten up the hole doesn't mean nothing's buried. Oh, let me say it again for the people in the back. Just because you tighten up the hole and cover the hole does not mean something real funky ain't buried in there. Do you know scientifically, we've had 3 shows on this, people still cannot believe it. People still cannot believe that when a man ejaculates into a woman, that ejaculation travels up in her body and becomes a part of who she is. It becomes a part of her DNA. It's in her DNA strand. It's in her stomach lining. It's in the back of her eyes. It says lays at the bottom of the throat. Men, can you really think about that when you go and making love to your woman, understanding that partially, especially if she's a baby mama, partially when you kissing her in the mouth, that DNA from that man is still there. When you're going down on your woman, that DNA from that other man is still there. Tonight's subject, before we get the show started, how much of your soul did you give away to get the sexual experience needed to please a man that won't marry you? Some women say, I'm going to say this in closing, some women So we have sexual freedom. We're motivated to be sexual and free. Yes, you're sexual and free. You're sexual and free. But how much did you give away? See, some women are now trying to make men work hard for something that was given away for less than it costs to fly Spirit planes. Yes, yes. Your vagina, how can you go and buy, how can you take something used and go back to Walmart and put it back on the shelf after the days of expiration and try to resell it? How can you take a jug of milk, a gallon of milk, after it's ruined and take it back to Walmart and put it back on the shelf? How much value does the gallon of milk have once it's spoiled? Can you re-put it on the shelf and sell it again? Who wants to buy spoiled milk? If I'm preaching tonight, y'all put a 1 in the chat. My God. So we're living in this time. I hear Boss Man saying it. I thought it tightened up naturally. Yeah, Boss Man said he thought it tightened up naturally. Yeah, it does when you're with your husband and y'all hitting it every Thursday and Monday night and Saturday evening. Yeah. But I heard Shannon Sharp say today, I heard him talk to Dion Cole on his show on Club Shay Shay, and he said the women have been telling him, Dion Cole, the comedian, said the women have been telling him that we have every right to go and sleep with as many men as we want. I have never in my life went to a rental car company to rent a car where the airbags was hanging out of it. I've never went to a dealership and bought a car. I got a brand new truck outside. I've never went to a dealership and say, can I see the cars that have been wrecked? I need to see the ones that the airbags have come out of. Men, what are we really looking for? When we out here looking for a wife, you're looking for a woman, are you going to be seduced by Medusa and go ahead and get the pudussy because she got a big ass, she got a big titties, you don't even know if it's fake or real, but she throwing that ass back and you say, oh my God, I'm in love, she likes me? Or are you really going to find the woman that's for you so you won't end up in child support court, so you won't end up when she take her makeup off, she look like James Brown with cerebral palsy? That's what you're going to end up with? That's what you want? Huh? You want to end up with a woman when you walk into a store or you go to her class reunion with her and you walk in the door and all the niggas from the old football team got their old Letterman jackets on laughing at your dumb ass because the whole team ran through her? That's what you want? Guys, we have to, as men, before this barbershop opens up and I bring everybody up, we have to say this and I'm done. We have to, as men, start to pick correctly. Because what you don't want to do is be miserable. And what you'll do is end up being miserable. Yes, you'll end up being miserable. You'll end up being married to a hoe who suppressed herself. And then in year 3, yes, because remember, the representative who shows up to make you like her, she's not going to be able to maintain that representative. And I don't care what you say, once a hoe, always a hoe. And when you a hoe like that, some women suppress that hoe just to get that man, just to get the title of wife. But when that suppression goes away, she'll show up and show out on your dumb ass. Guys, let's pick well. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start bringing up some of the guys who's going to be a part of this conversation tonight. Again, the title of the show, it's just easier. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like this show and you like what you're hearing tonight, I know you got a little change in your pocket virtually. So go ahead and hit your boy with the Cash App. You're going to see the Cash App in a few seconds. Scroll at the bottom of the screen. All right, scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And once you see that, go ahead and hit your boy with a Cash App. Give your boy a tank of gas for his motorcycle, a tank of gas for his truck, and then we'll be good tonight. I'm going to start bringing up my brothers from other mothers. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, the bald-headed wonder, 7th wonder of the world. They call him the continent because the women say when he dances on a pole and the pole drops, it looks like a continent. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our Payne, who has, listen, our Payne is the original Highlander. Our Payne said there can only be one. Our Payne has seen things that none of us have seen. He's seen buggies and horses. He went from buggies and horses to Cadillacs El Dorados. And so I want to go ahead and bring him up. Art Payne, welcome to the show tonight, my brother.
All right. Yeah.
You doing all right tonight?
What's going on, man? You forgot that I ate woolly mammoth meat. I ate, so I had a couple. He slaughtered a couple of woolly mammoths up there.
I know that's right, because but I did. Thank you for being on the show tonight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got somebody else we want to bring up. Listen, this man right here, he make talk soft, but he preaches hard. He has a family. He was a Marine. Oh my Lord! Everybody, stop what you're doing and do what you can. Put your fucking hands together for the boss man, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Oh, we got another one in the house tonight. Easy Bands, let me know when you're ready. Easy is in the building tonight, man. The pastor, the preacher of himself in his own right. All right, the man that will sit back, let you speak, but if you speaking out of line, he gonna get you every time. Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Bands is in the building.
Yo, what's good, everybody? What's the deal? How y'all doing, man?
What's going on? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I guess he's from Jersey himself. Soon as he straightens his camera up, and we got Eminem's cousin in the building tonight. All right, I don't know why he got his face covered, because I told him, oh, there you go. All right, don't cover your face now. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jersey Watchers in the building tonight. All right, man. Last but not least, if you guys want to be a part of the show, the link is at the top of the chat. If you want to come on, please hit the link, come up, make sure your face is uncovered, make sure you're in a well-lit room, make sure your microphone does not sound like crickets fucking, or sounds like somebody's balling up paper. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do have my brother from another mother in the building tonight. Last but not least at all, the velvet voice of YouTube himself. Give it up for my brother and your brother. Lost in Translation is in the building tonight.
Come on inside and get yourself something cool.
Yes, indeed. What's happening, fellas?
What's up, man?
Get yourself something cool to drink. I got something cool to drink. Yeah.
Before we get started, I think Izzy is here. He's a bishop in his own right, lost in translation as well. Art Payne, we preaching sometimes. Boss Man, we teaching sometimes. Jersey Watcher, we got to get to know you. But before we get started, I want to play this for you guys, because I think we got to play something to soothe us before we get into this serious conversation tonight, because it's about to get real. Here we go.
Speak to my heart, Holy Spirit, give me the words that will bring new life, words on the wings of the morning, the dark nights will fade away. Oh, speak to my heart.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, speak to our hearts tonight as we get into this deep conversation, man. I wanted to see how everybody's doing tonight. We'll start with you, Jersey Watcher. How are you doing tonight, my brother?
I'm doing good. I'm just hanging out.
All right, good. Izzy, how are you tonight, my brother?
I'm well. Thanks for asking. How's everybody doing?
Good, man. Good to see you, brother. All right, boss man, how you doing tonight?
Hey, I am doing quite well. Happy it's Friday and happy to be here with you, gentlemen.
Absolutely. R-Pain, how are you tonight, my brother?
I'm doing just fine, man. I can't complain.
All right. Lost in translation. Talk to me.
As always, it is a pleasure to be amongst men.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Absolutely. Now, guys, I want to start out tonight. I got two deep videos before we get into the main video of the night. Everybody knows who Charleston White is. Charleston White sometimes can say some things that'll make you throw a TV down the street. But sometimes he can say some things that'll make you go, And he made a video a few days ago. He did an interview a few days ago, and he was asked the question, why Black relationships don't last like they used to. And what he had to say was simply amazing. And I want to share that with you guys right now. Here we go.
The Black relationship do not last anymore.
Cause the Black woman think the Black man's supposed to have one woman, and the nigga is unhappy. Niggas unhappy with one woman till he die. I'm just the only black man can finally say it.
Damn.
Niggas really miserable. And then the black woman is selfish in the relationship.
What you mean? Explain that.
Oh, well, it's all about her. If she having a bad day, the house has a bad day.
Okay. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Her feelings matter more than the best interest of the relationship.
True.
Her feelings matter more than the best interest of the children. Everything revolves around the black woman. When God created everything to revolve around the man.
Ooh, you saying some shit then, yeah.
God created everything to center and evolve around the man. No matter what kind of man he is. The woman is the motivator to the man. She's his inspiration to all things.
Yeah. Damn.
To be better, to do better. But she don't know how to motivate him. Outside of getting him some pussy. Because she's selfish in her emotions.
All right, man. I want to get y'all thoughts on that. We'll start with Izzy. Izzy, what are your thoughts on what Charleston said, man?
Man, if that ain't preaching there, I don't know what preaching is. I was, you know what I'm saying? I had the tambourine, I was singing in the choir. I was like, hallelujah. You know what I'm saying? But no, all jokes aside, that seems to be a real thing. And it's unfortunate. You know, our good friend was trying to say, you know who our good friend is, right? Our good friend was trying to say that, Asian women, you know what I'm saying? Asian men don't complain about their women, and their women are the most women that date outside of their race or marry outside their race, whatever the case may be. And the point I was trying to make to our good friend was, listen, they have a culture of women who respect their men culturally. So even if they do marry outside their race, when the women respect the men culturally, as a culture, it makes a huge difference. You see what I'm saying? And unfortunately, our women have been programmed, conditioned, socialized, and trained to not really respect us. And because they don't respect us, they don't know how to love us. And unfortunately, they look at things from a very self-centered, selfish perspective, and that makes relationships really hard. If any one person is getting everything that they want, that's a horrible relationship.
No doubt. Ooh, boss man, talk to me.
Whew. I can't find really anything that Mr. White said that I can actually disagree with. Too often we have this culture of happy wife, happy life. And I hear that a lot in this world, especially in America. And I'm gonna take it a step further. This gynocentric mindset almost goes so far as to almost worship the woman, almost revere her in that sense, where everything is primarily circled and circumferenced around the woman to the point where the man becomes subverted, almost past the subcutaneous level. It almost becomes microscopic and minuscule. I'm gonna say something, and my wife and I, we have an ethos in our household, and it's happy spouse, happy house. That applies to both of us. If one of us is not happy, none of us are. It affects both of us because it's a relationship. We relate on this fucking ship, and it's together. And this is one of the reasons why people wonder why men run from the idea of marriage. And it's because it's oftentimes almost a death sentence, a mindset of almost servitude and subservience. It almost seems where one person, as Izzy mentioned, one person gets everything that they want. And it's almost a sense of diminishing mindset and almost slavery towards a woman if the expectation is one always gives and the other one always takes, and there's never the opposite. There's never a mindset of meeting in the middle. As far as the polygamy mindset, as far as a man, my own wife has mentioned that men were never really designed to be only sexually exclusive to one woman. So it becomes incumbent upon that woman to either try their best to be as available and open and completely available to your man as much as possible and pleasing to your man, or if not, then have the open mindset of not being as selfish. Because otherwise, if you are going to be selfish, you're going to do nothing but push your man away, push your husband away, and make him miserable. So you have to pick one. You can't struggle with both. So yeah, I 100% agree. Over.
All right, Jersey Watcher, if you can keep your camera focused on you, like prop it up where we can see your face at all times, so I can call you and we know you're there. Appreciate you. Jersey Watcher, did you get a chance to see the video?
I love Charleston White.
What are your thoughts?
He always says it like it is. Every time he speaks, I'm just always more and more amazed by him. You know.
All right.
He's able to put everything, you know, break everything down, so anyone can understand it.
Do you agree with him or not?
I agree with him.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that, Jersey. R-Pain, what are your thoughts on what you heard Charleston White say?
Well, you know, it's funny. Listen, monogamy is a social construct, right? Because left to nature, I don't think anybody's monogamous, right? So it's a social construct for sure. I never really understood what that meant, but monogamy is one of them. But for being a guy since we're humans and since we have choice, I was one of those guys who had to make that choice. And the reason why it was easy for me because my wife was always accommodating, right? I had a good enough sexual life before her, so when we got married, it wasn't a big deal for me to just center on one woman, right? Because that wasn't a major focus for me after that. So, but I understand what Charleston is saying, that men are not meant, because listen, a badass honey, I was always tempted. I'm not Jesus Christ. You just got to keep making a decision. You know, so that's the first part. Let me also say that as far as men and the way we subjugate ourselves in the Black community, it's a unique experience because we have to understand, because we say it all the time on these YouTube spaces, a majority of men, Black men in these days, have been raised by their mothers and grandmothers. We've been socialized to bow and kowtow to women and their fucking needs, right? So what's happening is that there's a natural rebellion starting to happen with some of the younger guys, even if they're under that same. You know how many guys come on YouTube and Facebook and social media now who hate their mothers? We're starting to hear more and more men saying, you've been making us live outside of our nature and we don't fucking like you for that. You know? And so it's starting to change a little bit. And so, and these spaces are starting to starting to crystallize the information to men who've been raised by their mothers that, hey, maybe you're a little bit off because you don't have the other side of life. And those men are starting to seek that, you know? So when we talk about, you know, bring it to present day, that's why Obama had to come out and try to shame Black men just recently into voting for Kamala. But did you guys catch the View when she was on Kamala? This is what was missed. Sonny fucking Holston said, we don't have to worry about those Black men. Those fucking bastards have been so weakened by being raised by single mothers. We don't give a shit what they say. They're going to just follow the woman. The bitch, she might as well have just said that. You got to go back after the interview with Kamala. You got to go hear her say the aftermath. She said, well, we don't have to worry about the Black man. Those guys are little prickly bastards. They were raised by us, so they're going to do what we say. She said it. Just got to go back and listen to it. And people might miss it because people have been disrespecting us for so long. That wasn't even a highlight of the show. But she said that out of her mouth. And you just had to hear her say it and say, oh, what the hell did she just say? Holy shit. The complete utter disrespect that she has for black men. And the rest of them shaking their head, yeah, those guys, they're in the bag. We need to show that that's just not true on November 5th. We need to show that that's not true. I'll end it there.
And before we move on to Coach Ferg and then Lost in Translation, I want to say this too. Somebody in the chat referred and said, Charleston White, listen, a broken clock is right twice a day. And I think that it doesn't, sometimes we look down on most people, but most people have a word and most people can speak. And if you take those same words from Charleston and give them to TD Jakes, y'all will be jumping up and down and running up and down the aisle.
That's right.
And so I think we have to be careful how we place judgment upon people who are teaching the right things and saying the right things. I don't believe that black women want to motivate their men. I don't think they know how. I agree with him on that. I agree with him. We can't agree. Sometimes we may not agree with everything he says, but sometimes he's saying some things.
That's right.
And so I do believe that. I do believe it's all about selfishness. It's about what's about me. You think a woman gives a damn about what you think or how you feel? No. And going back to Chris Rock on his stand-up, he said the only things that are loved unconditionally is a woman, a child, and a dog. Men are loved on the condition that we can provide something.
Absolutely.
And so I'm gonna move on to Coach Ferg. Coach Ferg, what are your thoughts?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? It's Friday.
What's going on,
Coach Ferg?
I mean,
That's good, man.
you know, I ain't gonna say too much about the video, but I think Charleston, coming from a point of view as a man, being a father, I think he's seeing the dynamic shift from how when he was younger, and now him being a representative of being a father and seeing what's happening as he's moving around the country. I think he's starting to see it, and he's, it's going to be easier for him to speak to that dynamic because he has a vocal voice beyond, he's moving around in different parts of the country. So I think that's good. This is just unfortunate that, if the caregiver of today was really wanting to help improve the man, it would have to start with the young man and the young boy. These young boys are being basically disintegrated from day one.
Mm-hmm.
They're being coddled from day one. The greatest gift for a boy is his father. That's the greatest gift a boy can have, because everybody here that has young children, they are disciplined to understand the needs of the child, only the needs of the child. Their needs will come second. But I don't think the women think in their capacity, because they want theirs first before anybody else eat. They're going to get theirs off the top. And it's just unfortunate because it seems like the voice is getting louder and louder, and the regular working woman, they don't really understand what's going to happen. It's great. It's going to be a big change. Whoever's in office, it's going to be a big change. It ain't going to be the same for them people. So they're going to lose out, and they don't see it. It's just self-destruction to me. So.
All right, so I want to address something real quick, Lost in Translation. Give me just a moment. So Von Bryant said, isn't this the same dude who said that he would grape people's young daughters? I don't trust that dude. Yes, he did say those things in an argument with another man to drive that man. He did say that. But again, A broken clock is right twice a day. I have to go back to the same thing. We pick and choose. This is what we do. I'm talking about Christian folks now. What we do as Christian folks, we pick and choose who we want to hear and who we don't want to hear. We don't want to hear Charleston White because he's the devil, but we'll vote for Kamala Harris because she wants, criminals in jail to get sex changes. She wants your kids to be raised to.
Jesus Christ.
No, I'm just saying this is what's happening in our country.
I know.
We're picking and choosing what it is that we want to address. And I think it's unfair. And I think again, most people, you know what? I'm gonna say this too. This ain't sexy, but a few days ago, my heart was broken about one of our leaders, Martin Luther King Jr., one of our leaders. This is for Vaughn, one of our leaders. Do you know that Martin Luther King got an award called the Margaret Sanger Award?
Oh my God.
He was awarded the Margaret Sanger. Broke my heart. Now, are we going to vex and say, hey, listen, we're not going to listen to the I Have a Dream speech again because Martin Luther King received an award from a woman whose sole purpose was to destroy the Black community and kill all the babies. And not only kill the babies, but she also wanted to sterilize the women so they could not have any more. And she used the Black preachers, the Black doctors, and the Black nurses to convince the Black community of that. And so I kind of side-eyed Martin Luther King a little bit. But will that stop me from listening to his speeches about we're coming to get our check, or I went to the mountaintop, or I had a dream? Will it? So I just wanted to, I wanted to just keep that in mind as we talk.
So Black man, can I add one thing to that? What you just said, not that you didn't say it all. Charleston White says a lot of hyperbole because sometimes he's inarticulate, but I won't make an excuse. But he's never done that to a young girl.
Right.
He's never done that to a young girl.
Right.
So.
So Lawson, thank you for that. Lawson Translation, man. What are your thoughts on the video, my brother? I know that me and you both we listened to Charleston a little bit on some of the things that he said. So what are your thoughts?
You know what? Here's my thing. A lot of times people like to look at the messenger, but they don't hear the message. I choose to listen to Charleston White from a wisdom standpoint.
Right.
Okay. And sometimes I think people's ears get clogged up with their own judgment.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I gathered from what he was saying, I had to listen beyond what he was saying to get what he was trying to say. Now, the first thing he said that the Black man was unhappy because he was with one woman. Okay. What does the Bible say about a man and a wife? He should love his wife like Christ loved the church. Did he not say that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's take a look at what the church looks like today. Does the church today look like a representation of what Christ would want to deal with?
Man.
The reason why I draw that conclusion is because the church is out of line, just like our women are out of line.
Did you hear what I said?
Think about it. When he said that it took more than one woman to satisfy him, what he was really saying is that there has been a deflation in the value of today's average woman.
Did you hear what I said?
What I mean by that is that yesterday's woman is way better than today's woman. You know what I'm saying? He kind of even alluded to it if you were paying attention. He was saying that a woman is supposed to be a man's inspiration. I don't know about y'all, but back in the day when a woman wanted to inspire a man, she would speak life into him. Even the Bible says that a woman who builds up her home speaks well of her husband, but a foolish woman tears it down. There's life and death in the power of the tongue. Back then, a lady knew exactly what to say and when to say it. You see what I'm saying? She didn't say everything that was on her mind. That was a higher quality caliber of a woman. Her words were measured. You see what I'm saying? But if you look at today's church, you got preachers telling people not to give to the poor, or your blessing will not be magnified. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't think God ever meant for us to not entertain the poor. I don't think he meant for us to do that. Let me explain something to you. When God wanted a family, he gave us a son. And he planted that son in this world. That's because he wanted a family. Now, my whole thing is this. I'm not bagging on the women, but I'm just telling you there's a distinct difference and a distinct correlation between the value of today's woman and the value of yesterday's woman. See, let me tell you something. When I was younger, I paid attention. So now that I'm older, I can draw attention to what I've seen with my own eyes. You see what I'm saying? When a man came over to your house, there was always a woman that said, "Good evening. May I get you something to drink? Have you eaten?" They wanted to make sure that you were satisfied. Let me ask you a question. Is today's church welcoming? Is today's church saying, "Come on in. Let's see, are you okay? Do you need refreshment? Do you need to be filled up?" No. Today's church don't do that. It's just like today's woman. And you know, the sad part about it is they ask the question, where have all the men gone? Don't you find it funny that the same women who ask where have all the good men gone, the church is asking the same question? I'm going to tell you where they're going. They're going from church to church because they're not satisfied. They're trying to find one church that can fill them up. That's what they're looking for. So what happens is those churches who see a decline in their men population will say, "Oh, they're weak. Oh, they're running away from their responsibilities." No, they're not. They're running to their destiny.
Did you hear what I said?
They're not sticking around. They're not sticking around. They're not sticking around for the foolishness. No. They're going out building somewhere else. They're going where they're celebrated and not where they're tolerated. You see what I'm saying? Nobody owes you anything when you don't work with those who want to work. There are people who still want to labor in the vineyard, but don't come looking for them because they're gone somewhere else. And the problem is y'all are too slow to realize it. You let your men get away. We even had an ex-former president to get on TV to shame and lecture black men and tell them what they should and what they should not do. Mr. Vice President or Mr. Ex-President, what the hell did you do for black men for 8 years? Man to man, what did you do? You know, we saw what you did for the rainbow community. Yes, we did. You know, you said, yes, we can to them. You know, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden told the immigrants, yes, we can to them. You know, we charting a new way forward, you know, but all of a sudden, when it comes down to the last 30 days, right before Election Day, somebody wants to speak to us. They want to shame us. I'm here to tell you, don't worry about us. You weren't worried about us before, and don't worry about us going forward. We're going to go somewhere else and rebuild somewhere else. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the difference between today's woman and today's church and today's man. There's no respect for him. There's no respect for his work. There's no respect for his profession. There's no respect for his person. How long can you keep a dog down, kick him before he says enough is enough? How long is that? And I ask you this question, would you want someone to do you that way? To ignore you, to minimize your efforts? You see what I'm saying? Even Jesus himself said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Oh my goodness. How things would change if you all of a sudden start to have to keep track of how dirty you treat one another. I asked for a reset. I ask for a reset, a reevaluation of oneself. I do. I'm calling the church on the carpet. I'm calling those in charge of the church on carpet. And I'm calling the women on carpet. I ain't even talk to the men. Y'all already know what to do. You've been doing what you've been doing. All I ask that you don't fade and keep doing well. Black man, that's all I got to say, man, before I get started.
Let me add exactly, because you got me started now. I always say this, and people get mad when I say it, man. The most eligible bachelor is the mistreated husband. Let me say it again. The most eligible bachelor is the mistreated husband. And when I say that, the Christians come out of the graveyard and they say, that ain't godly. That's not of God. Abandoning your husband from the bedroom is not of God. And we all know the Bible says abandonment of the marriage is no longer a marriage, right? You have not held to your commitment. You have not held you're not held yourself in your position. And so you abandon the marriage when you don't have sex with your husband. You abandon the marriage when you disrespect your husband. You abandon the marriage when you yell and raise your voice at your husband, call your husband names. That is not of God. And then when the man acts in a way that is unclean to you, is, oh, he's a cheater. God, he's going straight to hell. But you won't do anything for your man. You won't stand up for him. You won't stand beside him. You won't stand behind him when he's about to fall. You won't stand beside him to walk him through. You won't speak into him. You won't pour into him. And then Becky at the coffee machine says, give me that cup and I'll fill it. There's a problem. There's an outcry. There's Facebook posts. There's YouTube videos. My husband ain't shit. But all along, you ain't shit. Because if your husband ain't shit, you ain't shit. Because in God's eyes, he sees you guys as one entity. So, one flesh. So I'll leave that there. Women, when you don't treat your husband well, men are very, you can't have a man walking around with a load of laundry, dirty laundry, and you don't clean it. And then when that woman meets him, she says, come over to the washer. I'll take care of it. I'll clean you up. You don't need that in your life. But that's what's happening because women are targeting. I'm telling you guys, I've heard older women say this that I work with, that they have a plan. When I hug a man, I can feel him drop 3 inches in my arms. I know that he's mistreated at home and I have an opportunity. I know when he comes in, he has a look on his face. I know that he's not doing well at home. His wife is not treating him well. So when you abandon your man and you abandon your post, don't get mad when another woman sees that vulnerability in your man and she feels that hole. Now, I'm not condoning cheating, but I understand. All right, let's get to the video. I have a second video here that we're going to watch, and I want to get everybody's thoughts on it. This is Corey Holcomb, the comedian, having a real moment as well. Here we go.
Men out there who are in a situation where you know this woman won't let you finish talking without hisses. That means you're nothing to them. Trust me. At her job, when Mr. Feinstein is talking, they be quiet. They listen to what he has to say. And on top of that, they do it. You, not so much. Why do you think that is? She can't be quiet when you're talking because she doesn't respect you. And if somebody doesn't respect you, if you try to build with them, you're gonna lose miserably.
You're on mute.
I'm saying mute once I got you.
I want to make sure. Thank you, appreciate it. I want to thank Scorched Earth for being here tonight, and my brother Ghost of Sparta is in the building tonight. Man, welcome to the show, my guy.
You know I have to be the first Greek in here, so I'm a little offended you have another Greek in here. So I gotta say that.
Sparta!
I definitely want to.
What's up, brother?
Start to Coach Ferg first. Coach Ferg, what do you think about what Corey just said?
Mine gonna be short and sweet. Listen, and when they say dating, if I went on a date with a woman and she acted, I never had that experience. Is all I can say. I could never. I grew up with sisters, so if I couldn't talk to her, then that was the last time I even probably spoke to somebody like that. So I never tried to force a relationship. I didn't even want to sleep with. If I couldn't talk, then yeah, that's all I got to say about that. I never experienced it really. So.
All right. Ghost of Sparta's in the building tonight. What are your thoughts on the video?
I literally did a show this last night, similar one. Lost was there and some other guys. So I just literally just finished having a conversation with somebody, and they said if they are not admitting their mistake, it was Alicia who was on my show last night, and saying it's not me, it's the men always, and that is where we need to stop pointing the fingers. Is always the men, but the men are the one who are actually going to change your brakes, who is going to do this and do that. You always come running to us, but when we need support, you kind of tell us the big fuck you finger comes up. I'm like, oh no, I don't have time for you. You got to figure this out. Oh, you need attention? No. You need to figure it out on your own. But when it comes to everything else, we have their needs. We're at their mercy. But when we need something, we get tossed to the side like we're garbage. Why is that okay? Why can we not change the everyday society mentality saying, we're not garbage. We do have feelings. We do bust our ass for you guys. And it's time for us to hear us out a little bit. Everybody's talking about the Me Too movement, about men too. Then let's start that movement. Men too also. We have feelings. We have emotion. We have needs in the bedroom, outside the bedroom, in the bar, whatever. It doesn't matter. The dating pool right now is so toxic. It's not even funny. If you're single, my heart goes out for you because I'm in that game right now, and it's literally like trying to buy a car. Like, on these dating sites, like hopefully you pick the right one. Hopefully you don't get a lemon. 95% is not chance you're gonna get a lemon, but unfortunately you cannot keep that back. And then she stalks you, finds you at your work. Ooh, you're in trouble now. And like I have met so many weird chicks online. Like I don't even bother online anymore. I stopped that, and I'll leave it there.
And just to add something as we move on, you ready to scorch earth? You're up next. I think that we're living in a time, to add on to what you said, Ghost of Sparta, I think we're living in a time where women are, the delusion is what gets me. You'll say, I love the Lord, but read scripture, and scripture says that I have blessed you with your own hair as a covering for me. I've given man leadership over you. And the woman will go cover her head with weave and a wig. He says that the woman is not to lead neither or have authority over a man. And we're voting a woman, people are voting for a woman to lead the country as the president. We're going to churches and listening to T.D. Jakes' daughter pull her wig off and run across stage. And as a leader, we having more and more women step up. And I've even heard men say on one of my posts on Facebook, the man said, a black man said this in my post. I just want to find him and beat him to death. He said, black men are weak, and it's time for Kamala Harris to be the man that you guys are refusing to be. This is where we are.
That annoys me.
Yeah, this is where we are. So we have women who read the word, say thank you, God, but they're not living as the reflection of the scripture that they so say that they love God, right? How can you? People love Coke 45 liquor, but guess what? When you look at the back of that Coke 45, what are the ingredients at? You don't know what's in it. Just like the Bible, you guys say, "I love the Lord," and you don't know what the scriptures say. Because if you knew, you wouldn't be voting for Kamala Harris. You wouldn't be wearing wigs on your head. You wouldn't have a face full of makeup. You wouldn't be following these female preachers. You wouldn't be doing none of that. You wouldn't be thinking that you could be a leader over a man at all. Never, ever, ever, ever in life. But before Scorcher, before you go and get Izzy, because Izzy got his hand up. Izzy, go ahead, my brother.
I apologize. I just wanted to add on to this real fast.
Yes, sir.
Yo, the thought came to my head, man. Listen, Eve was with God in the garden with him, knew God, was with God, knew God, had the instruction from God, and still decided to do her own thing and do it, and still decided to try to get her husband to do the same thing. So my thought is, at the end of the day, do we really expect anything less? Number one. But then number two, like we've said before, our problem is really not the women. When we think about it, we do need to say something. We do need to correct it or do our best. Our problem is the dudes that facilitate and that back up these women, that allow them to continue to do the stuff. The
Yes,
dudes
sir.
that continue to enable them. The dudes that continue to say, go, go, girl, you got it. It's nothing wrong with anything you do. It's nothing wrong with anything you say. It's you got you. Hey, you're perfect. That's the real issue. The dudes that enable that, the dudes that empower that, the dudes that have given them a false sense of entitlement that allow them to continue to do the thing that destroys the whole. You know what I'm saying? So that was just a thought I had.
Man,
it's a good thought. Adam did bite the apple.
He did, but why?
Right,
The same reason you got married, because she let you taste the apple.
No, he was the first simp, man. You know, let me tell you. Let me tell you, he was the first simp. She bit the apple and said, listen, here's how I feel. Bite this shit. And he looked at her. He said, God damn, Eve, you got a fat ass. Because before then, he didn't even recognize it. So he said, oh, shit. What's going on there? She had her tits out, her ass out. He said, oh, man. That apple opened up everything, and he fucked it up for the rest of us, for the rest of eternity.
I don't think it took an apple for him to see that thing was out there, man.
He didn't recognize it when he saw it. He didn't say, she just looked like a blank slate.
All right, we got Charles Brunson's stunt double in the building tonight. What's going on, Scorched Earth? How you doing tonight,
how you brothers doing?
Hey, brother, what's going on, man? How you doing, Scorch?
So what are your thoughts on the video, brother?
You know, I'm just gonna get y'all kind of like just already took all the thunder out, but I'm gonna just say this. No one respects the institution of a godly marriage anymore. When you look at the community as what we see as a whole, and you try to relate it to God and His church, the church in itself has no community to hold either the man or the woman that's in a marriage accountable for anything that they do. They turn around just like what we do right now on these internet streets. We'll turn around and pick a side and we'll run with it. I truly believe that the problem that we have today is we look at the situation of women in position, whether it be in church, politics, or whatever. Well, when you relate that to Isaiah chapter 3, where it said that the woman will be at the head of the man, children will be their oppressor. When you look at Deborah as a judge, she said it would be a woman that would fall, that man would die at the hands of a woman. They consider her and she said from the get-go, call me mother. I'm not in a position. That's not why I'm here. I think sometimes we as men, we got to look at that and say that's judgment. Anytime you see women that's out of order, it's judgment on the land because it's out of order. When we see these women up in these churches or whatnot doing what they doing, it's the system is out of order. You got a whole lot of goddamn Ahabs running up behind Jezebels. And one thing that we need to start praying for as men, we need to start praying for God to send that Jehu. Because even Isaiah got scared, even after he got God to bring down fire and kill all the false prophets. But the minute that woman Jezebel jumped up and said what she was going to do to him, he ran in a cave and hid. And God had to come to him and turn around and revive him, but he still had to sit up there and appoint someone else to take his lead, to put a man up in there to take out Jezebel. So, in a way, Izzy is right. We need to start dealing with these Ahabs. And when we start dealing with these Ahabs, Jezebel will fall. But we got to make sure that we in right standing with God in order for that to be done. Because if we don't, then we just as much as out of order as everyone else.
And Scorcher, to add to that before we move on to the next person, I missed church because I had an event to go to. I did there was a funeral. Somebody in my motorcycle club, their mom passed away. So we did a motorcycle ride for his mom, and a memorial ride. And so I missed church. I got a text message from my wife, and this is what she said. She said, "Why didn't you tell me when David raped Bathsheba?"
Huh?
I said, "What did that? What now?"
What?
She said the pastor said today in his sermon that David raped Bathsheba.
What?
And the proof in that is that the reason that he knows that for a fact, this is his opinion. The reason that he knows that for a fact because David used his power to get her in the room to have sex with her.
What?
And so for that reason, he raped her. This is what I say, see, and that's why God allowed me to miss. Because as soon as he would have said that, I would have pulled him to the side. Swear to God. I would have pulled him to the side and say, bro, that is very inaccurate. The Bible never speaks of David sexually assaulting any woman.
Now, was he foul for sending Uriah to the front lines? You dad
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
He was
But
foul,
he also
but
said
he
that-
didn't grape
Yeah.
her. She was a consenting participant in the
Hey, Izzy,
adultery.
add this point that she knew he was coveting her. That's why she undressed in front of him in that window. He could see all those days. She knew that he could see her from that vantage point, and that made him covet her. That was the real sin, covetous. He coveted her, and he sent her husband to die.
Now,
to be fair,
hold on,
he had his butt
I
out
want to
there,
make this point real quick. I want to make this point. I'm getting old. My brain like a toilet. If I don't get it now, it's gonna flush, and I never see it again. Look,
David was a mess.
Von Bryant said David was a mess.
He was
Now,
a mess.
Von Bryant, I'm going to make you eat up something.
David was
because even though David was a mess, the Bible declares David was a man after God's own heart.
That's true. But you know why though? You know why David was a man after God's own heart?
Charleston, you see?
Nah, but you know why why David was a man after God's own heart?
Come on, talk to me.
Because even though he did a lot of stuff, and even though he did some crazy stuff, he always repented and he always fell before God and acknowledged God in everything he did. He sung psalms and odes to God, and his meditations was about God when he wasn't doing human stuff. You know what I'm saying? When he wasn't doing all the human stuff he did, his meditations was about God.
And so God was the FBI and said, "Listen, as long as you do what I say, I let you get away with murder." Is that
No. Actually, David didn't get away with much. His son wanted to delete him. His first son was stillborn. Like he had a lot of hell on earth because of the stuff that he did. But he did repent and he was sorry for the things he did before he even caught the hell.
And let's be real. Our Lord and Savior came from that same branch, the seed of David. Right?
Yes, that's
I mean, we sit up here sometimes, and this is what I meant by as men, those of us that's married, those of us who want to be married, those of us who want to follow that blueprint. It's right there in the Bible. As long as we stay connected to God and stay straight up with Him, He's gonna fix it. But we have to deal with these apps. We have to deal with the weak-minded individuals that want to sit up there and play around and get up under the skirts of a lot of these women. Because in all actuality, as a husband, my wife shouldn't be going to listen to no other voice other than mine. And as long as I'm not leading her to go outside the will of God, that's the only voice she should be listening to.
Why?
But how many women do you got going to these churches?
But hold on. Tell the audience why. The Bible says that the first priest that the wife should know is her
husband. That's right. See, so when we sit up here and we get in these arguments and we talk about, well, yeah, I know I'm supposed to love my wife as Christ loved the church. But before you even get to Ephesians 5:25, you have Ephesians 22-24. And we seem to always skip that. When it comes to the Garden of Eden, he started out with who? He started out with Satan. He went to Eve, and then he went to the responsibility was still put on the man. Any good man that's following Christ already knows it's my responsibility, but God dang it, you got to take some accountability for the mess that we in, because we are one.
You know what? You're making a lot of sense over there, and the responsibility is on the man. But I would love to pick the brain of God today and have a seat with him at the table and say, God, you created this woman. Because you remember what Adam said? Adam said, whoa, you gave me this woman.
The woman that you did
Trying to
give
hold
me.
God accountable. Whoa, wait a minute. This ain't got nothing to do.
Whoa, man.
Yeah, whoa. All right. But I wonder what God will say today. God, listen, we're trying to be with these women. But God, what would you add to your scripture today that could relate to what we're experiencing with the women today?
But
where
he
they
told
want
us
to take the reins of masculinity, and they want to take masculinity and flush it. And they no longer want men to be men. Because let me tell you something. At my job, there's a young guy at my job, very great guy. He's a great guy, and I have nothing bad to say about him. But he ain't me. And he said the other day, he was just talking to the ladies, and they just love him. Oh, he's so sweet. Oh my God, he knows just what to say. And they look over at me, but he always trying to be blunt. I don't care. He knows just what to say. And I said, okay, I have a question. How many of you guys would date him? Because he's single and y'all single. Which one of y'all would date him? I mean, he's not my type. See? You want to build up a man and gaslight him because he's saying everything you want to say, but you know his nature is not something you want. What you really want is what you against. Because I'm not going to sit up here and pussyfoot with none of them. I'm going to say what I want to say, when I want to say it, how I want to say it, and they have to deal with it. So, but anyway, moving on. Who is next? Jersey Watcher, what do you have for us?
You know, a woman should always speak less than a man. Her voice decibel. I can't stand a woman that's always screaming, yelling. Why so hostile? Why so aggressive all the damn time? Go ahead, grab me the soap. They don't ask you to grab the soap very politely. They're like freaking Macho Man Randy Savage. Go grab the soap. You know, then your nerves start going. You know what I'm talking about. And God bless you guys. I miss you, Coach Ferg. I'm happy I'm on this panel tonight. Coach Ferg, BMU, all you guys. Lost in Translation, Sparta. I'm sorry I didn't make it the other night. I'm gonna make it. Every other time I'm make it up to you. And yeah. A woman always wants more and more and more and more. You can buy her one ring, then she wants a second, a third, a fourth. They're always buying boots and freaking coats. You understand? God bless Trump, man. God bless Trump, because the greatest thing he ever did was keep that damn woman out the damn White House. All right? That's the greatest achievement he ever did. It would have been World War III. It would have been a catastrophe with Hillary Clinton. And I love all you guys, man.
All right. Appreciate that, man. Boss Man, who hadn't gone yet? Izzy, you went already, right? Okay, Boss Man, you hadn't gone yet? Okay, go ahead, Boss Man. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm going to do something a little unconventional than what I usually do. Proverbs 21:9 says, better to live on a corner of the roof than share a house with a quarrelsome wife.
Come on, man.
I just had to reach back to my Baptist roots just a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Your voice, Doc. Go ahead.
Just a little bit. Okay. I have a question for men. All right. Why don't we as men demand respect?
You go to jail. Yeah. You going to jail. Your ass going to jail.
Well, here's the thing. You can't get upset about not getting the shit if you don't demand it. You can't get upset about not getting it if you don't ever expect it. See, women have no problem expecting shit because they don't have no problems not reciprocating it. Their receptivity rate is very high because they have a surreptitious way of expecting it. They expect it and demand it in a very, how do I put it, passive aggressive way. And it's high time that we actually start doing the same thing and start expecting what it is that we are expecting what it is that we are wanting. We can't ever expect to get something that we don't demand or don't put our hands out for.
Boss man, can we do something real quick?
Sure.
Demand your respect. And I'm gonna play the other side. I ain't gonna say no woman because I'm gonna feel some type of way about that. But just demand your respect as a man right now.
You are not going to get anything from me until you put yourself in a position to start until you start putting yourself in a position to be able to receive what I am providing to you. You can expect something from me until you deliver it.
Okay, 2024 woman. Who the fuck he talking to?
I'm talking to you. No, I'm talking to you.
Tell me what the fuck to do. My daddy dead.
Your daddy is gone. That is fine. You married someone. You married me. You're living in my house. We pay bills here together. End of that. What's the issue with that?
I don't have to listen. I'm my own woman. I don't have to I don't have to listen to none you say. Okay. I don't have if I feel like I don't want to respect you, I don't have to. So either you can get on board or you can do something else. But as of what I'm saying right now is
tough tits. You already got on board when you signed documents.
Let me in, coach. Let me in.
You know what I'm saying?
You want some of this R-Pain?
Go ahead, R-Pain.
Them documents don't mean nothing to these women
Well,
today.
the point is that
you made a vow to respect.
No,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, R-Pain.
She shouldn't be your wife. That kind of shit that you just went through, that should have been fleshed out before she became your wife.
That's
I don't want to end it there, but the fact is that women can get wayward, but you gotta be willing to check them when you need to check them, and that's where a lot of men fall short.
Okay, we know that you're super old, but times have changed.
Hold on, Scorch. I don't mean to interrupt you, brother. I'm gonna let you cook. R-Pain.
Yes.
You know I gotta come and get you.
Okay.
Go get him.
Come get me.
Because R-Pain, what happens is this. Listen to me and listen to me closely. That fucking representative is a powerful thing, brother. There are men who have been married. I'm telling you, I've gone to these meetings at my church where they've had couples nights and they have these couples sitting in a circle in the room and they have the people who are moderating sitting in the middle, the other couple sitting in the middle of the circle. And one of the things that the men are complaining about in those circles now, they're saying that when I met my woman, she was sweet, nurturing. We had a few disagreements. She didn't yell. She treated me like a king, blah. He said, now we're in year 2. We're in year 3. Now I'm a motherfucker. I'm a bitch ass nigga. Nigga, you ain't shit. If I leave you, you broke bitch. This is after 2 or 3 years. They're hearing this after the initial, bullshit wears off.
Sometimes not that far. Sometimes less than that.
No, listen. Okay. Let's do a little experiment, right?
Sure.
I've been married for too long to count. You've been married for how long? BMU?
14 years.
Okay, boss man, 3 years. So we run the gambit. What, 5 years? Boss, how long you been married?
Yeah, 5 years.
Okay, so we run the gambit.
Don't forget about Trey Ferg and myself.
Well, hold on. Trey Ferg was what, 20 years? Second marriage, right? Okay, 11. Okay, how about you, Scorcher?
Next year be 10.
Okay.
Second marriage.
So the point is, we're talking about the women that we've been married to cuts across certain generations, certain timelines. You're the closest to the recent woman, boss man. You're the closest, right?
Yeah.
So we all went through some kind of vetting process, right? So where am I going with this? It might have been easier for me because my wife been a joy for me for a lot of years, okay? Not that she wasn't a woman, not that I have to go through some corrections, not that I have to correct myself, right? But it probably not as extreme as what it is today. BMU, he left, but he has some things because he's a little, his woman's a little bit, what, a Gen Xer maybe, a old Gen Zer, scorched earth, and I don't know about you, Coach Ferg, your wife is what, an Xer or what?
She's an Xer.
Okay,
just
so
as well as I am.
Point is, so we're going through the generations, and we don't have to go all through that. But your wife, Bossman, is what, a millennial or a Z?
Millennial.
All right, so she's called. So we can only go by the anecdotal stuff that we can experience because your wife's traditions or what she understands is a little bit different than mine.
That's correct.
Okay, and so but right now, let's just say you're in a successful marriage. You had to do some corrections, but you're still married.
Correct.
All right. So what I'm saying is, even with the Z's and the new marriages, we have to concede that some of those marriages should never happen, and that the vetting process might have to change. And maybe before you ask the woman to marry, you might have to take a longer time. It took me 5 months, but today it might have to take 3 years.
Yeah, at least.
You know what I'm saying?
You're spot on. Go ahead.
At least 3 years.
That's what I'm trying to say, because it'll take that time for that chameleon shit to flesh out. Because at some point,
that's
she's
right.
gonna show you who she is.
Look, it took 3.5 years for me. Okay, and listen, it took because her and I had an agreement. We understood that from her situation and coming from my situation, we had an agreement on what we wanted to do to see if this thing was going to work. Okay, it's a little unconventional, but fine, we did it. We lived together first before we made a decision. Okay, that was our agreement.
It's too bad Mr. Bennett's not here, because he had his list.
I know.
And he made sure that for 3 years they weren't going to have no kids, because he wanted to know whether we were going to work as a family.
Correct.
And so these are the kind of changes that the Z's, if you want to be married, you might have to make to flesh that modern shit out of the person that you want to be betrothed to. And not that you're not just going to be 100%.
For a second, pretty fast. So
I don't think. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go first.
No, go ahead. You got it.
Okay, so I'm gonna back up Bossman here, because I personally believe you should live with a woman first before you put a ring on it, and before you commit something on paper, and then you're completely screwed in the ass with no Vaseline. So, and I'm just saying, I wasn't engaged. And I find out, she, before we said I do, she started throwing the garden scissors at me. The punches coming flying. Her saying, grabbing my pants, literally pulling my pants. I'm like, I want a real fucking man with balls. I'm like, bitch, I got bigger balls than you ever got fucked by. Like, that can happen before the I do, before the walking down the aisle, before the kids and everything. So sometimes living with her is actually the best way to see her real colors.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm of the firm belief that you should vet hard first. Now, you know what I'm saying? Of course, we didn't always do it. At the same time, I agree. I'm of the firm belief at the end of that process, before you decide to get married, I think that y'all should live together for at least 6 months, maybe a year, before y'all officially say I do. Now, you should not be having unprotected situation where you have kids or any attachments. You should not have any accounts together, or whatever the case may be. But absolutely, I think that you should absolutely, and I know it's not conventional or traditional, but I do agree, you should absolutely live together for at least 6 months. That way, you know what I mean, if y'all are going to be able to, move forward.
So here's how we did it.
Real quick. Let me say this real quick. What we just did, right, was go through an evolutionary thing about how it might have been in my day and how it might be now. Right. So I'm not saying anybody said anything wrong. But that's when people say, listen, you're not in touch with the times. But what we have to realize that people are still getting married now. Now, maybe not as much, but they're finding a way to do it. But are those marriages solid? And did they add the extra things you need to do based on the sign of the times?
A lot of times, no.
And a lot of times the answer is no. But that the education process for them really is, back then, you didn't have to do as much, but today you have to do a little bit more than before. But it's still possible to have a great marriage.
I got a little different understanding and view from what I heard,
Okay.
I refused to live with a woman. I understood who she was in situations. You want to know if you got a good woman? See how she acts around her family and her friends, her so-called best friends. See how she acts around it. She's gonna, I've never had the experience. This is why it's funny for me. Well, if somebody spoke, I guess, not out of turn, but just spoke sort of off keel from what our normal conversations were when we were around some people that she knew and I may not even knew them, I paid very close attention. How you greet people, the conversations, how you talk to me. If I asked you something, asked you a simple question and you responding all stupid, I was checking out right there in that moment. You might not see me talk to me for another 6 to 8 months. You might not see me because I would try to have as many conversations about situations, because I love to talk to my wife. I like to talk to a woman that if I think you're attractive, I want to talk to you. So different conversations, I would always ask questions, and then I would watch how they would act, because women say a lot, but it's all about their behavior to me. And if they were sort of like out of pocket, like how they respond, if I said, hey, let me get the salt and pepper. Damn, I ain't gonna be getting no salt and pepper for you. Oh, okay. I wouldn't get angry. I would just like, okay, well, she's off the list. But that's just how I was, because again, I came out of the house with 6 women. I lived in the house with 6 women, 5 sisters and my mother. So I had older sisters and younger sisters. So I understood their personalities and I just didn't deal with it. So, it's amazing to hear guys that are confident and secure, and not just nobody on this panel, but guys that have to go through that when they really trying to do the right thing. And that's the bad part. Brothers, we want to marry sisters by default from day one. But when we get to that space and we like, okay, I'm out of home, I'm ready to settle down, and then you see somebody and all of a sudden you go talking to, it might take you 10 tries to talk to one that at least got a little bit of sense, like, okay. But the fact that you have to go through that and get the pushback, it amazes me how it's happening at an alarming rate, because the women are younger. But then when they get through living their best life, because them older women done told them, go live your best life. And them older women are circling back, sleeping with the little young
Trying to
dude.
relive theirs.
So then they say, okay, now I want all of these expectations that you had for her when the time was right. It just amazes me. So,
Lost in Translation said something to me one day. He said, you know what? I asked him about a young lady that was interested in him. And he said, you know what? She up out of here. He said, I'm not putting up with no disrespect. And one of the things I love about that is, to all the men who took a journey with their wives when their wives were brutal, mean, physically, verbally aggressive, and you walked through that and it took you 12, 13 years of your life to get her in line, God bless you. But to the men out here who are single and dating, do not take that off no woman. There's no reason why a man should commit himself and take on a covenant with a woman. And for 13 years, you're spending your life emotionally imprisoned by a woman who has no emotional control, very aggressive, bipolar, saying this, saying that, talking down to you, won't listen, won't take nothing. Men should not have, when you get a sense of that, you should leave her immediately. No man should have to suffer that. God did not create woman to bring us pain or stress. He gave us a woman to help us. And if she's not helping you, she's not committed to her covenant. She is not committed to the relationship. She's not committed to her marriage vows. And you must get rid of her. Go ahead. I don't know who ain't win. I'm just
I'm
saying,
gonna
men don't put up
Go
with
ahead,
it.
go ahead,
Please.
Loss.
Let me go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Loss.
To follow up what you asked earlier, you said, "Do men should demand their respect?"
Yeah.
You you said, "What would God say?" You know what He would tell you? Remember Lot's wife. You ain't got to say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You said it
Remember
one
Lot's
time.
wife.
You said it one time. That's it.
Remember Lot's wife.
You don't beg nobody to follow you, man.
Yeah, right.
You
Because
don't
you
do
can't
that.
make anybody. That's a fact.
Because here's the thing: if you have to beg somebody to follow you, man, that's a waste of energy and time. Think about how much wisdom you're gonna miss out on because you're trying to convince somebody or something.
Man.
Come on, man. Come on. And you see how quick a lot of guys be like, man, it's gonna take me 3 years. It took me how much? What, 3 days?
Yep.
Yeah. That's all I needed to know.
Yep.
You know why? You know why? Because I got a book with some instructions in it that I read.
Yeah.
That told me exactly
This one?
the type of woman that I need. You see what I'm saying? that one too. I got a book, you know what I'm saying, that I had my whole entire life that I had an opportunity to read. I know it frontwards and backwards and side to side. And I already know for a fact what type of woman that I need because I know the type of man that I am. And I know for a fact I cannot tolerate an ounce of disrespect. You know why? Because I don't take no disrespect from nobody. I don't give a damn who it is. Now, I will tell you this. I will respect you as long as you respect me.
That's right.
I will do that. I will give you the opportunity. I'm fair when it comes to stuff like that. But if I get a wisp, a hint of disrespect, you out of there. That's what I learned a long time ago, man. God told me a long time ago. He said, what you're willing to walk away from, I bring to you. You got to be willing to walk away, gentlemen, especially when it comes to disrespect. Especially when it comes to disrespect. I think it's a lot of guys that's going around, man, on the internet begging folks to respect you, wasting your time. You can be improving yourself. You see what I'm saying? You can be
but Laws, give me
building up
time.
brotherhoods and networks and pushing forward instead of listening to naysayers and those who lack wisdom and vision, trying to tell you what you ain't doing and what you can't do. No,
You know that.
Satan.
You know, I think in lit a lot of you spot on with what you're saying. You're preaching, man. You know, I think though a lot of times when you're younger and you make a mistake and you get caught up and then you have a child and then you're trying to protect that child, understanding the balance of things, and then you're in a situation where you know it's not necessarily in your best interest, but you know that it's in the child's best interest. And so you're trying to juggle that situation. Like, I know this is in my child's best interest, but it's not in my best interest. And I think a lot of dudes get caught up in that situation as well. You know what I mean? Where they are trying to do the right thing. And it's just a very, very challenging situation because of the attitude of the woman, not realizing that she has a good man, she has a solid man that is doing the right thing for the right thing's sake. But a lot of times people take advantage of that. So when you're single, it's real easy. Like for me, I hit when you're single, you don't have any attachments. It's very, very easy to be like, all right, you know what I'm saying? But when you get in the mix and you have children involved and stuff like that, that's when things get a little bit dicey and complicated. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what a lot of people, but what y'all saying is spot on. If you're single, you don't have children, the main thing is to spend the most time vetting from the beginning. And like you said, if it's a disrespectful situation.
Right. And then Izzy, how can you as a woman say, I love the Lord, he heard my cry, that everything about the Lord, I'm covered, I'm a woman of the Lord, and not know the Bible says, husbands, love your wives, respect your husbands. So the first inkling of disrespect, your ass out of here, because you can't, because now you're telling me that you're fake, because now you're gonna tell me you love the Lord, but you don't know the word.
They know it, they just don't want to do it.
Yeah, no woman should disrespect a man at all. If you disagree with anything he says, You should say, hey, baby, can I speak with you for a moment? Can I have a conversation? It never should be.
I have a question. So, BMU, based off of what you just said.
Yeah.
So, you married, your wife don't want to have sex, whatever the case may be. So, at that point, are we supposed to turn around and discard them? Even though we got to remember, our covenant is not just with that wife. Our covenant is also with the Lord.
Right. But
So,
what does the
I mean,
Bible? Hold on. I agree with you. But what does the Bible say, Scorch? The Bible says,
I understand what the Bible says, but when
there's a commitment.
okay, but see, I'm gonna give you a little bit of pushback. So when it comes to loving our wives as Christ loved the church, giving himself up, when we say I do, just hear me out. When we say I do to our wives,
yeah,
that's why we are the representation of Christ. Because of the fact and how we live. And see, this is the thing that I had to check myself about. When I look at my wife and I see how she turns around and she gets to tripping and doing all these little things and hearing that and things that I don't like, I'm reminded, by God, well, what did you do before you came into my fold? How many times have you lied and disrespected me? How many times have you turned your back on me? This is your love for your wife is a blueprint in how it is that I love the church. You. And I think sometimes we need to, as men, we need to be very mindful of that.
No,
because
but
when
that's not Bible. Scorch, that's not Bible.
That's
Though.
not Bible. What do you mean it's not Bible?
Let me tell you what I mean. So there's a scripture I was gonna find it real quick that says, "Do not wives." It was Jesus talking. I think it's Matthew 6-24. I apologize, but he said Jesus said something to the effect of, "Wives, do not deny your husband except for a time, and then the two of you come together that you may not." Hold on, real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't finish the scripture.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
That you do not cause each other to sin and to fall.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
So hold on, real quick, brother. I got you. So, a wife is not supposed to deny her husband his due benevolence. When your wife starts denying her husband her due benevolence, she is in rebellion. It's like when she cuts her hair, she is in rebellion against the word of God and in rebellion against God. It's not for you to say, oh, this is my cross and I'm supposed to bear this cross. And no. You have to understand that the devil is in the midst of your situation, trying to cause havoc in your situation. And that woman needs to be out, needs to come back in order and understand that that's not her place to be trying to withhold anything from you. That's not what she's supposed to be doing.
I agree with you, but who are you or me or anyone to sit up there and dictate when God turns around? Because I agree with you. It does say that, but it didn't say anything about you have the right to divorce.
Yes, it did. It literally says that's
the only time you have the right to divorce is if it's through fornication.
No, but that's
outside the marriage.
But that's not necessarily true. But that's the thing. Eventually, somebody's gonna do something that they ain't supposed to do. That's basically a forced.
I agree with you because that's what happens in a lot of the marriages.
Right,
You're
that's
right.
basically a forced adultery.
The thing is, go back and read what it says in Matthew 6, right? BMU.
Is it Matthew 6?
Stop. You're doing it wrong. I'm gonna tell you why you're doing it wrong. Okay. Whenever your wife gets out of line, you return back to God. And you commune with God. Don't bother your wife. You know why? Because there's safety in the multitude of counsel. If you were God, what's gonna happen to you? Nothing. You doing what he told you to do. You finna get out of line like Adam. You finna get out of line like Adam got out of line. Leave her be. I'm telling you. You know how I know that works? Because when a child gets out of line, guess what a mother does? She gets on her knees and she prays with her husband. because already she's in the midst of counsel with God and her husband. And guess what's gonna happen? God gonna work on that child. So you can't sit up here and try to force people to do stuff they don't want to do. If you having problems with your wife, you get on your knees as a man and do what you're supposed to do. You can't force them to do that. And my thing is this: you have to have a relationship between you and God. And if you hadn't talked to him in a while, I suggest you get to read.
Just you do it.
Right.
That's
So
all
now,
I'm gonna say about that. All this going back and forth and trying to decipher the scriptures or whatever. I'm gonna tell you like this: make it plain. Talk to God yourself. Don't talk to them. Leave them be.
Right.
Yeah, because Matthew 19:8, Izzy. At Matthew 19:8, it says here, Moses, talking about Moses permitted you to divorce your wife because your hearts were hard. So basically, that's God giving you it says here, defining it. God created a set of rules limiting the damage which divorce might cause. It is very hard for a man to get out of the playing field of fucking 60 women a year. And he says, I'm going to turn my life around, give my life to God and to this woman. And then when you turn all those women down and get with this one woman, she denies you the very thing God promised you. It's not fair, Scorcher, for you to walk around with a hard dick and your wife not doing her part. But you got to get up in the morning. You got to hit the street. You got to hit the pavement. You got to clock in at your job. You got to go do everything a man does. And she gets the right to sit there and watch TV and not open them legs, not nurture you, not be there for you, not hug you, not kiss you, not uplift you, not support you, not help you. It is her job. She was created for such a thing to help you. And if she's not helping you, she's hurting you.
Right, but now
if she's ill, it goes back to what Liz said.
If she's ill or something like that, that's a different thing. You know what I'm saying? If she has an illness or she's going through, you know what I'm saying? There's some things that's understandable. But you gotta admit, when a woman decides like flat out, she just gonna do what she wants, she's not in order, and she is actually going to the other side. So yes, you should take it in prayer, but I wouldn't look at it as my cross to bear. After a while, you're gonna have to make a decision. It's not your cross to bear. That's what I'm saying. It's not like a payback to you for all the things you've done before. God,
I think it's your duty to divorce a woman like that so you don't sin.
Yeah, exactly.
Eventually, you're gonna have to. Eventually,
exactly.
You give it some time. I'm not saying right away, but eventually you're gonna have to, because it is gonna cause you to sin.
Yeah.
Period.
Because what happens, Scorch, if that woman come up to you, your wife likes that, for example, not saying your wife, but I'm saying your wife is like that, and then you're out somewhere and a woman approaches you. Hey, Scorch, you look very handsome today. That salt and pepper beard is amazing. That's day one. Day two, oh my God, those slacks look very nice on you. Where do you shop? Day three, you smell so good. You want to go have some coffee? Day four, oh, you're so funny. And she rubs that hand down her arm and she see how you react to that touch because you're not getting it from your wife. Day five, would you like to go to the fair with me? Day six, would you like to come over to the house and put up my ceiling fan? Day seven, kapowie, bang, bang, done.
The devil. You was done on day one, actually. But
day one, you
was toast, but hey.
Exactly.
Hey,
I'm gonna say this, bro. No man should have to put up with no crazy woman, bro. I don't understand it. Like I don't get it. I don't get why men say, "Oh, I'm just going to wait on God." No, God already showed you. He already showed you. Look at her. For the last 2 years, she's been saying, "Motherfucker, you stupid motherfucker, you stupid motherfucker," embarrassing you in front of your family, your friends, your coworker, acting crazy. He already showed you this. I did not give you that. I didn't give you that. Mr. Bennett in the building, his ghetto point of view. What's going on?
Hey, man.
What's good?
Hey, the Bible says God always gives you a means of escape. So sometimes Lit P, that woman be the one that go ahead and try to file them papers on you too. You know that, right? So God
let her be the one to do it then if that's what she wants.
Yeah, definitely take it to God in prayer. Absolutely.
Question. Or she'll go throw that thing from the free throw line from somebody else.
The reason why I told you to talk to God first, because 9 times out of 10, when we picked our wife, we didn't talk to God then.
Absolutely. Austin Chance, you preaching, boy.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
But you can't say that for everybody, though, Lit.
Hey, but I'm just saying, most of the time,
9 times out of 10.
most of the time when we pick our own folk, we the ones mess it up, man.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Pick wrong.
You messed that up. So that's the reason why I tell you to go to God first, because it might be something you need to fix in you first before you can ask somebody else, because that's real leadership. Fix yourself first. Then after you do that, you talk to God and y'all had y'all conversation and you said, look, God, I tried. He was like, I saw you tried, my son.
Yeah.
Go and be well. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get somebody else better.
Yep.
And then that way you in right standing and you ain't got to worry about being cursed. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that's the only reason why I tell you to do it that way.
We got two
Boss, I gotta say, you've been on a roll last 2 days.
We got two intellectual brothers that just came in the building. Mr. Bennett came in first. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts on the video that you saw? And we want to add something to what we got going.
I'm not sure. I've been working all night. I got a funeral. I got to work tomorrow. So I didn't get context with what in particular. What's the
well, I'll play it for because his ghetto need to see it too. So let me play it real quick. Here we go. I'm gonna play the first one, then the second one right behind it. Then everybody will know. Here we go.
Got it.
The black relationship do not last anymore.
Cause the black woman think the black man's supposed to have one woman, and the nigga is unhappy. Nigga's unhappy with one woman till he die. I'm just the only black man can finally say it.
Damn.
Nigga is really miserable. And then the black woman is selfish in the relationship.
What you mean? Explain that.
Oh, well, it's all about her. If she having a bad day, the house has a bad day.
Okay. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Her feelings matter more than the best interest of the relationship. True. Her feelings matter more than the best interest of the children. Everything revolves around the black woman. When God created everything to revolve around the man.
Ooh, say some shit then, yeah.
God created everything to center and evolve around the man. No matter what kind of man he is. The woman is the motivator to the man. She's his inspiration to all things.
Yeah. Damn.
To be better, to do better. But she don't know how to motivate him. Outside of getting him some pussy. Because she's selfish in her emotions.
All right, I'll play the second one.
All you men out there who are in a situation where you know this woman won't let you finish talking without hisses. That means you're nothing to them. Trust me. At her job, when Mr. Feinstein is talking, they be quiet. They listen to what he has to say. And on top of that, they do it. You, not so much. Why do you think that is? She can't be quiet when you're talking because she doesn't respect you. And if somebody doesn't respect you, if you try to build with them, you're gonna lose miserably.
All right. So, Mr. Bennett, you could go first, and then his ghetto point of view right after you. Go ahead.
I'll start with the latter first. I mostly agree with Corey on that one. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to try to build anything with a woman who will not respect you. And those are things I think you need to really vet out and lay out your terms. I was in and out tonight. I think Boss Man made the point earlier about laying out what your expectations are and making that plain. But then I think as a man, I think you have to follow through and see her in a lot of different situations. It's not foolproof. Nothing's foolproof in this life except death and taxes. So again, but I think you're going to, if you put the work up front, you want to eliminate the competition. You don't want to draw people to you. You want to scatter the field and have them fleeing from you. The ones that remain, the ones you probably want to deal with. So I think making that expectation known up front, that being disrespected in the ways that, the passive aggressive ways that people can be disrespected, you're going to call that out right away. And so I agree with him on that. As far as, it's going to be difficult if, certainly in the dating phase, if she's showing you that kind of, she won't let you finish your point. She's always overcorrecting you. Those are just marks. If she's late all the time, so again, if she doesn't respect your time, to me, that's always been a red flag for me. And then unapologetic about it. Like, look, things happen. We get that. But unapologetic, like this is just what it is, sort of deal, flippant. Yeah, those are ladies you need to run from, and you're setting yourself up for misery, because again, she's showing you up front that you're not more important than her time and her priorities. So I agree with that. In regards to the Charleston White, obviously, is certainly a woman who puts herself over her family, I think is problematic. However, at the same time, I'm not buying the rhetoric that all men were supposed to be with multiple women, polygamy and all that kind of stuff. I'm just not buying it, and I'm not going to use the few examples of the kings and those who are in position to do that. The reality is, I know for me, one woman is more than enough. I mean, I would go crazy if I had another woman, if I had I don't have side chicks. I don't have any of that stuff. I don't even talk. I don't even flirt with women. I just can't deal with it. One is more than enough for me. So I don't buy that thing that is us by our nature. That, look, obviously our libidos are much higher. No question about it. And you would hope that the woman that you're with can satisfy at least some of it. The rest you can go to BMU and get some Jergens for the rest to fill in the gaps that are missing. But that's just nasty to me. I've never understood it. I mean, if you can lay with somebody and then for a guy to go and lay in the bed with his wife, I just think that's disgusting. And that's just not how I roll. And I just don't accept that at all. And it's weird how sometimes in these discussions we talk about what a woman's supposed to do and use the Bible to cite what a woman's supposed to be about. But certainly that same word also calls men to be our best selves and our better selves. So even if you may have the urge to do things, that does not give you a license to do them. So, I think, we don't want to, again, we talk about picking and choosing, and that's kind of what that sounded like to me. We're picking and choosing. God holds us responsible. So if you want to be the man, God's going to hold you responsible first. Bible talks about if you are not on good terms with your wife, he's not going to hear your prayers.
That's right.
So a lot of that responsibility is going to be on you to make those situations right, instead of just saying, but it's her fault. Again, even when Adam tried to say to Eve, well, Eve told him to see me, but God told both of them, don't eat from there. So where was Adam? So I think that, we don't want to, level this and be so heavy handed with the word on the women, but then not be, equally holding ourselves accountable to that same scripture and doctrine. So I'm not all the way in on, well, men generally, we got 10 times more testosterone than women. That's just fact. And that's our aggression. That's what we fight with. That's what we war with. And that's how we make babies with. That's just the way it is. And I think the woman that you need to be with, she needs to understand that as most as possible. She may not even be able to satisfy it all. But like I said, get that Jergens and finish the rest and then keep it moving. So that's all I got on it.
You gotta give him that hook to it.
You know what? Just a little bit, Mr. Bennett, a little pushback. I'll say, when I said no man deserves to be with a crazy woman, I know God don't hear your prayers. And if I'm going to get into that much trouble with God, I'm just going to have to let her go. I mean, because what's going to happen is, who goes on a cruise and stays in the room? Marriage is going to have its ups and downs. It's going to have its arguments, its disagreements. But man, if you look at the percentage of men who are in therapy who are suffering, that they wives, and I'm not talking about from medical conditions, because Izzy already put that out there. We're not talking about from a sickness or a medical condition and you going through something. No, I'm talking about just blankly saying, I ain't giving you no ass. I done had your kids. I don't feel like it no more. I'm not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
How long should a man just sit around getting up every morning?
It's a real thing. Look, I went through that. All right. I mean, my wife and I, we had a time when after the 3 is like, I couldn't turn it off. But after the third kid, and we had our kids back to back. My kids are 22 months apart, so it was like boom, 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 and so she is worn out. And then when she hit menopause, that was another thing altogether. And so
That's
we
what my
had to
wife going through now.
So we had to come to an arrangement, communication, understanding. In fact, and we went on a fast. We went on a sexual fast. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing anything. I might have been like 3 months or something like that. We were just to the point where she was like, hey, I could do something. But it's like, nah, we're not in a good place. So again, we had to get down to like what's really at play here, understanding that, look, this is an essential part of marriage that shouldn't be bartered. But we came to an agreement. It's not as, 24/7, 365 like it was back in our 20s. It's not that anymore, but it's pretty good. So again, we worked it out. But again, you are going to have those ups and downs and whatnot. But yeah, just like that word said, and that was out of 1 Corinthians. It wasn't Matthew, it was 1 Corinthians when it talks about, do not withhold. That's 1 Corinthians chapter 7. But the idea is, again, to say, except for prayer. But that's exactly what I did. I went into prayer and fasting for a period of time, because this was something that it reached a breaking point where other hostilities were starting to build up. And her thing was just like, look, I just don't have it. What do you want? What do you want from me? It's gone. Like my I don't get wet like I used to, just to keep it real.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, did your wife make the mistake and try to tell you to go get it from somewhere else? If you want
Absolutely not. No. And that was almost ironic. I mean, I was like, but I wouldn't step out. That's not, again, I don't roll that way. I don't believe in stepping out. So I'm not, that wouldn't have never been an option for me. But we had to come to, but the crazy thing about it was simply about her libido, but it wasn't about the pleasure. You know what I'm saying? Because women, from what I understand, men and women have different cycles when it comes to that sexual cycle. And for them, it's always got to be like they have to have the desire to be sexual. Whereas men, we just have that desire. It's just like all the time. But once you get them warmed up, she's like, oh, this is what it's like. But the crazy thing about it is, even after it's over, it's like when we were going through, it's like, you want to do it again? She's like, no. But we just last night you was making all them sounds and stuff. It was great. But what happened? But it was like it never happened. Like, what do you like? That was a different person last night. I don't know who you're talking about. And I'm like, huh? So yeah, we went through that.
But hold on.
But again, we fortunately, thank God that we were able to come to a better situation. So I'm empathetic to guys who are going through that, and the guys who got it like really bad, like again, the cruises and not coming out the room. I really feel for the guys who go through that, and and again, not every marriage can be saved, unfortunately.
Right. Well, Paul, can I wait real quick? Can I add this though? So wife school is going back and forth with me, and I know that it's Bible what I'm saying, right? So what I'm trying to explain to her is, she's thinking that, oh, well, the only way that you could get a divorce is fornication. But what she's failing to realize is, if you look on another person with lust, you have fornicated and adulterated in your heart already. The Bible literally says that. Jesus literally said that. If you look at hold on real quick. If you look at another woman with lust, you have already committed adultery in your heart. That's already a sin. So hold on real quick. So I'm talking to wife school, and I'm telling her Bible, but then she's trying to argue with me about I'm confused. I'm not confused. If a person, you know how, see, people don't understand how real God is. God said if your right eye caused you to sin, it's better to pluck that mug out than to burn in hell. See, people ain't really ready for the real. People want to do things how they want to do it because it feels a certain type of way, and you can feel how you want to feel if that's what you want. But one thing I'm not is confused. One thing I do understand is what God says, but it's okay. But what I'm saying to you is God don't play about that. If he say, yo, if you look upon another person with lust, you have committed sin in your heart. That's what he mean. It's adultery. So you're not supposed to be playing that sex game. Like you do, like Mr. Bennett said, like he said, y'all pray about it. You pray, you go to God in prayer, you seek God's face. But yo, if she continue to rebel, then God will move God will move some things out the way and give you a means of escape. That's a fact. Like, especially if you're doing the right thing, you're praying, you're seeking God's face. Come on, man. He ain't gonna leave you out like that.
Izzy, I know what the problem is. The problem is that most women don't think that men can be abandoned. They always look at it in the context of that men are always abandoning women. They never think about women abandoning men. So I think that's a conversation that really needs to be brought up.
To add to what you just said, you know what's even worse? A woman would leave a man to come home. She didn't clean the whole house out and left it. That's painful for a man.
Yep.
But you know what's painful? More painful? When a woman has abandoned you and y'all still live together.
Still there. Yep.
When she don't want to cuddle up no more. She don't want you to have sex no more. She don't want to, cook no more. She's tired. I don't feel like it. I think that if your wife does not have any medical condition and she's refusing any of that, I think she has broken the covenant of marriage.
Oh, of course. Yeah. And somebody else is banging it out anyway, man. So that's the bottom line. So.
Oh, we don't know that.
That's not always necessarily.
That's not always.
That's not always necessarily so.
That's not all. Well, I didn't say always, but
right. But I mean, yeah, you can't just come to because
see,
like Mr. Bennett said,
in trouble in the first place. Because we automatically assume that's what the other spouse is doing when we're not getting it, or if they're not getting it. We automatically jump to the conclusions of what someone is doing, and that can be furthest from the truth.
Scorcher,
that's why when we turn around,
it could be.
Do me a favor, Scorch. Earlier in the show, you said the men that we have to watch out for is called what?
Huh?
You said the men that we have to be on the lookout for is what were they called? Ahabs, right?
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Now I want you
Even
to pay
if she's
attention.
not having sex with somebody's satisfying something that's not you.
But if the Ahabs are also the men who I heard a pastor say this. I'm gonna find that video. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna find it. Hopefully I can find it tonight. What the pastor says, men, if you're married, marriage for a man is suffering. Brothers, you have to suffer. You have to be able to suffer and go through the suffrage of being with your wife, knowing that everything you want, you're not going to get it from her. And sometimes she's going to go through a season where she does not want to be around you, not do anything. So God wants you to suffer.
But isn't that what Christ did for us?
No, that's not biblical.
Christ did
No,
suffer for us?
he did, but that's not scriptural. What he's saying? It's not Bible, man. Y'all, that's not Bible, fam.
Yeah, I was going to say something, but his ghetto point of view hasn't spoken yet.
Dennis says it's not in the Bible. That's
not Bible, bro.
Let me find this man talking about this shit. Go ahead. His ghetto point of view.
What's good, y'all? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, it was good.
Yes, sir.
Peace to the panel. I see y'all cooking out here, man. It's always a pleasure to get up on here with such a dope panel, man. It's a lot of very intelligent cats up there, man. I hope you just had a positive week. And
turn up that volume a little bit.
Turn up the volume.
Yeah, you coming through your laptop microphone. You're not your real microphone.
Yeah, change your audio. Yeah,
you gotta just change it.
While he's switching over, I want to talk to what Mahogany said a few minutes ago.
Well, you get an echo on your side.
That's coming from ghetto point of view. He got it now. I'm going to speak to what she said. She was saying that sometimes women got to get some sleep. I agree with that. I'm going to tell you why, because women ain't built like us. They're not built like us, man. They need time to rest and refresh. So, gentlemen, y'all gonna have to get up off of that thing, man. Y'all gotta give them a break, man. Y'all gotta give them a break, man. Let them go to sleep. See, we only need about 4 hours of sleep. They need about
absolutely right.
Beauty sleep. You know what I'm saying? So,
but what would the world? Let me ask her a question. What would the world look like if the men decided to reciprocate what they're getting from their wives in the household? Okay, I ain't paying. Oh, I'm not getting no ass. Oh, okay, no problem. Girl, I'm watching Housewives of Atlanta. Wait a minute, where the fucking lights at? Wait a minute. Because I'm telling you, listen, and I know that's kind of harsh, but my thing is, what if men started to do that? I think, hey, you sit up here in the dark. You are your car not getting paid for, or he comes and tell you, say, baby, I'm gonna think we'll have to take your car back. I don't feel the need that you need a car. We'll share one.
That'll never happen because they up there to tell you that they're paying their own goddamn light bills, car bills, and all that. So I mean that. Hell, and most of them, a lot of them are sleeping with themselves, with each other.
So,
I'm still curious about when she says, well, first of all, Ghetto want him to get in and do his thing, but she had made another comment I was just curious about.
Can y'all hear me better now or no?
No,
Go
it's
ahead,
still a little faint, sir.
You go. We can hear you. Though.
We can hear you enough.
We can hear you. Go ahead, family. We can hear you.
All right. Well, just real quick, because let's see what's going on with this mic. I kind of do agree with first brother. How the hell I'm forgetting his name? What's the first?
Charleston White.
Charleston White. I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, Charleston White. Oh, you saw the video. Okay.
Yeah. So the first video with Charleston White, I do agree with the brother to some degree that maybe not by our nature are we mostly supposed to be with one woman. I know we've set up a cultural, societal paradigm where we feel like it's the most beneficial situation as of right now. But I don't know if that's really our nature to be with one woman, because if it was, I don't think so many men would continue to like step out and sleep around. And even if they had a wife that wasn't doing what they wanted at home, if their nature wasn't to seek it elsewhere, then they would. I know some men have disciplined themselves and reserved themselves to not do it. But I think there are enough examples of men of every race, creed, color, nationality, and religion stepping out for us to at least see a pattern and say, you know, that can't be just some anomaly. It's going on too much for us to say men just naturally are supposed to be X. May not be every man's cup of tea, but I don't know if just one woman for our entire lives is quote unquote the natural thing. And to the comedian, I do think that it's very hard to, I can't believe how I'm missing up everybody's names tonight. I'm sorry, guys. I can't believe,
Corey.
Yeah, my fault. But yeah, long and short of it is, it's damn near impossible to try to build with somebody if they don't want you on their side. Like, what are you going to do? Like, how long are you going to fight that wave? And like you guys were saying earlier, a lot of brothers have put themselves in position where for like 10, 15, 20 years, they fighting and going back and forth and trying to build that thing. And even Charleston White has spoken to that in previous episodes, previous interviews, talk about, you know, if grandma and grandpa was together for 50, 60 years, they probably knocked each other upside the head a couple times. So he's spoken to the trials and tribulations that men go through in trying to cultivate a woman to their, you know, particular liking or taste. But is that the most fruitful use of your time? Very likely not. It may be better for you guys. Like, I mean, you guys been killing it all day, but like getting back to vetting and getting back to properly knowing who you're going to be with long term before you do that is probably better. And if we can teach that to the next generation, I think we'll start having better results in our community. And I'll leave it there.
That's absolute.
Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to look up some statistics here. I thought that the ratios between men and women who cheated was roughly the same. It's about like 20% for men, and about 23% for men and 20% for women, or something similar to that. So I don't see this dynamic, and quite frankly, I don't think most men are capable of cheating, because for the fact that you don't have access. Now, again, we talking about the guy who has access, who has, you know, again, before
have access.
No, I mean, I'm saying
$40, Mr. Bennett.
That's
but even not.
No, what I'm saying, unless you want,
sir, I don't mean to be vulgar, but you don't got $40.
But nah, a lot of women look for men with a ring. Like we can't act like that.
Right, I'm saying, but right, men of certain status. I mean, I think you're gonna have more access and availability to that But again, most men couldn't get before prior to World War II. Most men couldn't get a wife because they couldn't sustain a family. And it was after the middle class was built was when men were able to certainly start families and find women and whatnot. But again, unless you have a certain it used to be unless you have a certain status. Now I know you got the Pookies and Ray Rays that seem to be getting all the women pregnant somehow, and I'm still curious about that. But I don't know how many guys really have access. Just the average guy, I could just go out there and just, unless you paying for it to Ghetto's point, you just got that $40 that you're just actively going to participate in that. Who has the time?
You shouldn't. But what I'm saying is, they give it away. Like, it could be like they
give it away to who they want to give it away to, and it's oftentimes it's not necessarily that average dude.
Wait, I want to try and dispel something, because a lot of times I think we talk through things, talking about different swim lanes of men. Okay, so we got the Pookie and Ray Ray people. Okay. Those men, for instance, they usually have a look, and that's about it. Okay. The women who go for those type of men, those women typically only go for those type of men because they usually don't want to give up what they have for a better type of man that's going to challenge them. So they usually go for those kind of men to have one up over the kind of men, so they can always have domineering and control over themselves and that man.
At least the illusion of it.
The illusion of it, for the most part. Okay. Usually socioeconomically, okay. And the only reason why they go for them is for usually one thing and maybe two, but for the most part is usually the looks and the aesthetics, for the most part. Okay. They know good and damn well they don't offer anything other than some good dick and something aesthetically to look at. Okay. They know that deep down inside. They fucking know it. Okay. There are the swim lane of men who purposely and intentionally go out and purposely cheat, okay? Even when they have an abundance. Those are the men who more than likely with the woman, who the woman knows that man is cheating. Why? Because she knew more than likely that man is capable of having the abundance. That's why she got with him, for the most part, okay? Because otherwise, she wouldn't be attracted to him. Okay, because other women would are attracted to him for the most part. There's very few men that have the over the abundance of the ability to be able to get a woman, keep a woman, and then get the abundance.
What's that number? What's that number? I apologize. What's that number that y'all say is an abundance? Or what's the number that y'all say? So
those men are usually in the top 10 to 15%
of what?
Of all men.
How do you quantify? What I'm saying is,
I'll quantify it for you. Those men typically meet a few criteria. They have at least amalgamation of looks, they have a physical characteristic, and they also have a fiduciary standing as well. Okay, yes. Yes,
I think y'all make it.
They're not 5'8". I guarantee you that.
That's not true. I think y'all make it too much. Like, this is the weird. Hold on, real quick. It's the weirdest thing ever. I'll be honest with you, and it always perplexes me. Right? It's not until I got on the internet where I started hearing about these dudes having all these issues getting with women. Like, it's so easy. Like, they're everywhere. Like, they're just everywhere. Like, for everybody.
There's a third swim lane.
They're everywhere for everybody. Trust. Believe that.
There's a third swim lane that is more common, and that is the men who are just susceptible. The men who really, honestly, if they have the opportunity, they'll just take it. Those are the ones who are just your everyday normal men who, by the way, if a woman see one of these, they know that at least another woman found him attractive enough to be able to lock him down. I want to go see what that's about. Those are your common men that if the opportunity presented itself, he'd just take it. Those men are more common than you think.
When
Okay.
did it get so
Now,
hard though? When did it get so hard?
it's
I don't understand.
that right there, though the common man, it's not hard. That's what I'm talking about. The men who just are always on the prowl, those are actually a small select group of men who actually have the ability to play the field. The bulk of the men are actually just men who just, honestly, if the opportunity presented itself, would just take it.
So how often does that in y'all
I was about to
calculations,
ask that
right?
too.
How often does the opportunity present itself? That's what I'm trying to understand, because it's not like that deep. I'm confused. How often does the opportunity present itself?
So let me ask
That I cannot quantify.
Let me ask you. You said something. Do you believe that there's not a significant amount of men ain't getting no ass, even in today's time?
I don't believe that. I don't
Okay.
believe that. From my experience, I don't believe that. And from my experience, I know
that because of you or the
no,
average
not
kid?
just me. I you know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people, relative, right? I know a lot. I know a lot of people, and the way everybody talk, and even from what I've seen, somebody get chose every time we're out. Like somebody gets chose. It's not always me.
So you don't believe in that statistic that says from 18 to 30 that 30% of men ain't getting no ass. You don't believe in that statistic.
Actually, I do. No,
How many percent? How many
Opinion.
percent? Wait, hold on real quick.
From 18 to 30, there's like 30% of men ain't getting no ass. Or
I can believe that.
Oh yeah, 30%. Yeah, that's a low number though. That's not like a big number.
That is statistically
30% is
significant.
still.
Yeah,
I mean,
our pain.
30%. That's not the majority, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
So I
In our opinion, I can believe
so
that.
that's what I'm saying. I believe the overwhelming majority of men can kind of. I'm not saying that they're going to be able to get a different woman every night or every day. However, they'll be able to get their fair share. A few
Correct.
experiences.
No,
It ain't
Correct.
that hard. It ain't that
Now,
hard.
Here's the problem.
Go
Here's the
ahead,
problem.
go ahead, Loss.
Here's the problem. We're conflating two different things.
Thank you.
We're talking about making women wives, and then everybody else. You know what I mean? Guys are talking about having sex or whatever. You have fun with everything else. A wife is supposed to be rare. Who can find a virtuous woman? For she's worth more than rubies. Those are the women that you should be making wives. We shouldn't have a problem with that. The problem is that when you try to take one of these others and turn them into wives,
right?
That's when we have problems. And the killing part about it is we're conflating the two. When those are two different types of women, just like these women go out and talk about all the Pookies and Ray Rays, and then the nerds and all of the two different guys, ladies, two different guys.
But this is the thing, Lit.
Go ahead.
No, I apologize. This is the thing, Lit. If he's talking about if you're going outside and you're going outside your marriage, right? Then we're no longer talking about wives. We're talking about regular women that people choose to. So that's where the angle I was coming from. Go ahead, brother.
All right. No, that's what I was trying to make the same point. Is that sometimes people try to turn something into a wife that really shouldn't be a wife. They haven't been qualified. They haven't been trained. They haven't been taught. You know what I'm saying? That goes with both sides. You don't know what it's like to be a husband. You don't like to be with a wife. Now, the only time I recommend people who don't do that is people who are willing to work with each other. And that's what most of everybody is. And if people are willing to work with each other inside that, yeah, it can work. But outside of that, I think that people are spending a lot of time complaining about people that they weren't even going to entertain in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So why are you complaining about somebody you already know you ain't going to bring around your folks? Come on, man. Keep them in the same categories. 20 in the front and 40 in the back. That's all I'm saying, man.
I'm waiting for the shirt. Where's the shirts, man?
Yeah.
I got the shirts coming. The merch coming, baby. The merch.
you know something else, man. When it comes to what we're talking about, how men should be strong and go down in prayer, go to Niway Station and lift up to God in prayer, and hopefully that demon in the next room will be delivered. However, that's never going to happen. Vice versa. But I said it earlier about what Chris Rock said. The only thing that's unloved unconditionally is the dog, the wife, and the children. A man is loved based on what he can provide. I want to show you guys this video real quick, and because I think it's important. Listen to what this divorce attorney says, and then we'll get back to the conversation. Here we go.
That, like, I see a tremendous number of divorces when husband and wife are both working and husband loses job. Big precipitator for divorce. I've seen a lot of women that when their spouse loses the job and they become the breadwinner, they find that very unappealing. That that a man as the breadwinner was appealing. The man as economic equal is appealing. The man as I have to take care of him financially and provide for him, very uncomfortable. So I see it. When a man loses his job, I would love if they kept statistics on these kinds of things, but I can tell you in my practice, I've seen plenty of women lose their job. It has no impact on the marriage. Men lose their job in a heterosexual male-female marriage. It is disastrous consequences a great deal of the time.
That is so true.
Agree. Yeah. 100%.
Or if they get sick.
So hold on. So according to this court, so if we go in the room, we gonna pray, Lord, you know what I'm going through, Jesus. I do everything. I'm going to work every day. And then the next day, the job says, well, bank company went back, belly up. We got to lay everybody off. She leaves.
Now, well, then that's when you do what Paul said do. Those of you that is married should live as though as you not.
Now, Scorcher,
and you're not under if the spouse decides to leave, you're not under no obligation. So if she wants to leave. But I brought this point up.
Unbeliever. That's if that one believer is if one of them is unbelieving, and if they choose to leave, then that's when they.
But the point being made here is
not bound.
Right, but the point also, but if this is we're gonna make an assumption, if this is a believing spouse and you lose your job, and after a certain amount of time that person leaves, certainly they're under, certainly they're in trouble on two fronts. But then the question is, are you still bound by that? If they decide to divorce you, then what are you going to do about that?
Well, if they decide to divorce you, then no, you're not bound.
That's the only point I'm making.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just gonna make a quick point, really quick. I know. I mentioned about my unconventional methodology, but there's a reason why I took this unconventional method. For 3 years, in that 3-year period of time, I lost my job. And prior to my then girlfriend becoming my fiance, she stuck by me, did not relent, did not dissent, did not denigrate me, helped me, supported me while I was transitioning. And then I ended up taking a cut in order to ensure that I kept money coming in. And then while I was rebounding, still provided support and did not waver. So that was my cue to make her my fiance, because she was demonstrating qualities. So people want to know why you take time to show thyself approved. Hey, I'm not a religious person. I didn't go and seek counsel from the Creator, but I didn't think I needed to there, because I was seeing demonstration right in front of me. So this is one of the reasons why you need time to be able to see if someone's going to show you themselves, and let that representative, fall back a little bit and see what they're going to do when times get hard. Because in this economy, it don't take long for time, for shit to get real, especially when you are in a real situation. Over.
Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons why when I went through my process, I was very intentional about being married for at least 3 years. I'm not a big believer in cohabitation and all that kind of stuff, because I've seen that also. I've seen people cohabitate, get married, and they're divorced in a year after. It's not the same thing. It's not even in a lot of cases, it's not even a good dress rehearsal, because again, until you're with that person, but again, no babies though. And that's it. We're going to live together, no kids.
Oh, so and she had kids.
Right.
Yeah. So in that instance, I was a stepfather in that situation as well. So it was a very tenuous type of situation. And when I say unconventional, I mean very unconventional type of situation, but it was almost a give take. It was like I sacrificed. And so because of that sacrifice, it was almost I would imagine from her side, it was, I saw you sacrifice. Now I'm going to sacrifice while you get up.
But can I ask you a question though? But can I ask you, so what was the, I guess, initial attraction? Because again, I don't know if you were here certainly in this, I don't know what you want to call this space, the Black manosphere or whatever, but the whole thing about not dating women with children, that's been preached and promoted for at least the time I've been here and whatnot. So what was the initial attraction when you had this woman who had not only kids, but older kids? And so, you know, let's, at least in the back of your mind, you got to think, well, if this goes forward, then, you know, I'm going to have to deal with that. And is the baby's father involved? Not that you knew all that stuff initially, I'm just saying, but it just kind of goes through your mind.
Sure.
So what was the initial thing that attracted you? I could certainly see just from sharing this panel with you for the last several months, why any these women will want to get to know you. But what was the attraction for you that drew you to her, despite her being in you know, having children or the situation that she was in?
Well, one, it was like any other man. It was just beauty, number one. Okay, that was just right off the bat. Okay, before I knew anything. Two, once I found out things, because, you know, first of all, I had to make sure I wasn't being catfish. I had to meet her that week. Okay, it was going to be that. All right, but I wanted to move from a place, at the place that I was in. I wanted to move from a place of being of being and not being needed, and wanted to be wanted for a change. I don't know why I was there in that moment. That's a little bit of a deeper story. And what she presented from day one. If I may just explain our first date, she made it a very key point at the very first date that when I reached for the check, for instance, because, you know, man, you're gonna pay. You're gonna pay for the first date. Okay, you're gonna pay for all the dates, really. So I reached for the check, and she asked me how much it costs, and I said, "But don't worry about it. I mean, it doesn't really matter." She says, "It does matter." I said, "Okay, cool." I told her how much it was. She said, "Okay, fine. I'm gonna tip." May I ask why? She says, "Because I'm gonna show you that I'm the kind of person, basically, that if I'm always going to provide something to you. If you are going to do something, I am not going to have you do it by yourself. I'm always going to be basically a help, an ace in a hole. I'm not a damsel in distress." Okay. And not only did she say that, but she also demonstrated that throughout the entirety of our dating. So if I paid for parking, she did this, and she insisted that type of behavior. Not only did she do that fiduciary note, but she also did that on a relational note. So there were times where she would, you know, just offer an ear without judgment. She would offer advice without demeaning, counsel, or just an ear, or just, I don't know, being uplifting. You know how hard it is to find someone who just provides, who is just uplifting to a man just for the sake of just being uplifting. How was your day? Just for the
That's
sake
a rare find, brother.
She's still that way today?
Yes.
There you go.
But what's still remarkable to me is though you were still able to, again, her situation wasn't disqualified from there, because a lot of guys would be like, "Up, kids, up, sorry, she might be the best person in the world, but
now let's
I can't
explain
do
the
it."
kids. So now let's explain the kids. So her first child was from an unfortunate situation that she explained to me that I won't go into detail. That's personal. But when it came to her second child, it was because of from a marriage. It wasn't because of, you know, baby daddy issues from the situation. It was from out of a marriage. She would not let me meet her children without meeting the father of the children first. And so once meeting him, I got a chance to get both sides of the story as to why their divorce was ending. And they both concurred as to the reason why it was ending. And he agreed that it was his fault. And that she did everything that she could do, basically, to sustain the marriage. He is the one that basically faltered. He said that to me before I had a chance to meet his son. Because she was not about having me meet the kids without talking to him first. That's the kind of respect that she had for the boundaries she had for introducing anybody to her kids without talking to the person that's been there either as a stepfather or as a biological father. So that type of reverence, that type of guard, that type of structure, why wouldn't I want that? Okay. And not needing someone, but wanting someone. Right. And then, of course, being able to see him, meet him, engage with him, confirm with him, because I didn't know what type of situation I was getting myself into. So I wanted to, make sure that, things were on the up and up also. But she wanted that too, because she saw something in me. So cool. And it seemed like we were meeting at a table. She didn't have the I am the table attitude. It was almost as if, here is this table. What can we bring to it? I think that was the difference. Even though the mindset was, yes, I'm coming in with kids, which is socioeconomically, that's baggage. I think she understood that and didn't come in with a chip on her shoulder, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. And I think that's probably, and I think I'm probing here because I think a lot of women can certainly learn from that. Because it seems like in a lot of these spaces, it's like women can still win, I think, but the mindset has to be developed in the way that your wife had it. But I think there's some lessons to be learned there. But it's not a death sentence if you have children.
She qualified for, and she won.
Yeah.
A lot of these women out here think that they overqualified and they ain't qualified to get anything.
Well, hold on, before you go down that
I don't think Mr. Bennett was finished, brother.
That's
right. No, I'm good. No, go ahead. I'm good.
But
But I wanted him to share that because I think a lot of women can learn from that, and hopefully in your future efforts, maybe women can learn from that. Maybe if there's a platform for that. But I think a lot more women need to hear that. So
a lot more men need to hear that. Yeah. So a lot more, not only women but men. But let me also say, based on what I'm starting to see, underlying stuff on YouTube.
I didn't mean to. Sorry, go ahead, Arpane.
There's a lot.
So not you, Mr. Bennett. He get that cake quick. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett.
No, there's a lot more men. I think there's more men willing to deal with women with babies than these YouTube streets and these than you think. I really do. And maybe I get some of this from the Pop the Balloon show. Just guys who don't blink when these women say I have kids. Just a few say I don't want them. But maybe it's just a hookup. But I think there's more men out there still willing to deal with baby mamas. Remember, in the Black community, 70 to 80% of the women, by the time they're 26, 27, they got kids. So that goes back to the title of this show. Is it easier to go outside of the race? Because our sisters, the amount of disrespect that they have for Black men and the contempt they have for Black men means that they don't give a shit whether they're pristine for the man that they want to marry or not. They don't give a shit. That's why they have kids out of wedlock and all that. Then they come to you when they're ready and expect you to give them the best of what you have to give them. And I'm thinking there's still more men than we want to admit that will acquiesce to that. It all goes hand to hand. The same men who will acquiesce to a woman who wants to vote for the brown woman just because she's a woman and all that stuff, it's all connected. We don't get the best of our Black women, right? We don't in these day and age. They look at you and say, I got 2 kids, but what the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Why I got to give you the best? They gave it to Pookie and Ray Ray, but they expect you to give them the best.
Well, Arpain, you know what you tell them, right? This is what you tell them.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
You tell them to keep walking. That's what you
No,
do.
but that's
You
true.
stop
But there's still a lot of those guys. There's
You
still a
stop
lot of those guys who acquiesce to that. There's a lot of men who have
They
to
get, you know what, Arpain? They get what they deserve.
I hear you.
They get what the fuck they deserve.
Arpain,
I'm not capping for them. I'm just saying.
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you a serious
I'm going to
question.
say something that's not sexy, Arpain. Hold on just a second. I'm going to say something that's not sexy.
Okay.
And this is what it is. Okay? Boss man, you are the luckiest man on the planet. You found a diamond in the rough. Okay?
Right.
I will say this about the remaining ones. From a male perspective, women with children are easy. We're in the barbershop, right? We're in the barbershop. Can we talk about anything in the barbershop?
Yeah, we're in the barbershop.
Women with children are easier to fuck.
Damn.
Their self-esteem is low. They feel like don't nobody want them. They got a bunch of kids running around the house. Any man that's coming in their kitchen, they'll give him some pussy. This is what it is, Arpain. It ain't that the fact that they're trying to be with them, they're trying to wipe them up. No. You see these men going over to these women houses who on Section 8 got 5 kids running around. They go over there to get extra. They go over there to lay parallel. And they go over there to get her to jump on the ceiling fan because they'll do anything for you. Right? You think she's gonna let you leave out the house and she ain't gave you no good head, no good ass, do that ass back on your face? She's gonna do whatever it takes because she think you coming back the next day. That's what it is. Men take advantage of an opportunity of a woman who has low self-esteem, who has multiple children by multiple men because they know it's an easy way to get it.
I don't disagree with that, but I think some of the
And
guys
you can negotiate. And you can negotiate. Hey, baby, how much your T-Mobile bill? $75. You don't have it? You can't text me because you don't have your phone, baby? Oh, let me cash app you 60 on it. Oh, for real? Next thing you know,
They try to shoplift the cootie.
Yes.
Shoplift the
That's
cootie.
exactly what it is.
Uplifting the cootie.
Extracurricular activity.
Oh man. Okay. All right. Listen.
Listen, Arpain, the reason why we check that shit, man, is because boss man stuff is rare. Boss man stuff is rare. And when women hear boss man story, they automatically think that they are his wife.
That's
me right there.
I promise you're not. I promise you're not.
I'm fearfully and I'm wonderfully made. Arpain, you tell my pain. I'm fearfully made.
That's not. It's the American dream. It's the American. If he can do it, I can do it. That's the whole sell. That's capitalism. So
we got to be consistent, right? We know that there's a whole bunch of simps out there. We know there's a whole bunch of guys, and there's the vultures who are getting laid, right? But there's also guys who are sticking around some of these women. I mean, they are. How could they continue to be so arrogant unless some of these women are picking some of these guys off?
Here's the thing, Arpain, and listen, I can promise you this: y'all are not, because even though you're shaking your head.
Let's move your wife out of this whole thing, man.
I'm just gonna say something. When I say something goes, it does go. So it comes with a price. Just saying.
Okay.
All right, trying to give these women hope. How dare you?
Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Keep hope alive. I got my little.
You don't want them out in the whole list.
Keep hope alive.
Hey, man, we're trying to find a new way forward. You know what I'm saying? That's what y'all vice president said. We ain't going back.
We're not going to take it.
Right. So let me.
I want to ask you a serious question right now.
This is stupid.
Go ahead.
What do you think is a possibility of a man meeting a woman with no kids?
Well, you know what? That's their problem.
I'm not saying that.
Don't put no sugar. Don't put no cream on it. Don't put no cherry on top. That's their problem.
For Sparta.
Sparta. That's their problem.
But let's go to this title of this show, though, Lit. But when we say that men,
we're gonna get to it in a minute. I want to finish this segment out first. I got some videos I want y'all to watch that are pain. You know, I don't want you to grab your cake just yet. Okay,
say I'm quiet.
You hold on to it, okay? Because you'll grab that motherfucker in a heartbeat. Just hold on to it. Because I want y'all to hear what this man had to say. This is one of the pastors I will go listen to. Because he was cooking with Crisco oil and not great value. And so when y'all see this one, I'm going to play this one real quick. Give me just a second. Here we go. Let's see what he got to say.
Yes, I want to wait until marriage. It is his right to say, well, I would like to wait to pay for things until marriage. You want to be sanctified, holy unto God? Well, I want to make sure that the responsibility to provide and protect that's sanctified before God. I got to make sure you're worth my money, because you got to make sure I'm worth your body. Because when you think about Old Testament law, you paid to be married. That a father, his daughter would set up at the house until a man was willing to pay the price financially to marry the daughter. It ain't have nothing to do with booty. And what did he pay for? He didn't pay for somebody that's already been touched. He was paying for blood. So you save yourself. I got to make sure that what I'm paying for is worth it. You need to lower your standards, because most of us ain't getting a bloody woman. You have been passed around. So stop with this whole list of what you want God to send you. You couldn't even save yourself 30 years. You don't test my money out, just like we don't test the body out. You will just have to see how I live and take care of myself. See, you will take your body, but I'll still be doing husband duties. I'm not coming cutting your grass. So how do I know what kind of man he is? I'm going to always let you know that I got to go and cut my mama's grass. So that's how you'll be able to see, oh, he is a man of his word. You have.
All right, that's the first one. Okay, that's the first one. That's why I say I'm not coming to mow your grass.
What's his name?
I need to hold on. I got his name right here. Hold on.
Pastor P.I.
Do that later. Put it in the chat or whatever. Don't.
Pastor P.I.
Here we go.
Men who are carrying paralyzed women, call your girlfriend or your spouse that you can't marry no paralyzed woman. If she had daddy issues, you are not the father. That if she's been rejected, you are not the healer. At some point, if you love me, I don't expect you to abandon me, but I am not your hero. I am not God. I'm gonna have to take you to God and leave you there and let him deal with what only he can deal with.
All right. What are y'all thoughts?
He done did some prison time, huh? He wouldn't have passed it. He done did some time, man.
If you got daddy issues, you are not the father.
Look, he ain't wrong, but he done did some time and got his seminary degree. He got it out the mud.
That boy say, I ain't coming to mow your grass. You gonna know I'm a good man by watching me mow my mama grass.
No, he didn't say watch. He said, I'm gonna tell you. My mama grass. You ain't get to see me do it. You just get to hear about it. You know what I'm saying?
That's a thug. That is a thug.
He said you asking God for a list of things and you've been passed around. You couldn't even hold yourself for 30 years.
You couldn't even hold it.
You want something.
Oh Lord.
What's your thought, Mr. Bennett? What you think, man? What you think? Talk to me.
He ain't lying. I mean, look, I don't have much to add to that. I mean, look, he gets the mic drop sign from me. So yeah, I mean, you know, I got nothing to say. I'm like Rob Kent. I got nothing to say. So you can pass the mic. But
you know what's crazy though? When he first started, he said, "You want us?" Hold on. I'm gonna play it one more time.
Yes, I want to wait until marriage. It is his right to say, well, I would like to wait to pay for things until marriage. You want to be sanctified, holy unto God? Well, I want to make sure that the responsibility to provide and protect that's sanctified before God. I got to make sure you're worth my money, because you got to make sure I'm worth your body. Because when you think about Old Testament law, you paid to be married. That a father, his daughter would set up at the house until a man was willing to pay the price financially to marry the daughter. It ain't have nothing to do with booty. And what did he pay for? He didn't pay for somebody that's already been touched. He was paying for blood. So you save yourself. I got to make sure that what I'm paying for is worth it. You need to lower your standards, because most of us ain't getting a bloody woman. You have been passed around. So stop with this whole list of what you want God to send you. You couldn't even save yourself 30 years. You don't test my money out, just like we don't test the body out. You will just have to see how I live and take care of myself. See, you will take your body, but I'll still be doing husband duties. I'm not coming cutting your grass. So how do I know what kind of man he is? I'm going to always let you know that I got to go and cut my mama's grass. So that's how you'll be able to see, oh, he is a man of his word. You have men who are carrying paralyzed women. Call your girlfriend or your spouse that you can't marry no paralyzed woman. If she had daddy issues, you are not the father. That if she's been rejected, you are not the healer. At some point, if you love me, I don't expect you to abandon me, but I am not your hero. I am not God. I'm gonna have to take you to God and leave you there and let him deal with what only he can deal with.
And the only thing I would say is the previous video, you had the lawyer up talking about, the rate of divorce skyrockets when a man can't provide. So, but he kind of let off saying back in the day, marriage was a financial transaction. So that whole provision thing, that's if that's built in from the beginning, then when you lose your ability to do so, could you blame a woman then for looking at you differently if you can't fill that role? Especially if you go and lead with that, saying, "Look, I bought you," or "This is a purchase." If that's going to be part of what brings you guys together, then could you be setting yourself up for failure later on should things fall later on? It's just a question.
Yeah, but back then,
hold on,
when it was the thing of the
Sports Erica, he'll just jump in and he don't wait nobody to call him or nothing. This nigga here, you
like
say,
the
hey,
hell with you,
well,
black man.
you gotta jump in.
I'm gonna talk when I want to fucking talk.
That ain't coming from me, Scorch. You good with me, brother?
Anyway, so we go to Sports since he ready. What do you think about the video, Scorch? Did you hear what he said?
I agree with it.
He said,
I agree with it 100%.
No, you don't, because earlier you said that
hey, he's talking about when you sitting up there even getting ready to date the woman, so he has every right to feel that way.
No, I'm talking about this part right here.
To men who are carrying paralyzed women, call your girlfriend or your spouse that you can't marry no paralyzed woman. If she had daddy issues, you are not the father. That if she's been rejected, you are not the healer. At some point, if you love me, I don't.
Nah, that's before marriage, bro. Nah, that's before. He said you can't marry a paralyzed woman.
Yeah,
that's before marriage. You can't. Yeah.
Then I have sons, so therefore that's something I would show to my sons. Hey, pay attention.
Absolutely. His ghetto point of view, what you think? You muted, brother. We'll come back to you. Yeah, we'll come back to you. R-Pain, what you think?
Hey, listen, I like what he had to say. I mean, it's good to see a pastor. I would like to see the pews. He got like 3 people in there, maybe. No. It's probably only like 3 people in there.
It's only 3.
The remnant. He's got the remnant in there.
But I like what he had to say. I mean, the first one was right on point. But again, man, it takes men to stand on that kind of square. And we just don't have enough men doing it. That's all I can say.
Well, you said that's all. Oh, you done made history. Oh my God.
No, stop it. No, listen.
Are you clutching pearls over there, BMU?
Never mentioned his name.
You guys, this whole trope that I'm long-winded, man. You guys be beating me by a mile all the time.
New leaf. I like it. Coach Bird, what do you think?
I mean, I think, he speaks to a dynamic. It's like YouTube is spilling over into the churches and starting to reach outside of this space, which I think is a good thing for men, because I always say these things happen in real time on these lives. You go from South Beach to California, and I think men need to hear a message that they are not responsible for anybody else's behavior or anybody else's, outside of being married to that person. They have to be responsible for their improvement themselves. But it's also, I would love to see the congregation. I wish the camera view was faced on the congregation just to see the numbers. And just based off of that sermon at that time, I would believe that for the most part, it was mostly women in the audience. But going forward, the next Sunday after that, I would like to see the membership numbers then.
What's the collection plate look
Black
like?
women in that damn they done ran out that church.
Yeah, I guarantee you didn't get no offering that time.
Yeah, sir.
What are your Izzy, what are your thoughts about the bishop?
All right, so you're not supposed to talk bad about the man of God. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you, man. Yo, I'm not ready for my bishop, my pastor, my minister to be red pill raging. Yo, that Negro was red pill raging in the pulpit, son. I'm not ready, bro. I'm not ready. I'm not like y'all. I can't handle it, man. That man was red pill raging in the pulpit. I can't, bro. I can't do it, bro.
That boy been through something, man. He
Hey,
trying to tell her. He trying
been
to
through
tell
something. Looking like a great value Eddie Winslow, man. I'm not
Oh,
ready,
snap.
man.
Oh, snap.
I'm not
Hey, you
ready.
know what,
Oh,
though?
snap.
Right now, Izzy, just come off. We're gonna derail just a little bit. At this point, I wouldn't want to be associated with Eddie Winslow at all. You see, he just paid for that trans man to get surgery.
Oh Lord,
Oh,
nah, I didn't see that,
yeah.
but I know they had the
Oh,
little thing.
They
The
did
little
it,
thing.
yeah,
I
they
didn't
did
see
the-
that neither.
They did a
Nah.
podcast, and she was like, "Guess who paid for my surgery?"
Oh,
And she put her hand on his chin, rubbing his face. She said, "He did, didn't you, baby?"
Ew.
Just saying.
Yeah, I can't.
That's why this man preaching like this. He need to, you know what? They need to put him on the main stage.
He gonna get there. He gonna
He
be
probably
next
single
to-
though. He probably
Oh, you
single.
know
Yeah,
he's
you know
single,
what?
son.
He's
You know
single.
ain't no way he got a wife talking. He red pill raging, fam. I'm telling you, y'all playing.
Yeah, he's single.
Yeah, he's single. Yeah, he's single, fam.
Yeah.
That's the preachings of a single man.
You hear what he's saying? Oh,
Them women in the church, listen, them women in church is playing. He ain't about it.
They lost before we move on. Remember the song he said, you want to be sanctified under God?
Says, I want to wait until marriage. It is his right to say, well, I would like to wait to pay for things until marriage. You want to be sanctified, holy unto God? Well,
It's still my turn. Hey, BMU, it's still my turn. He talking to somebody specific in that. He's talking to somebody specific in that.
He might have went. He might have went out with that lady who didn't want to go into what was that restaurant? The Cheesecake Factory. Yeah, he might have went out with her. He might have went out with her.
No.
Yeah, he said he ain't paying for shit.
You missing it. You tried to take it to the Hosey Mosey, and she wasn't trying to go.
You say you want to hold on to your body? I want to hold on to my money.
Hey, he went to the Krusty
Red
Krab.
Pill said,
No
"I
Krabby
be-"
Patties for you, man.
Oh,
Why is he preaching? Why is he preaching like he's Bane or something from goddamn Batman?
Nah,
Man.
he's talking
He was
to
preaching
somebody.
to
He's
somebody
talking to
that
somebody at that
put
church. That's why
That
he's
dude's
talking to
funny,
somebody at
bro.
that church that don't try to play him, and he ain't about it. That's what it is. He red pill raging, and I ain't for it. Nope, y'all can have it. Nope.
That's so funny. Such funny shit, man.
He was preaching to somebody in particular. I'll show you that
He was in the first row.
He looked right at him.
Because one Sunday he gonna slip up and say, "Bitch, watch." Because this bitch right here. One Sunday he gonna slip
right
up.
at it.
He
was right at it.
Hey, y'all talking about him, but y'all ain't talking about this brother.
I don't chase booty.
That's my man. That's my man. 100 grand. Shout out to Pastor Gino.
All right, now,
and Pastor Gino seasoned in the game.
So, Sparta, what are your thoughts on the video?
Something is right. Some of them I will disagree. In reality, you're not gonna wait till you're married to pay for everything. You're gonna start paying for the first day you meet her because you want to get in her pants and fuck the shit out of her. Simple as that. Let's be straight here. So if you're going to pay for everything, she's not gonna put up the punana and do that. So you're gonna pay for everything because you want your lollipop to get wet. Saying that is, yeah, something he's right. He's right on a point, and he's hitting things right on the nail. But in reality, outside of the church, when you're on the streets, yeah, you're not gonna find that. You see that big ding 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 ding. You're going after that big ass. You're gonna be after those big tits. And you go, how much money did I drop? I don't care. I'll take her to the 5-star restaurant. I'll take her to whatever.
Get a hold of this man. What is he talking about? No,
You don't hold philosophy backwards, man. You taking him to a 5-star restaurant.
He's leading with his wife. He's leading with his baby. Yo,
trying to get you. You find that girl you want to hang so bad.
Wait,
You
hold
don't
on,
care.
man. He ain't leading with his wallet. He leading with his bank account.
Pretty much.
You
I
can
know
have it all.
that met a girl and they're engaged, and 2 weeks later and 6 months later they have lost everything.
Damn, that is not good. Like, that's bad.
I know. Be in the restaurant, no way, brother. You got bigger fish to fry.
That's something to aspire
Literally,
to.
no offense.
Just know.
This is one of the greatest lines in any song ever made.
Your
She's
favorite
so
song?
fine. She's so fine. I don't care where the money went.
No.
I don't care where the money went.
You know.
You know what I have realized just now? You know what I realized right now, BMU? You haven't played Chef's Payne's thing in a while.
And he doesn't need to, goddammit.
Yeah, he does.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
The man himself, our pain.
Thank you. Thank
Hey,
you.
Izzy Mans, I have a question for you.
What's up, family?
Would you rather have this guy pastoring to you or the examples that you had on your panel earlier?
Or the pastor that says that a woman is designed for you to look up to her.
Oh my God.
Nah, hey, that guy all day, every day. That's my man. That's my Bishop.
Bishop
B.I.M.P.
the church, but we should be confused like this. When he say something like that, we should be looking up at him, and he should be reading our list. We should be saying, yeah, that's what he needs to hear. Hey man, don't be parking that shit in my wife's head, motherfucker. You crazy? The fuck I look like going home saying, "Babe, I look up to you." What?
Only God. Hey, but see, that's the thing. People be committing blasphemy and all idolatry and all types of stuff, man. Pedestalizing these people over God, man. And they don't understand why situations be messed up because they be idolatrizing and pedestalizing, and you ain't supposed to do that, man. Only God should be exalted. That's it.
Like even when Geno Jennings said, what did he say? He said, if
You're
your wife
wicked.
dressed like this, she's a hoe.
My man.
Wicked.
You're wicked.
You're wicked.
You're wicked.
You're
I don't
wicked.
take booty. That's
You're
my
wicked.
wicked.
You're wicked.
That's right.
You're
That's my
Hey,
guy.
you know, Gino's the same one that'll turn around and tell you that you can't get divorced and remarry.
Hey, listen, it don't matter. Gino, I'll listen. I'll listen. I ain't got to do what he say.
Pick and choose, pick and choose,
Wait,
pick and
hold
choose.
on. Nah, I can listen and enjoy it. I ain't got to do what he say to do. He ain't Jesus, nigga. What are we talking about?
I don't think Jesus wants us to stay with no woman and just suffer for years
No,
and years and years.
hell no, man. Come on, God don't.
I just don't care what you and there's nowhere written in the Bible where it says thy man shall suffer a long time with crazy wife. I don't.
Well, you did have that. Well, you didn't have Micah, right?
Well,
God told her to marry her.
And remember Hosea? Woo!
That's the one I'm talking. Not you're right. It was Hosea. It was Hosea. You're right. It was Hosea. Yeah.
So there comes a point in time where I think that you, man, first of all, leads by example. You cannot expect your woman to follow you or to do better if you, one, don't do better, and you cannot expect her to do what you're wanting her to do if you don't first actually emulate and give her something to pattern after.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I
So
like
that's
that line,
one.
boss man. Hold on, boss man. I like that line because I hear that a lot. What do women give the women something to follow? My thing is this. When we were created to be followed. And I think that a lot of women will say what you just said. Oh, what is it we're going to follow? My thing is this. A lot of women get mad because they don't like a leadership of a man. This is what we're going to do it. This is where we're going. I don't like it. And if they don't like it, they make their man seem like he ain't shit. He ain't shit. We following him.
Their followership is bad.
Yep. So then here's what happens. Here's what happens. If they don't like it, which most of them don't, then you follow with consequences.
So you talking about domestic discipline?
Oh no. See, life has a wonderful way of providing consequences if you don't follow good leadership.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Most men ain't willing to follow through, man. Most men. That's why they keep
See, so here's the thing. Here's a good example. Okay, all right. Just I'm gonna give you one little snapshot into my home, my life, really quick. Just one little snapshot.
But brother, I need to know your backstory. I apologize.
I told my wife one time. I said, I know she is. She's upstairs watching right now.
Blink twice if you need us.
It's fine. I told my wife. I told my wife
for the Wednesday night show too.
I told my wife one time. I said, listen. I said it one time. There was we had a refrigerator upstairs in our room, in our bedroom, because we had just had our son, and she had breast milk in the refrigerator, and she was cleaning out frost from the part of the freezer part of the refrigerator. Every man here knows that if you open the refrigerator portion of it, when the freezer portion is included inside of the refrigerator portion, it creates condensation. Condensation gets over the freezer portion. It creates ice accumulation, right? So she grabs the scissors and she starts chucking away at it. And I told her one time, I said, do not do that. I didn't give her no reason. I didn't give her no extra fucking nations. I said, do not do that. And I turned my head and I started watching TV.
I can see your little ass doing this shit too.
Now listen. A week later. Now, mind you, she started doing a little bit and she got a little chunk off and she was just like, see, look, it doesn't happen. I said, here's what I said. Okay. A week later, she started doing it again. I didn't say shit.
Fam, I got so many questions, man.
So now, do you now? I'm gonna ask the panel a question. Do you think I paid for any goddamn thing? Nope. Whose breast milk is it?
That's so funny.
Well, depending on who you're asking. Some men like
and who didn't follow, and who didn't follow fucking instructions?
Her.
And guess who has her own bank account?
Her.
You pay for it.
Right. There you go.
Okay, hold on. Before we move on to the top, because we got to get to the last topic and we're gonna be out here. But I got something else for y'all. I got something else for y'all.
BMU got dog on
your
it.
ass laughing
I
over
got
there.
one more. I got one more. Listen,
No,
listen.
he on some BS right now.
Always comes home to the place where he is king. The reason we're not seeing fruit in the home and the reason we're not seeing fruit from our children is because we've cursed who God has ordained as the authority. Come here, let me talk to you. You got to ask yourself, why does he come home and stay outside 30 and 40 minutes? He's trying to work himself up to deal with the dishonor and the contention and the questioning and the arguing. You got to stop being so smart. I know you went to Berkeley. I know you went to Emory. But in the house, he's the king. I don't care if he just has a high school diploma. He is the king. I don't care if he only says 4 prayers. He's still the priest. And if you want the curse to be broken off of the black family, the first thing we got to do is start honoring those who God put in authority. Get your family structure together. You got to answer to God because you have dishonored his seat. He's the pastor of the house. He's the priest of the house. And how it works is he comes home and says, Pastor told me to do this. Pastor told me to say this. And so this is what we're going to do. So you don't tell your husband to come to church. God ordained it where your husband tells you, let's go to church. When the man of God is talking, take your man.
Thoughts, concerns?
First of all, let me address this right here.
He cooking.
She said, "I don't trust no pastor in a varsity jacket."
Nice jacket, bro. Nice jacket.
Hey, hold on, leave it up there.
Hey.
Miss Bella. Put it back up there. Put it back up there.
Oh,
Miss
man.
Bella, I don't trust you with that dress on in this picture. That's right. Maybe the offerings go up 30%.
Listen, they'll question the man in a varsity jacket, but they'll mess around and let a man with a dress on walk across the stage and say,
Oh, Lord.
And sing and be up in the choir. Praise is what I
Would you like to be swallowed? Swallow. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed?
that's the first thing we go get out the way. But go ahead, fellas. I had to go and get that one out the way.
I just want to play that last one because he said we're out of order. The family is out of order because the priest of the home and the authority of the home is not being respected.
That's bars. He's cooking.
Yeah, he been cooking on all 3 videos. I haven't found a bad one.
Yeah, he cooking.
Hey, BMU, can you send that clip to me, man?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. What we say? Hey, listen, I don't have AOL, nigga, so we're gonna have to figure something out.
I got your email address. Maybe if you actually answer some emails, maybe you'll know where to send it.
Yeah, I want to be left alone.
That was good, you bastard.
Hey,
Okay,
if your
listen.
email, I see why he ain't answering it.
What you say,
Turn
man?
that thing, man. I want to get into your email sound like anything like your microphone. I see why you don't answer them.
Nah, he knows my email address.
All right, so
I'll be like that, Pastor. You need that clip. I'm sick of these microphones. Fix this microphone.
I'm gonna inbox him see if he can come on the show.
Sick of these microphones.
Yeah.
So sick.
Did y'all hear Donald Trump the other day on the interview he did? He said, "You have to be willing to pew pew." Did y'all hear him?
Yeah, man.
I heard that.
Oh my God! Well, Donald Trump. Hey, if y'all go watch that interview with him and Schultz, the comedian, it made Donald Trump look. A lot of people say he evil, he the devil. It made him look so human. That mother had me. I was at work listening to it. Had me crying, laughing, bro. Donald Trump funny as shit. If you just sit down, they sit down just having just a basic conversation with him.
Yeah, he is entertaining.
Very entertaining. Let me play this last video and then we're gonna get into It's just easier, guys. Here we go.
Upset y'all like when a black man gets wealthy, he gets with a Caucasian woman?
I understand both sides. Like, okay, I want it to be easizer. I don't want to argue with my girlfriend every day. I don't want to have attitude with me every single day. Like, I want to wake up and just be peaceful.
Do you think that
It's
white
easier.
girls are freakier?
That's what I'm saying. All of it. They do whatever. They're just like, here, like whatever you want, they're here for you. They're gonna do it. If you want your ass licked, they gonna lick your ass. If you want breakfast in the morning, they gonna make it breakfast. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I'm telling you, it's just easier. It bothers me when they downplay black women. Now, if you was with a black queen and then you went and got the money and then left the and then went and got you a white, that's where I'd be like,
that's the coin.
You didn't have to do that because she held you down when you ain't had shit. You know what I'm saying? But I do understand. I'm gonna say I do understand both sides, and the lady's gonna be mad at me, but I do understand sometimes black women are really, really, really hard to deal with. I'm part of the problem.
So do you think that a black woman is harder to deal with than a Caucasian woman?
Absolutely. I feel like we are harder to deal with, but I feel like black men should understand where we're coming from because we both came from the same struggle.
But what do you mean harder? Just like harder on him, or
just in general, like growing up as a black woman in America, a poor black woman, right? Like Section 8, just whatever. We had to deal with so much growing up. We had to deal with, you know what I'm saying? First of all, our parents' trauma, they beat us. They, you know what I'm saying? Like
Passed down trauma.
It's just so much that we had to deal with growing up as a black woman. But that's just like black men. Y'all had to deal with a lot growing up. So I sympathize for black men. You get what I'm saying? I have a heart and I'd be like, you know what? I know what we had to grow up with as our people. Right. But I don't feel like they have that same sympathy with us. They're like, oh, you got an attitude. Oh, they do this too much. Why do you think we have attitude? Look what we had to deal with. We grew up in the hood. We grew up in the ghetto. So I do understand why. Like, I'm not gonna be over here arguing with this trying to explain to her why she needs my I'm just gonna give you white just gonna do whatever the I want her to do.
So you think white girls eat
Absolutely. Like take her to Starbucks, get her a refresher, and she eat my later tonight. A strawberry.
She ain't lying, man. Diamond keep it gangster. Round of applause. Diamond keep it gangster.
So I get it.
And here we go.
Why do they always act like they the only ones that got beat by their parents as if we didn't get our butt beat too?
So, Mute Monster got you.
I hear what you're saying, Scorch, because you always go to the second brick on the building before you lay the first one. But let me tell you something. How do you feel about black women sitting around saying that white women are better than them?
I don't know. I've never been with a white woman, so I wouldn't know.
That's the real question. She said it's just easier. Did y'all hear? She said it's just easier to deal with. They don't come home. You don't have no problem. They don't want to argue with you. They do what you ask.
I
don't know about that. I mean,
I like the girl she's talking about because I never experienced that personally. I just got shit thrown at me.
Oh no, you had the wrong white woman. I'm talking about.
Told you about that, man.
But then also he's a white man dealing with a white woman. So that's a big difference too.
Exactly.
There's a huge difference in that.
Yeah, it is.
So you don't
Greek man dealing with a white crazy chick. So let's get it right there.
Yeah,
right. But I got you. But it's different when they deal with us.
It is different. He's right.
Well, look, I gotta drop. Like I said, I got an early day tomorrow. Again, I don't know this. I don't know. It seemed like certainly in the last few years, I recognize that this may be changing. But I was just looking up statistically the divorce rates for people who are in interracial marriages. And it turns out that the highest rate of divorce is between black men and white women. I just put that in the
it's not lesbians?
chat.
I thought it was lesbians.
I'm talking heterosexual.
Heterosexual.
Oh, okay.
Heterosexual.
Yeah. So I don't know, but again, that could be changing because it's it's where it said 2008. That's 16 years ago. So it's like you got kids in high school now. If you were born in 2008, so the playing field may be changing. I know the woman she was talking about. Well, the athlete who gets the woman or whatever. Yeah, I mean any woman would want him, right? But for the average a black man and white woman getting together. I don't know if it's necessarily easier or harder. The statistics are saying that it may be harder for them to endure. And most people generally are race neutral, even the wealthy ones. So again, the ones who get married to the ones outside the race, they're the ones who get highlighted. But generally, men are typically, wealthy men are typically race neutral. But so I don't know if it's necessarily easier, but certainly I think that for any woman, if you can appreciate a man, and again, I keep recalling that you had KS. He talked about Tahashi Johnson, I think his name is. He's a professor at Berkeley.
Tiasan
And he
Johnson.
had Tiasan Johnson. Thanks, Tiasan Johnson. Yeah.
About that, Mr.
So he talked about how he had white women in his black studies class because these women were intentional that they wanted black men, but the reason they wanted them was because they believed that for a black man to be successful in any endeavor, and this is what I hate about this whole DEI narrative that's being spun, they believe that that man had to be twice as good as anybody else to get to where he is. So they appreciate that, and then they act accordingly because they have that kind of respect for successful black men. But unfortunately, again, sometimes they say a prophet is an honor in his own home. So a lot of times we don't necessarily get the respect of the black woman, but somehow these other women, and I keep going back to Michelle Obama. When Barack got to the law office, if you read her book, when she got to all the women,
She was almost given the leave.
all of them were like, wait a minute, he's black and he was president of Harvard Law Review, that they just automatically knew that he was something, but she dismissed him.
Yep.
And so that sense of, again, and that's where I think where a lot of the disrespect starts. Because you don't value the accomplishments, even for our best and brightest. You don't appreciate the accomplishments which they did to get to where they're at. So if someone from another ethnic group recognizes that, well, they're gonna have they're gonna put their best foot forward and they're gonna compete. But a lot of our women don't think they have to compete, and therefore, they may lose out. So I don't think it's necessarily something inherent, but you have to start valuing and honoring, especially those who came up from the hood or whatever and made something of themselves. Women need to start respecting that more. So, but I'll just leave it there. But you guys can certainly chop it up. I'll try to listen on, but I really got an early day tomorrow. So
All right, man.
good combo as always. And grooming, I'll see you Saturday, and I'll also see you Sunday as well. So look forward to the shows. Take care, guys. Good night.
Can I ask a question real quick? All right.
Yeah.
I'll say this real quick though. Seriously, even working in corporate world, I walk in the morning and there are security guards on the first floor, and so you walk in, half of them are females. And when you walk in, the black girl is there. She got her hair done, a little purple shit in her hair, And I walk in, I say, good morning. She'd be like, morning. And I walk and I get on the elevator and the little white girl come up. And before I can even say it, she said, good morning. I said, good morning. How's your day? Oh, it's fine. What floor are you going to? 13. Okay. It's good to see you. We'll see you in the morning. Like, it's just different. I don't care. And I've heard black women say it. I've heard even these ratchet women said it, and they admitted it. It's just a difference in the way they speak, the way they carry themselves, and like Izzy said, the way they are with a black man, right? They may treat a white dude like the shit on the sidewalk in the morning when you get up. But a black man, you don't have to. Remember earlier we were talking about demanding your respect.
But that's in a caveat, though. That's in a caveat. Let me ask you a question. Are you talking about to marry, or are you just talking about like dating? Which
marry?
Oh, to marry. Nah. Okay. So when you talk about marriage,
well, you can do both. You can say both. You can do both.
So marriage is different. Let me just say that, because when you're marrying, then you're intermingling the families, you're intermingling the culture, and that's probably why the divorces are a lot higher, because you have a whole bunch of inner dynamics that you don't have when you're necessarily dating. And so with those inner dynamics, I think it makes it more challenging. However, on the front end, yes, white women are, like more accommodating on the front end. However, when things go south, it's a lot more treacherous.
Black man, I got something for you, man. I want to share a video that speaks to what you were talking about. I'm going to show you a video of Shador Sanders in Colorado and the difference.
I seen it. Well, come on, play it right now.
Between him and the women, how they treated him down in Jackson State. So I'm going to go ahead and share my little video.
And shout out to Shador. I hope they beat the shit out of Kansas tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You say, hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you ain't have to beg them or nothing.
It is what it is, bro. It is what it is.
But let me ask you, did you think he got that reception when he was down in Jackson State like that?
Fuck no.
Okay.
He was just another nigga.
No, hell, yes, he did. Yo, he was getting love at Jackson State. You better believe that.
I'm talking about
driving around in Rolls Royce.
Yeah. I'm talking about as far as
being Dion's son.
Yeah. He that part in Jackson. But I'm talking about
the woman was going.
These
crazy.
white men are probably saying, "Baby girl, that needs to be your husband."
Shit.
They was down there stealing from Dion, and these folks putting money in his pocket.
Right. Yeah, they was stealing for Dion, but you talking about the women. Do you think the reception from the women was like that? And I would say probably more so. Like them girls in Jackson was going crazy over Shador, more than likely. Think about it. He's 18, a star, a quarterback, Rolls Royce. His dad is Deion Sanders. Like, come on, fam. Like,
he was getting love down.
They don't care who he is, man. They barely know who he was, man. I'm just telling you.
They knew he hopped out that Rolls Royce Cullinan. They knew they ain't see no Rolls Royce Cullinan around there.
Because Jackson State ain't got that kind of money down there. You know what I'm saying?
He was getting love like
that.
Hey, just be real.
I want to speak to the video real quick, and you know, both. Listen, this is what I know for sure. I've never dated a white woman, right? However,
poor baby.
But I've had that college experience of them, so I knew they.
Hey, talk to me then.
But I'll say this. As it pertains to a white woman and a black man is not going to be able to have that downtime as much. A white woman going to work the shit out of your ass because you going to take care of her. She going to make sure of that. She ain't going to take care of you. Now, on the flip side, a white man.
You wrong, brother.
No. Most sisters, they get with these white dudes. They paying the mortgage. They paying the car note. They doing all that.
White woman, bro. The white woman, at least back in the white women do.
But what I'm saying is, yes, but
they giving up that bread, bro.
But what I'm saying is, but they go. Today's white woman,
I don't know.
She's going after that high caliber dude. They going out. If she's about something, she's going after Mr. Six Figures, Mr. Pro Athlete, Mr. High Profile. The guy, they go for that. If she's about something, now she's the old slut bucket. Yeah, she'll let you come. She'll let all of us come through right now and do what we got to do.
So did you see Travis Hunter, girl?
No, I ain't seen her.
What she got? She white. You see what she got him for his birthday?
No, what she get him?
She got him that fucking Dodge, Hemi Wildcat Dodge Ram truck.
Yes,
770 horsepower for his birthday.
And that's the setup. And that's the setup. She go get her. She putting herself in position to be his wife and have a life full of luxury. That's an easy setup.
And guess what he
But
said?
again,
I got a nice house in Colorado. I just bought because they had a baby. Yeah, she just had a baby too.
I was.
They've been together for 4 years, 3 years.
She's setting him up. She's gonna be with him. She's gonna be his wife. She's understanding that mission. She's seeing what's the target, and she's putting herself in that position. Now, what you doing? And this is the thing, because even a white man, every other race of man would clap cheeks with a sister. They'll do it, but they come to sow their route oats. They not trying to marry him, and if they do, we are marrying outside our race as it pertains to education. And the higher the education, the more likely someone may marry outside their race. But if a white man gets with a sister, she's going to be fit, feminine, submissive, everything that they won't do for us. He's going to choose that type of woman unless she got the bag. She got $30 million. He'll marry anybody. It don't matter. Most people ain't going for they not going for the regular dudes. They gonna work the hell out of your ass.
That's not true, fam. That's not true at all, Ferg. That's not true at all. That's not true at all.
That's all I see.
That's not true at all.
Hold on,
Ain't
he's
no dudes get no good ones and they lazy as hell.
I'm telling you, from a point of view of listening to somebody who was in college, and one of the guys or girls that go to our college, the pastor's daughter and son are in college because they're twins. The daughter said, while they're at school, she said most of the black guys talk to white girls. She said, while we out getting our education or we in the study groups or we doing all this other stuff, she said them white girls are working double duty.
Yep.
She said them white girls are helping them black boys with their assignments. She see him in the library doing the assignment. She doing the assignment for him. He can gave it to her. She at the game. Before the game, she hugging him. After the game, she hugging him. She bringing him something to eat. Baby, she said, they just follow them around and make sure they have everything they fucking need.
Everything, yeah. I don't know. I don't know all this working that you talking about. I'm telling you. I'm telling. Hold on, real quick, Trey. First, no, but yeah, it might be the setup. It might be the setup because they see potential in you. That might be right, but all this working that a black man got to do with a white woman, you're mistaken.
No. I'm in a marriage. I'm talking about. I ain't even talking about just having fun. Yeah.
Hold on one second.
I'm talking. Wait, hold on, real quick. So
yeah.
a lot of times maybe it's an investment. Maybe they're spending the bread or whatever as an investment while they dating or whatever to get married. But a lot of times they spend a lot of money. They spend a lot of time and a lot of energy in these relationships. That's a fact. Go ahead, Edom, man.
I just wanted to come up here and say y'all are absolutely crazy if y'all think those black women wasn't going crazy for the lead quarterback that's going to the league. Y'all think that they wasn't cheering and grouping like these white women?
With the Cullinan, y'all crazy.
Listen, I'm telling you, if you ever go to a HBCU, when you start talking about the cream of the crop, the best, he was the best thing walking on Jackson State. This idea that he didn't have black women is crazy. I'm telling you, that idea is just crazy. Now, as I'm saying that was his best option. No, that's not what I'm saying. But he had groupies. They was doing his homework. They was doing all this stuff these white women was doing because he was the cream of the crop. He wasn't just some Joe Blow in the math on the math team or something. So yeah, he had the same effect.
And he was driving a Rolls Royce Cullinan and come on, man, stop it, man.
But you ain't even got to be the starter. As long as you on the team, you gonna get all of that.
And he was driving a Rolls Royce Cullinan in college. Y'all are tripping. You don't think the sisters was on him? Y'all are tripping. That's what I'm telling y'all. Tripping. Y'all tripping.
Yeah, all you gotta do is build a damn team.
All I gotta say is what a damn tape is.
You know how many chicken? You know how much chicken that he could buy them girls? Oh, yeah, you know the snack packs he could buy them girls.
Chicken? What a tape is.
And college is college.
We got tape on the white women, but what a tape on the sisters is. I'm telling you, I went to HBCU and them chicks had their nose up in the air. They ain't studying his ass. They looking at the Kappas and the Qs. Ain't that right? Our pain. You doggone right. That's what in the alphas. That's what they looking at. They ain't studying no damn quarterback.
The Alpha Kappa, rich nigga, Shador Sanders.
That's who you want to hang with, the quarterback.
With the Cullinan in college, fam.
Man, I went to the Cotton Bowl Classic, Grambling and Prairie View, and my brother and my nephew's in Grambling band, and they up there playing and going there. I said, man, y'all killing. After it's over. I mean, boy, you talking about cream of the them black boy, them girls come ready. And my nephew say, ain't this a bitch? I said, what? He said, so nerd ass nigga. I mean, a band member. The girl walked right over to him. Hey, he grabbed her phone, putting his number in the phone. I say, my nephew said, I know, man. He said, that nigga ugly as fuck. And look at him getting that fine ass motherfucker.
I'm telling you, just the illusion. I agree with you. Hey, black man, I agree with you. But just the illusion that he's going to the league, he got black women attention.
He probably fucked a lot of shit. He has some pussy.
And Deion Sanders is his father too. Come on, man, y'all tripping.
Listen, hold on, let me put y'all on game. It's a reason Deion Sanders had sent Brittany Renner down there to talk to them boys. Let me tell you,
Yeah,
cause
he did. Yeah.
listen, listen, them boys was getting attention in Jackson. He said, "Let me go send some hoes out there to teach them the game, so they ain't getting caught up." They was getting attention in Jackson. Let
And
me know.
Anissa's in the chat right now. I hope you're doing good, Anissa. I hope you weren't in one of those areas that got hit in Florida. So, prayers to you. I know you. I don't know if you're in one of those areas, but anyway, Anissa said, "You think white women don't recognize me?" Yes, but Anissa, you said I have a clip of you saying it. They're more pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather be fucked by the person that's gonna hug you, or fucked by the person that's gonna stab you in the back? Listen, if you're gonna get fucked either way, which one you gonna do? That's the thing. And my thing is, them white women and those foreign women, them Asian women, they're just nice. I'm around them. I'm in corporate America. I'm around them every day. It's a difference. The black women coming in, hair all cool to the side. Oh, I ain't had time to do my hair this morning. The white girls coming in like they've been up since 3:30 in the morning. They're at the gym downstairs. They're taking showers, coming up to the floor. They smell good. They look good. Hair all curly and wet. They ain't got no wig on. They're
Curly
smelling
and wet.
sex. They got the wigs on, smell like possum sex.
Curly and wet.
It smell like beat
Oh,
outside.
Lord.
Breath, honey. Let me take a deep breath. How you doing, honey? How y'all doing? Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. I'm not gonna be long. Thank you for letting me up. I just have a little bit to say about the video clip that you just played. So if you notice by her language and the things that she was saying, she was using a lot of stereotypes. She was saying things like, oh, well, they didn't grow up like we grew up. Somebody else said the same thing. She was saying like, well, they didn't get beat the way we got spanked, and they don't do this and they don't that. When I hear Black people speak about white people, basically placing them on pedestals and stuff as if they don't do anything negative as a people, then you already automatically know that a lot of times those are the type of Black people that really haven't been out. They haven't been out of that small little bubble that they grew up in. You see what I'm saying? I grew up, let me just say this, I grew up in mostly white area. And I've already told y'all this little background about me. I was in the military, mostly white people, mostly white, even right now in the dental field, mostly white women, white dentists most of the time, not all the time. But what I'm saying to you is a lot of times we look at these people from the outside and we think certain things aren't going on. I can tell you very well that certain things are going on. And it's just sad to see her sitting up there saying those things about white women. And I work very closely with him, and I can tell you, and you even had a white man up here saying that's not all white women. Just like all Black women don't have an attitude. I don't have an attitude. I come to work happy every day, honey. As long as you're paying me, I'm happy. So it's just a bunch of stereotypes, and a lot of people are doing things. Y'all keep in mind, a lot of these people are saying and doing things just for social media. We know that up here, but the audience needs to remember that. Like with that pastor, that's a prime example of people saying things. Yeah, he might be a pastor, but he also knows the value of social media hype.
But can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes.
So with that said, right, Mahogany, this is Mahogany, right?
Yes. Hey, Izzy, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? What's good? So with that said, right, would you at least admit that culturally, growing up in the hood, it is a different experience? Like I'm also a person who grew up around all different types of people at different times in my life, right? But what I notice is culturally, it's a really different experience from growing up in a hood experience as a Black person than even being a less affluent or a poor white person in America. It's a different experience. So can you recognize that? I think she's talking about more so the experience. And I can see what you're saying as far as her pedestalizing them because she hasn't been around them and not understanding the nuances and the flaws and the different things that they deal with. But I think that she does have a valid point as far as the difference between a hood experience, right? And a less hood experience, if that makes sense. Would you agree with that?
I agree. Absolutely. We're all going to see things out of our own, glass. So as a Black woman, I see things differently than she does. Absolutely. Even if we're both poor, we're going to have different experiences. So yeah, I understand that too. Can I say one more thing? I don't plan on staying up here with you guys because I know I'm not supposed to be up here, but I appreciate the time.
Security.
But I couldn't help it. I just find you guys' show so intriguing. And I already kind of told you, BMU, as soon as I can, I'm going to be up here on camera as much as I can. I'm not going to lie. I kind of wish you guys had made this show kind of a mixed panel, just because like women need to talk
I
about
got some
sex.
questions.
Sure.
Can I
Well,
answer 2 questions or no?
yeah, sure.
All right, so Mahogany, you said that, do you think the majority of black women got attitudes?
Personally, I can't say. I hate when people ask me questions about numbers, because I can't say that. I really cannot say that. I would not know if the majority of black women have attitudes, because like I can only base it on the women that I'm around. And
Okay, around the women that you're around, do you think the majority have attitudes, the ones you around, or they don't have attitudes?
No, that's the thing. Like they really do not. And I'm not just saying that. And see, I know y'all will not believe that, but that's the honest to God truth. I think maybe my circle is just small, and most of the women that I work with and are friends with, I grew up with. We have like similar careers, so we have similar interests. You know, you hang around people that you have things in common with. Birds of
See,
a feather
but
flock together.
Mahogany, to be honest, I think that'd be my problem, because black women act like they don't go to the damn restaurant and deal with the purple head Shaquika that's getting on people. It's like they act like, they really act like
Being a man,
hold
you're
on, just
right.
let me finish, ma'am. It's almost like they try to act like we're delusional and nobody else is experiencing what we experience. And then next thing they say, no, all the women I see, I mean, every time I go outside and I interact with the woman at Walmart, she ain't got no attitude. She's the most loving person on aisle 6. And I'm like, I go to the same Walmart you go to. You lying. Unless you're just getting a different experience. So I just, the one, that's the only thing I wish, is that black women, and I'm not saying that you be honest, I'll remove it from you, is that this gripe that men are saying is a realistic truth that women try to act like just doesn't exist. And I just don't understand that personally.
So for me, I've talked about attitudes on my own channel, and just of course I've ran into black women with attitudes, but guess what? I've ran into white women with attitudes too. So I think it's, and I don't let either one of them bother me. You know what I'm saying? If I wake up in the morning and I say I'm going to have a good day, I'm going to have a good day. You don't determine my day. So you can have all the attitude you want when I come through that drive-through. You can have. I've had. To me, it's no different than the white woman that's talking down to me because she doesn't realize that I'm educated, or the white woman that's following me around in the Macy's. I'm just saying ignorant people are ignorant people. People with bad attitudes are people with bad attitudes, and it comes in all colors. I'm not going to be long. I do want to say this before I get off this panel. I'm speaking from my own reference point, but I also have one of my good friends. I have a few friends that I'm very close to, and one of my best friends is a black man. We were in military service together, and his wife was a non-black woman. And let me just say that he could also, and this is not to put, this is not about her being not an angel because she was not a black woman. This is just to speak to the fact that, a lot of the things that we hear on social media are just that social media hype, because he had a completely different experience with that person. A similar experience that what y'all would call a Keisha, but she was a white woman from Germany, but she was actually a white woman that was, quote unquote, I guess, acting like a Keisha. So I'm just saying,
So
what I
what
think
you mean by
everybody
acting
knows
like
that
a Keisha? Hello, no, because you're saying a lot of words, ma'am. What do you mean by acting like a Keisha?
I
What do
said
you mean by
what people on social media would say is acting like a Keisha, because I
But
don't think
I
it's
want to know. I want to know your description, because you said you haven't really met these women. So how would you describe a Keisha?
I never said I've never met those women. I said I have, but I don't let them bother me.
I know, but see, that's the point. Is at first when we start having this conversation, I was asking you about it. It's like, nah, the women I'm around is good. And then
That's
next thing
what
you know,
they are.
hello, I
But you
dig
just
a
cut
little
me
bit
off.
deep.
You did.
I know
You
I
did.
do that. Yeah, I'm just that guy. I'm sorry. I like to go back and forth in conversation.
That's
But go
okay.
ahead. You can finish. If you go
Like I
ahead and finish.
said, you asked me you asked me if I've ever met those women. I said, yes, I have. I've talked about it on my channel, people with nasty attitudes. But I've met Black women with nasty attitudes, and I've met white women with nasty attitudes. I've met, the other day I was at a thrift store and a damn Asian woman almost knocked me down to get to the sale. So I'm just saying, like, I know this is cute and this gets the views and everything, but in reality, color obviously plays no role in a person's badass attitude. And I know that speaking from my own experience. So yeah, I just wanted to add that. I hope I didn't bring down the mood.
No,
No,
MJ, I got a question.
Wait, Mahogany, real quick. So you don't think culturally that there's certain tropes culturally that are within different cultures? Like, for example, Asian people have certain tropes, or like little hat people have certain tropes, or Caucasian people or Black people, and you don't think there's no legitimacy to those tropes at all?
When you say tropes, give me an example of what you mean.
All right, so little hat people are known to be thrifty and cheap. Huh? So that's a trope. That's a trope in the way I mean.
Oh, I guess I would call it stereotypes, but yeah, there's some truths to some stereotypes. I'm gonna be honest. There's a stereotype about Black people and hot sauce. I love me some hot sauce. I guess there can always be some truth, but we shouldn't generalize. I think we all know that.
Right, but you don't think, I apologize. So with that being said, you don't think that generally speaking, there's any type of legitimacy at all to Black women, by and large, having an exorbitant attitude or having kind of an attitude problem? You don't think that that's a reality?
I think, and y'all are not going to like this, but this is the gospel truth. It's something that I've pondered about because I remember being younger and hearing things like that, like Black women have a bad attitude. And I was a kid at the time, and I'm like, why are people saying things like this? Like, Black girls get a lot of slack from a young age. And so I never fit into that because I was always a bubbly little girl. But to answer your question, I think Black women are misunderstood. And I'm gonna just say this, I'll be real short with it. A woman, for instance, the angry Black woman, so many things could have happened, but nobody ever asked the angry Black woman, what happened. It's just kind of, this is what you see, or this which is what you presume for her to be like. I'll just put it this way. A lot of other races of women get leeway. They get excuses made for them for why they are a bad mother, or whatever the case may be. But Black women, our society is just the way it is. And some of our people have started to believe things about their own people that are negative, but our society just does not make excuses for us. They don't make leeway for us. So
stop the cap, please.
I know that's what you think, but that's just how I see it. I see it. I've seen it.
I apologize. I apologize. I apologize.
Let me ask a question, and then
I know you gotta
go.
Is this meatball?
No, that's hot
sauce. Hot sauce. She said meatball. Listen, MJ, I got a question. So, if you did a poll right now, and you lined up Black men all over, and you give them the option, and you say, "Hey, listen, would you rather start a relationship with Becky, or would you rather have a relationship with Antonisha?" And you have both of them there, and what do you think the majority of Black men would choose?
So that's a great question. The majority of Black men that I know, because of the type of people I hang around, most of the Black men, like the man I'm with, that's all he wants is a Black woman. So I date a particular type of Black man. I date a very I'm very proud of my ethnicity and my background and my heritage. So that's the type of man I look for. So I wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? So those are the type of men I tend to be around. For instance, most of the people in my family are married, and most of the Black men in my family are married to Black women. So, that's just what it is.
Well, can I ask that question a little different?
Hold on a second. Either man, hold on a second. I think the problem is y'all asking the wrong question. The question is, are most of the people that you know are married? So that's it right there, y'all. That's the end of the conversation. It goes back to what we talked about earlier. Those who are married had to go through the process of being honorable enough to be married. The people that we talking about are the ones who don't deserve to be married. And that's why it's hard for her to see what the rest of the world sees, because she's not introduced to that environment. So y'all asking her the same question over and over again, it's going to wind up being the same thing, because that's not her experience, gentlemen.
So she would see what Anissa said. Anissa said white women and black women are the same.
So can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, black men, it is their prime objective. Most men are going to date their own race, right? Because you want to replicate what you look like. Every race of men, majority of them are going to date their own race. Just because you date your own race doesn't necessarily mean that it's easier. Black men are taught to struggle in relationships. Black men are taught to do that struggle black love. Black men are more I don't know what the word is, more compliant in their relationships compared to other men. Right? So just because black men date their own race, which is totally normal, doesn't discredit the point of it's just easier on the other side, because it is. I mean, look, you have Michelle Obama up here talking about she's a single mother on TV. No other president has ever done that. You have Michelle Obama talking about she couldn't stand this man for the first 10 years. I've never heard Tipper Gore say that. I never heard Barbara Bush say that. You know, because when it comes to a line of etiquette and decorum and preserving the black male image, which Kevin Sam used to talk about, black women don't give a shit about that. So just because we date our own race doesn't necessarily mean that it's easier. It's just that most people date their own race because that's the normal thing to do. And I pass the mic on that.
Hot sauce. Before you go, MJ, hot sauce. Also, you have to keep in mind the most embarrassing thing that happened as well. DJ Envy from the Breakfast Club, his wife got on national TV and said, orgasm? What orgasm? I haven't had an orgasm with my husband for 12 years.
Right.
Tia Mowry just did the same thing. Tia Mowry just did the same thing to Corey Hart. Corey Hardwick. Right? With I mean, matter of fact, Tia Mowry has dogged this black man out, and nobody still knows why she divorced this man. Even she don't even know why she divorced.
She don't have to announce that to the public. She don't have to say that.
No, she's been saying everything else, right? She's been saying everything else, MJ. Like, for real. Shout out to you.
Everything out but that, huh?
Yeah, she said my marriage was like a graduation. I had to graduate to higher things. What?
But you can use context clues. So, Bob, you can use context clues to show, like, she's all over the place. She really was being selfish, and she thought that she thought the grass was going to be greener somewhere else, and that's why she got divorced. That's literally the reason.
But here's the nasty work. Here's the nasty work. For a little while, for at least a good smooth 3 to 4 months, people were saying that he cheated on her.
Women were saying that.
Right.
Yeah,
she never called it out. Right.
That's nasty work, bro. Because he didn't.
Right.
And she could have been like, well, to the best of my knowledge, he never did any of that. Right. But you know what I mean? She's selling her soul for this trifling ass
reality show
she got. Yeah.
Yep. Facts.
I just wanted to say something about what Hot Sauce said, and then I'll listen to the show, because I really have been entertained with the show. I love the show. I do. I can't even deny it. So I wanted to add on to what Hot Sauce says. He was talking about how, black women have they don't know how to behave in public versus white women who do.
I said black women don't protect the black male image.
No.
Okay. I mean, I'll say this in general with just black people. Black people do a lot. I've been saying this for years. Black people, it kind of gets on my nerves the way we put all our business out here. We do it on social media. We do it all over the place. And that's the difference between us. That is the difference between us. White folks, they keep their stuff in house. It doesn't mean it doesn't go on. Who said something?
Keke Palmer.
Cardi B.
You know.
So yeah, I'm just saying that they keep their stuff in house versus us just telling the world all our private business, but it doesn't mean the stuff doesn't go on. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say, and I'm a listen. Thank you for letting me up, though.
All right, I appreciate you, girl. Have a good night.
You too. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
All right.
Hi.
So listen, look at
Oh
your
my
logo.
God.
So,
Oh my God.
so-
Turn hot sauce loose, man. Unloose the Kraken. Unloose hot sauce. Hot sauce, welcome to the show, brother.
Thank
Didn't
you.
get a chance to
Thank you.
introduce you properly, brother. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm trying to be polite, but you know what I mean. But I mean, like the thing about it is, man, we're just not being honest. At the end of the day, Black women, I've said this multiple times before, Black women are just not polite and nice to Black men, and that's just what it is.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm going to push back a little bit. The reason I say that is because I've seen a bunch of Black women who are really nice women, and it depends how you're raised. End of the day, if you're raised to be screaming, yelling, throwing shit, and you disagree with you?
Yeah, because
Really?
the black
Okay.
women you know is in the workplace.
Some of the most
Nah,
educated
you
sexy
been there. You
women
been
that
there.
come from 2-parent homes will throw their nose at you like you ain't shit.
This white man done been their boss.
From
That's
my personal
why. Yeah, of
experience.
course she interact with their
Exactly.
boss that way.
So
wait, does he even live in America?
yes, he does.
Okay. Nah, I know
So-
he said he was Greek. That's why I don't. I'm no,
So-
no. Wait, he said he was Greek. I'm not familiar with his backstory. He said he was Greek, so I didn't know whether he lived in America or not. So I'm not trying to.
Yeah, yeah,
American thing right here.
So here's what I don't understand, and I've never understood this dynamic, this dichotomy, is that you have a plethora of men. First of all, unless the women are dealing with women on a regular basis, and I mean dealing with women not on some friendly kiki bullshit, okay, like girl, your hair looks nice and your nails look nice type shit, okay, because most of that shit just be shaved any fucking way. I'm talking dealing with women on an interpersonal, trying to get to know them, relational, interpersonal type basis type shit. Unless you're dealing with women on that type of basis, men are going to be the true arbiters of real hard data of
That's true.
that type
That
of
is
shit.
true.
Okay.
That is true.
So all of us on this panel represent dealing with women on a, I don't know, 20 to 1 ratio when it comes to dealing with women on a different level than a average heterosexual woman dealing with women.
Yeah, we on the spectrum, bro.
So we're talking about one of us having a plethora of experience dealing with a multiplicative of experience dealing with women. So what I don't understand is why is it that when men are saying what it is that we typically deal with, why is that not believed? But we have a society that says that you must believe all women, irrespective to what the fuck they say.
Which is crazy work. Because women don't even tell the truth. Having a woman tell you the truth is like asking a vampire to go in the sun. That shit ain't happening.
Who the hell is this nigga you feel the need to entertain?
I'm not sitting here saying that there aren't men that paint with a broad brush. I'm not sitting here saying that every time a man says something about women in general, that it should be taken all the time as if it is not painted with a broad brush. What we are saying here is that we understand that not all women, not all Black women, not all white women are like this. What we are typically saying is that we're filtering through the bullshit. And what we're saying is that generally speaking, on average, because we're logical enough to say that on average, what we come across is a nasty attitude. And when we're talking about a nasty attitude, it's generally meaning not pleasant. And we're not saying that you have to be pleasant with us. Nobody has to be pleasant with us. But we're surprised when someone actually fucking is. And the ones who we are surprised by are the people who are opposite of our fucking melanin spectrum. That's
That's
what
true.
we're trying to say.
Common courtesy.
And the
Common
reason why,
courtesy.
and the thing is that who we would expect to be the most courteous to us is the ones who resembles closest to, presumably, who birthed us, or whose scrotum we came from, at least as far as melanin complexion wise. We would expect that, who
Hey,
look
boss
like
man,
us.
I don't know what black women you know, but I don't think they got scrotums. But I'm gonna let you keep going.
Well, no, as far, I'm saying as far as our complexion.
The fuck is that?
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
I'm talking about our complexion.
No, we get you. But I mean,
So-
but the point is this, man. You said something really important. Just common courtesy, man. Just common courtesy that you would give any stranger. We're not asking for special treatment. We're
No.
just saying it is so bad that a black man can't even get common courtesy from the average black woman.
But I know where it comes from, though. See, a lot. Here's the thing: a lot of times we don't actually talk about where the source of this shit comes from. Here's where it comes from. How many years has it been where we've had media, music, and
We gotta stop that shit. We can't keep putting this shit on the
No,
news.
it's not on music and media. It's not. No, I
No, we
disagree.
can't do that, bro.
the third one is also from their own parents.
No, it ain't
Agreed,
got nothing to
agreed,
do with that,
agreed.
boss man.
Okay,
No,
well, help me out
listen,
then.
I got you, boss man. The only reason that it's able to happen is because black men still choose them and allow it to happen. That's the only reason. If black men say, "Hey, I'm gonna take a stand. Either you treat me right, or I'm not gonna deal with you," then guess what? The black women would change. But right now, what we say, black men still choose black women over anybody else with them acting the way that they act. So it have nothing to do. It have really nothing to do with them. They can do whatever they want, and guess what black men do? They still choose them.
Okay, well, here's what's starting to happen. You ready? Check it out. Cause see, here's what people don't see. Right here. Check it out. This is Bismal. Look who's already starting to pull away. Look at the blue line. So what you're saying isn't happening. It actually is. Why do you think they're complaining?
No, 85% of black men are still dating. That is the overwhelming majority. That is stop. Please stop.
But
No,
what I'm trying to say is, yes, there's an overwhelming majority, but this here is increasing for women and it is decreasing for men. Is the point that I'm making.
20, but I mean,
The point is it's still the minority that's doing it.
We got to look at statistics over time. Over a 20-year period, it went from 92 to 85.
85.
So that's the 7% difference over 20 years. No, they're not pulling away. 7% over 20 years. So over 20 years, only 7% of the marriageable black men are going to pull away. No, that is not pulling away.
Okay, which means the marriageable black men are the ones that are, which means the ones who are not marriageable, they're the ones that's actually still doing the bullshit. Do we really?
No. Hold on.
No, then what am I missing? What am I missing?
I'm about to help you understand.
Hear me out.
Hold on, let me help him out real quick, Hot Sauce.
Help me out.
100% of these men are marriageable. And only 7% of the marriageable men are pulling away because they wouldn't have black spouses if they wasn't marriageable. So we're talking about 100% of the men that are married, not the men that are not.
No. That's not. You're also incorrect. What I'm saying is that if you look at you're incorrect. In 2000, 92% of black men were married to black women, and 8% were married outside. In 2021, 85% of married black men were married to black women. So over a 21-year span, the deviation is only 7%. You
Correct.
cannot say that black men are pulling away when it's only a 7% difference over a 21-year span. Because look, if you're going to say that, then 97 to 93%, then we also have to say that black women are also pulling away, because over a 21-year span, 5% of black women went elsewhere. So if we're saying black men pulled away, you have to say black women also pulled away, because 5% and 7% is no difference.
Well,
that's still by the second margin of error.
There's still
Right.
within margin.
So the point is that, look, I agree with you on the parents, right? Because there's a lot of deadbeat moms that decided their child wasn't good enough to have a father. I'll agree with you on that. But Eman makes an even stronger point. We allow it.
Right.
And that marriage outside the race rate only pertain, it goes higher depending on the education level. As people's education increase, then they seek other races to marry. It's not just regular guys. Most regular guys that are black, they want a sister. They might play around with it, but
No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't
They
have an
don't.
option. Listen, if you look at where
they're
they
with,
stay at, they don't really
yeah,
have an option to
but they'll stay
marry out.
single.
If we if
Right.
we
Yeah.
if we had more blended neighborhoods, we'll see a lot more marrying now. The problem is, most people don't leave 20 miles past where they grow up at, and they grew up around a whole bunch of black people. Listen, when I stayed in Atlanta, you know who I dated? Black people. When I moved to Seattle, and guess what? It was a lot of different options. I stopped dating black women. I had different options. It's really, people think that people are choosing their own person. No, it's just that they don't have the option to choose otherwise.
Are you, you educated, right? Outside of high school, right?
Yes, sir.
You're right. That plays a role too, because you make yourself available for those options. Most regular, I'm just saying, like you said, the ones that pretty much stay within a 20-mile radius, they don't have that other plethora of options because they have limitations. They're not even talking to a lot of these women outside of work.
But most
It's not about
educated
money,
black
because the
men are.
military showed us
I said
this.
education. I didn't say money.
No,
I
but
know, but no, the
education,
military.
even
Hold
you
on.
look at.
The
Go ahead.
military taught us this. When we seen dudes from the military go somewhere where they had more options, you know what they did? Go to Korea. It's a whole bunch of black kids speaking full Korean in there. I
Yeah.
mean, darkish you can believe. And I'm telling you, they just don't eat. It's not even an option. So they said,
No,
hey,
but
men.
even regardless, no matter the setting, there you look at the educated men, you look at any small cohort you want to look at. The majority of those men in those cohorts are still married to black women. Overwhelming majority. So even if you look at men who have a master's degree, 70 to 80% of them are still married to black women. Overwhelming majority, because it's your biological nature to reproduce yourself as men. Women tend to date out more than men. Every category, every race of women except for black women date out more than the men. White women date out. White women date out more
There's a
than.
difference between dating and marrying.
Okay, white women marry outside of their race more than white men. Asian women marry outside their race more than Asian men.
No doubt.
Latino women marry outside their race more than Latino men.
And you say the exception is black women?
Yes.
They say
only
that
black women don't.
Because-
Only black women don't marry outside their race, but every other race,
But what's the reason why
every
you
other
think-
race, the person that marries out will be the woman.
Okay, but what are the reason why you think black women are behind? Because nobody wants them?
I would say it's because, well, when you look at there's a professor from MIT, and she talks about this. She talked about the dating race divide or whatever. I forgot the name of the book, but there's a lot of people who covered it before. And she talks about how just other races of men don't find black women as attractive.
So can I address this comment? It says that men get out what they put out. So why are we getting something from other races? I think the question we got to ask ourselves, if we get out what we put out and other races are giving us different reactions, does that mean that we're not putting out good energy?
I don't understand your question. Maybe maybe somebody can you explain it, please?
So low, why are we
Yeah,
giving
I can explain it. So the comment says that men get out what they put out. So if they put out negative energy, they get negative energy back. The question is, if I was to talk to someone else, quote unquote, a white woman, and I get a different energy, does that mean, just based off the conversation, I'm putting out different energy now? Or is it the person just deciding to be their independent thought pattern?
I don't know.
Yes, Mahogany, I want you to come back up here. I sure do. I do.
Yeah. But what I just want to say this, right? When it comes to dating out, women tend to date out more. Women tend to date out more, and women are more influenced by their surroundings and their environment than men. It's just that when it comes to black women, whether it's their reputation or whether whatever, right? Other races of men do not find them as attractive as their own women, which is normal, right? Or are more attractive than the other races of women outside their race, right?
So
Because the white man is always going to find a white woman more attractive than anybody else. That's normal. Just like an average black man is going to find a black woman more attractive than anybody else. That's normal. But when it comes to, will a white man or an Asian man find them more attractive than a Latino woman? And apparently they find Latinos more attractive than a black woman. So that's why it's harder for a black woman to date other races than other types of women. And I think we all can agree to that.
So I have a question, just based off of attractiveness. What are those categories for people being attractive?
She got a heartbeat.
Well,
that's kind of in the eye of the beholder, right?
That's subjective. We can't quantify that.
Yeah.
But
every race of man plays with a black woman, pretty much. All races of men.
No, but we're talking commitment, right? We're talking commitment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not committing unless they have. And most races of men don't operate with the sisters unless they have something to offer them.
Look, I'm just gonna say right here, at least back then, which they don't have any more updated data than this, and it's kind of hard to find it. But at least back then.
Go to
CDC. Say it again?
Go to the CDC.
Yeah, I got to go there after this, but at least back then, we'll see if the data switches or have an upward or downward trajectory. But there are 556,387 more married black men than married black women, at least at that point in time. Now, married black men, 85% have a black wife. At least 8% chose white spouses, 4% chose Hispanic spouses, and then 3% other. Now, on the flip side, 93% have black husbands. Okay, 4% of white spouses, 2% Hispanic spouses, and 1% other. So you can see the actual cross analysis between the two. Okay, relative. But there are more black men that are married than there are black women that are married. So you can kind of do the cross comparison there. Okay.
But that's because of money, though. The reason is more black.
No.
Money does matter. Okay.
Yeah, but
I mean,
you can't.
If that was the case, then there would be more married women then.
No, but you can't compare like that. Like statistics don't work like that. You cannot say, okay, 93% of black women are married to black men, 85. So first of all, okay, it's easier for men to get married than women. Just on a purpose alone, men typically are the ones to propose, right? Women wait to be proposed to, right? So just on raw numbers alone, I can just keep asking women to marry me until someone say yes, right? So you can't compare it like that because it's not apples to apples. Secondly,
what you can compare, hot sauce, is that 93% of the black women marry black men. That goes into the hand in hand with the statistic that there's less men, less different races. Most different races won't marry them, so they have
yes,
less
this
choice.
is true. This is true. Yeah, see,
That's why
this is
they
also
No,
marry.
that ain't the narrative that they spinning. The narrative they spinning is they're the most loyal. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah,
but
well,
that's not true. That's just
narrative.
not true.
Let's forget about
That's
that
the narrative that they're spinning.
Well, that narrative is not necessarily true, right?
Yeah,
Let them tell us they're the
because when
most
we look
loyal,
at
man.
because when we look at the dating apps, black women choose white men more than they choose Jennifer Lundquist. MIT.
They
Jennifer Lundquist.
they are the most loyal. I couldn't wait to get back to my phone. They
Come on,
are the
man.
most loyal. No, hold on. I was waiting. Listen, we can say
Black
whatever
women
we
are the
want to
most
say.
loyal.
Absolutely. Listen,
Okay,
listen.
go
You can.
ahead, man.
I'm about to explain it to you.
Okay.
Now we can say why we're not talking about why they're loyal. If we just take what Hot Sauce has said, every other race is going out and black women are staying with black men. That is a sign of loyalty. Now, why they are loyal, we can dive into that. But black women are the most loyal, hands down.
Because
That's what the numbers say. We want to use the numbers all night. We can't just stop using them now.
well, wait a minute, Edie, man. You can't discount the fact that they don't have as much choice because the other men ain't choosing them.
But now what you're trying to do is define why
No,
they are
no.
loyal.
Well,
It's
hold
still
on, hold
loyal.
on.
That's the point that I'm trying to help you.
Well,
If
you're
they don't
using
have an
loyalty as a
option,
reason why, though. You're using loyalty as a reason why.
that's the
So,
point that I'm
how
telling
could
you. So
that
say,
be more? Well, what I'm saying is also a reason why is maybe because they don't have the choice like they want to.
well, let me give you an example. So say if a dude get locked up and only one game chooses them and the other games don't, can we say that he's loyal to that game if that's his only option?
Say that again.
Okay. Say a man get locked up and
Yeah.
he chooses, only one game is willing to take him. And he
Right.
stays with that one game, even though he don't have options. Can we say that that man is not loyal?
No, you
Yes,
can't say
he's not
not
loyal.
loyal,
Yes.
but he's kind of there because of desperation.
All right, cool. We could call it desperate. You can call it whatever you want, but it's still, by the definition of loyal, it's still loyalty.
That's not that's not the definition of loyalty, my
All
friend.
right, what's the definition of
That's
loyalty?
loyalty doesn't mean just because this is my only option, I choose it, I'm loyal. That's definitely not the
That's
definition of loyalty.
desperation. That's either
Yeah,
desperation or yeah.
So hold
Well,
on.
okay,
Boss
both
man,
things
you
can be
done pulled
true.
up
Let's just
all
say
these slides. Please pull up the definition of loyalty for us. Because I get we try to
You
say
read my
why
mind,
they are
Emmanuel. You read my
loyal.
mind.
Yeah, we try to argue why they're loyal, but it is proven that it's loyal. If you continue to stay and everybody else at a higher rate is leaving, that means as a whole, you're more loyal. Yeah, I gotta give him that one.
Okay.
It don't sound good, but you gotta give him that one.
Yeah, they are.
Well, what are you looking up?
No.
Hold on, we
No.
pulling up that.
Wait, hang on. I'm because I'm gonna pull up the actual definition here in a moment. But at least when I type in loyalty, state or equality of being loyal. Loyalty is a noun that refers to the state or quality of being loyal. It's also defined as a quality of being constant in your support of somebody or something. Loyalty can also refer to your feelings of support of duty towards someone or something. So I'm going to look up the actual definition of it here.
Well, they use the word allegiance, right? The strong feeling of support or allegiance.
So
do black women have allegiance to black men? I mean, let's
so the
use the word
state of the state or oops, hang on. There we go.
Y'all better read that
There we
thing
go.
where it
Okay.
says
So the
loyal and
state or
faithful.
quality of being loyal, faithful.
Go ahead, faithfulness. Read it out loud.
Faithfulness and faithfulness to commitments or obligations. Faithful adherence to a sovereign government, leader, cause, etc. Well, they have a hard time following.
No. See, I knew you was gonna try to do that, boss man. We're talking about the
Well,
black
we're
women
gonna
that
pick
have been
apart the
chose. Hold
goddamn
on.
definition.
I got you. Listen, we're talking about the black women that have chose black men. We're not talking about the ones who can't. So when we start saying quote unquote this unfaithfulness, we can't include the single black women into that.
I'm talking about the married ones. The most what the divorce rates of those who have actually married are at least a 70 to 77% in America.
It's 50%.
Does that sound like
Now,
someone
so 70,
who
hold
has
on,
a hard time?
70%. I just want to make sure I
across the
understand
board,
you.
though.
So 70%, that means no women are loyal. See, that's what I'm saying is when we start doing it,
No,
if we
no,
gonna
no, no, no,
bring in
no,
a
no, no,
divorce,
no,
hold on,
don't,
no,
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 no.
listen.
Do not be absolute with me because you said no women. I didn't say that's still
I know
left
we,
30
we
to
don't speak in
33%.
absolutes. We don't speak in absolutes. Men know that
We
we
ain't finna
talk
talk about
about
that
majority.
30%.
Yeah. What the whole point that I'm trying to help you understand is if we say other women date out more than their men, right? But
Okay.
black women actually stay and marry theirs. That is loyal. They're more loyal than the other women.
But
How
if
do
they
we use
want to be
statistics?
married,
Hold
if they
on.
want to be married, they don't have.
How do we only use statistics when it benefits us, but then we try to
No,
not use
I'm
statistics?
not. I am not using statistics to only benefit. I'm reading things as they are. So if 69% of America, 69% of women in America file for divorce over men being 31%. Now I have to include because I cannot break down demographics in there. Okay, so demographically, what are the black representation of women
Just say
in
69%.
in this 69%? Well, how many black women actually get married relative to their white counterparts?
They get married less, right? 1/4.
They get
right?
they get married relatively less, right? Okay, so in that regard, okay, so at least about a fourth of this men wise get married, and about a fourth of this, which means yes, roughly women who get married, black women who get married, have a hard time. It's still in the majority.
No, see, you missing it though, right?
What
If
am I
you bring in
missing?
this, I'm about to help you understand. If you bring in this statistic, you must remove race because all races are having this problem. Can
That's
we
true.
agree that that's
That's
the
true.
point that I'm telling you. So
He has a
if
point.
we're gonna
That,
use
that's
this statistic, hold on, if we use this statistic, then we say no racists are loyal. Because the white women, I can make the same argument that they are the majority of that 69%. And they are the majority of the majority of women that's filing for divorce are white women.
Yes.
So
yeah.
so based off your argument, none of them loyal. That's why I said this is a bad statistic to bring in to
No,
Well, hold
prove
on.
your
it ain't
point.
bad. It's the fucking truth.
No,
Hey,
no, hold
hey,
on. Hold
here we
on.
go.
Either man, it's a boss man, either man, both. Listen, if we take race away from this,
It's just
right?
women in general.
Hold on for a second. Just for one real quick second. Let's just say 25% of black women get married, right? That doesn't mean this statistic can still apply. Out of the 25% who get
Yes.
married, 67% of them could still be getting divorced after a certain amount of years.
Damn.
Right?
Yes.
So if they're the least married, that doesn't mean they stay married longer, right? The divorce rate for all women is around 69%, including the black one.
But see, we're talking about loyal. And guess what? Loyalty, when we talk about who they choose, they are more loyal of choosing black men than any other woman. I get it. Now,
Because
y'all
they
want
don't
to
have
say,
a good
is she
choice.
going to be loyal for the rest of her life? We can have a whole different conversation. But the thing is, based off the statistic, and y'all can argue why they loyal, they are the most loyal. Other women are leaving compared to their men.
Can I say something? Can I interject really quickly?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
So first of all, black women are not more loyal than other races. I put something in the back by the University of California Press that talks about on dating apps. Black women choose other races of men more than they choose black men. whereas black men choose black women when they're trying to match on dating apps the most. There is no statistic out there that shows that black women are exclusively loyal to black men. What the data shows and the information shows is that majority of men who are not black do not find black women as attractive as an Asian woman, as a Hispanic woman. And this is why she is relegated to only the black man. She is not relegated because of her loyalty towards him. She is relegated to him because the Asian and the white guy does not find her as attractive as their own woman, which makes sense, or the Latino or the white or the Asian outside of their race. All data shows that.
Which is the same thing that if you were to flip that, it's the same thing that towards a black man, it's the same thing that a white woman typically goes through, or the opposite, because typically speaking, black men would naturally find a black woman more attractive, at least on the onset. And we almost have to flip a switch to actually find the other one. We have to look at other races more objectively. But when it's something about smelling smelling.
So for example, if there was only white men, like for example, if you had an Asian woman that likes black dudes, she's gonna have a hard time because black dudes like black women first. Then Marisol, the Latin woman, is next, right? And black men don't really get down with Asian women like that, right? In mass,
she gotta be blazing. She gotta be blazing.
Right. You gotta be mixed with something with a fat because they're too straight. They're like
that's
a board.
The lie, though. Listen, see, but let me stop you right there. Hold on. The reason it's a lie is because black people and Asian people don't even live by each other. It's a proximity. It have nothing to do with choice. So this is the point that I keep saying.
You're doing the same thing MJ did.
Cool. You can say what you want to say, but the point that I'm telling you is, if you go to Atlanta, it's not a whole bunch of Asians for black men to choose from.
We didn't say they were. What I'm saying is, I have literally seen anecdotal evidence. Literally, I know someone who actually went after and dated someone who was black mixed with Korean, and she was a beautiful woman. Okay, but he said he preferred black women. Black women is all he dated, but he saw her and actually made an exception.
But either man is not incorrect. But the point
he's not.
But if we get a location like New York City, for example,
New York City, Chicago, LA, Philadelphia, they're all Asians everywhere.
If you go to New York City, where there's a melting pot of all kinds of people,
right?
Exactly. They're going to choose black women over everybody else. In that percent.
New York, LA, Philadelphia, DC, Chicago, they live next to each other. Blacks and Asians go to school together. Black men, black boys in high school are not chasing after the Cambodians or the Vietnamese.
Not the 100% Cambodian.
But I guarantee you, if you put a black man in Japan somewhere or in China somewhere, he's definitely gonna find him a Japanese or a Chinese over there. I guarantee you.
So y'all prove me the man's point by proximity.
Yeah, but that doesn't know. But he was making proximity the main issue. If you don't have nobody else around, a white boy asked me, how come all the brothers out in Minneapolis have white girls? I said, man, because if he wanted to get laid, he had no choice.
Right. Because when you look at New York City, Chicago, Philadelphia, LA, where you have in high school, where you have mixture, the black dudes typically are still going to go for the black women. Then it's the Latino second.
See, but
then it's the Cambodian and the Vietnamese.
The problem with what y'all saying is Philadelphia, we could pull it up. The statistics that they still have 80% of the women around them are black, and maybe 10 or 20% is a different race. And now we're about to argue that they got just as many Asians to choose from as blacks. And it's not even true.
But your proximity argument means where there's no other people around
before the Asian. They're going to go to the Latino before the
Well,
Asian.
hold on for a second. But either man, when you talk about proximity, you're talking about when the men are put in a place where that's all that's there.
Right.
Okay, so that's
not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if the same men had 50% option to choose one or the other, we will see a big difference in those numbers. I'm not saying when I say proximity,
we might see
I'm
a
just
difference,
asking.
but not a big difference.
I'm just saying if it was equal. I'm just telling you, if it was
I'm saying
equal,
if it was
we will see something totally different.
I think all y'all right.
No. Hold on. Pause. Majority of every American city, majority of every major American city is white people, right? You do not see black men that are not married in the workplace going after Becky first. And you cannot tell me black people are not around white people in all the major cities.
All the time.
Majority of the people in New York City are white. Majority of white people in Los Angeles is white. So why we don't see that?
I can tell you why. Because they used to kill us if we did it. That's the whole point. Like, people don't realize that it used to be a crime. No, listen. I'm talking about the psyche. So the whole point that I'm trying to help y'all understand the psyche. I remember, you gotta understand, me growing up, I used to remember my mama saying, don't you date nobody you can't wear the same comb with or use the same comb.
That must have been a long time ago because you ain't used no comb in forever.
I mean, come on, right?
Hey,
like
man,
Chicago, New York, the majority of people are white. So how come majority of black men ain't with white women like that?
Mm-hmm.
And if we gonna keep it a buck, if we gonna really keep it a buck, when you look at the black men who are really with white women like that, they're African immigrants. They're either first generation American, or they're from the Caribbean or some shit like that. If you want to keep it 100.
Y'all ain't trying to keep it. I'm finna keep it 1,000. Y'all said y'all use this stat to show loyalty, right? Well, why is it that 30% of children don't belong to the father?
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly.
That point.
That's another point.
Wait, yeah. We really can't say people are loyal when the kid ain't really dad's kid. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. And that's discovered after the fact. We ain't talking about to the guys that walking in, you know, saying, hey, look, I'm gonna handle business. These are guys who thought that these kids were actually theirs and come to find out it wasn't.
Yeah, you can miss me with that, bro. Like I said, like no disrespect to women, man, but asking a woman questions is pointless because you're not going to get the full truth. You're just not, right? You're just not.
So in other words,
lie.
These hoes ain't loyal. You gotta find somebody.
Right, hair, lie, lashes, lie, push-up bra, lie. Are you hungry, sweetheart? Nope. You order your shit. Her fingers are all in your food. Right? Lies.
That shit make you mad too, man.
It don't, right? You hungry? No. Get your shit. You know what I mean?
That's what
and this is the
I order for two.
This shit gets me so upset.
Yeah, I always order. If she don't eat it, I can eat it tomorrow for lunch.
Man, go to the restaurant with your wife. She wants to try something new. And I order the same thing. I go to the restaurant, I order the same thing at that restaurant. I never deviate. She tries some new shit. She don't like it. Guess who ends up eating that shit?
You do.
Right.
I take it right back to the
right. So come on, miss me with that, man. And I'm not saying that women are malicious with it. I'm just saying you're not gonna get the truth.
So this is why it's important for us. I'm actually been meaning to tie this in for a minute. This is why it's important for us to be more developed in our logic and exercise.
Compare notes.
Huh?
We just need to compare notes. They fucked up when they gave us microphones. Let's be honest.
I mean, but
let's be honest, man.
fucked up giving us mics.
Before they had Oprah and shit, you know what I'm saying? And Oprah could get up there and tell them what the hell they want to tell them. You know what I'm saying?
We can't be in a situation where we are the blind leading the blind.
No, it's not.
One.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you why it's not the blind leading the blind. All you're doing is taking guys who are telling you what their experience is. You know how I know they're telling the truth? Because the women who've done them wrong ain't coming up defending themselves.
Did you hear
Facts.
That is the demographic that you ain't gonna ever hear from. You
Right.
always gonna hear from women who ain't had nothing to do with these dudes. Y'all always complaining about women. Meh, 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 meh. I assure you there's somebody complaining about her ass.
Did you hear what I said?
He just ain't got a microphone yet. I assure you that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's trying to say it's not everybody. It is everybody to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Everybody love to say that. It's not all. Yes, it is. Your all just ain't got no microphone yet to tell us your story. I assure you it's all.
That's facts. That's
That's
facts.
facts.
Mhm.
So yeah,
And I even appreciate the disagreement because it allows for us to be able to sharpen each other. And I wish that we could see that amongst them in some sort of civil, cohesion and concourse.
So help me understand something. And in regards to this loyalty, I think starting out, yes, both sides are loyal to the race. The older we get, the more so-called traumatic experiences we go through relationships, then I think people start looking outside the race. But in my research and what I had to go with, it depends. You're going to have to really offer something to that other race. You ain't just being no regular small Joe, think you just gonna work part-time and come through. You gonna have to be just like you see when the so-called best looking other white women, they want the best high quality of a man. And even as the white man, Eve, just use her for existence. She had something to offer. They're not just taking no big backs and no 60-pound overweight sister who work at, the bank. It ain't happening. Not to wife her. He'll play around with her. And a brother that goes outside the race, he's going to work hard for that woman. I haven't seen too many of them that just lazy and they got a woman that's, respectable. Haven't seen it. You're gonna offer. If you step outside the race, you better bring your best to the table, or they just won't even.
That's not true, though. That's
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Not even close to true.
Hold on. Okay, so you mean tell me?
So first of all, the thing is, what you're dealing with is you're dealing with attraction, and attraction is not logical, and it's not quite
Attraction.
that. Yes. So the first thing to get with someone is they have to be attracted to you, right? And so what I'm saying is that a lot of times opposites attract, number one, but then besides opposites attracting, women of all races like bad boys. Like they like bad boys, whether it be to marry them, whether it be to date them, have sex, whatever the case.
Michael Jordan ain't no bad boy.
Shit. Are you serious? Are you serious, bro? Michael Jordan
sagging with a wife beat on.
That's not the only way. Are you being? You're trolling right now, right? You're trolling right now. You're trolling right now, right?
Come on, man. Kanye West ain't no bad boy.
You're trolling right now, right? You're trolling. Okay, I got it.
Get you a snowflake and tell us the experience. And
bro, I know. Listen, I know dudes that all they used to date was snowflakes, and them niggas ain't had no job. Them niggas ain't had no money. And these women were rich because their daddy was rich, and they was giving them everything: their car, their bank card. Everything, brother. So
different. There ain't no working woman.
You're talking about a very specific group because I would say this.
Wow.
I was labeled a nerd in high school growing up. My friends were labeled as nerds in high school growing up. and majority, well, all of us ended up marrying non-black women. Majority of us.
Why do you think that is?
And we're not bad boys or anything like that. We did what we were supposed to do when we were supposed to do it.
That's a culture thing.
Right, because if they was hanging around, I mean, if they was hanging around them and they got to know them, and that's a little different thing. But what I'm saying is, it's not like you have to work so hard to get with a white, like
not to get with her, to maintain her, not to get with her.
I will say this. I will say this from all the people I've dated, interracial couples give more grace to one another. Right? Give much more grace. I'm much more grace and much more understanding to one another. I can say that. I can definitely say that.
They don't want to go back. That's why.
Right? No, I'm just saying that just like when I dated a black woman, I had less grace than when I dated an Asian or an Arab or I've never dated a white woman, but an Arab or whatever, right? I had less grace because things are just supposed to be understood. And on the same side for them too, right? They gave me more grace than what they would give to their own men from their own culture. Right? So there's a lot more forgiveness. My experience, I would just say that. My experience, I experienced much more forgiveness.
So you didn't have to do all this hard work that my good brother, Coach Trey Ferguson.
No, I mean, well, it's like I think you're missing.
It's regular. It's the same way.
His point. I think his point is because when you're in an interracial relationship, it is harder because you're coming from two standpoints. It is harder.
But not harder, but he's saying like you have to be like this super Negro, in other words.
No, but he didn't say that, but you have to
basically in essence you have to be like 2 times better than you would.
Dating and marrying is different.
If you want the relationship to work in a culture, you want the relationship to work, is more work because you have to deal with the cultural clashes. You have to deal with the cultural classes. So it's harder.
Listen, y'all, let me explain something to y'all. I mean, the elephant in the room, everybody's talking about going back and forth, dating interracial, whatever. Why not just ask black women to be better? Why is that shit so hard? You know what I'm saying? Why not ask them to be pleasant? Why don't they just be pleasant? We wouldn't have these.
She's gonna cuss you out. She's gonna cuss you out.
I don't give a shit. She gonna
have
to
give a shit.
Y'all
niggas been asking for 2 years.
That's the problem. Let me tell you, even in the chat, I'll give you an example. Anissa said, "Look, Lala, white women are treacherous. Y'all ain't finna scare us out of these white women. What's wrong with y'all? You crazy? They fixing sandwiches and lunches and stuff over here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all talking they treacherous. We already know what y'all doing. Y'all ain't finna change no way anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Not for us.
Why not just ask them to be better? Now the ball's in y'all court, ladies. Are y'all gonna be better? Y'all just gonna keep pointing at everybody else talking about how bad they are? How
They're
about
gonna point at everybody else?
How about advertise how good you are? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Why don't you come down to the Casa de la Sister where you can get your back rubbed, you know what I'm saying? And get you a beer brought to you and get sweet nothings.
Swallow.
You know what I'm saying?
Swallow. Appreciate you, bro.
You know, you gotta give them that hot tool, spit on that thing, man. Advertise and make sure that everybody knows that you are the best. Instead
there
of
you go, right there. Get you a Becky. Get you a Becky.
To me, ladies, that's lazy dating. We call that in the industry dirty macking. You can't make no business of telling somebody else that the lady down the street got flies in her kitchen. No, that's not how that works. You tell them, hey, look, I got the best, you know what? In town. I'm gonna treat you the best way and give you the best bargain for your money. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you come down and let you get the best you can get. You know what I'm saying? They charging too much. Well, guess what? I got 20 in the front. Only in the back. You know what I'm saying? You can't beat these prices. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Ladies, all you have to do is just be good at what you're doing and be better than everybody else. That's all we ask you to do. Just be pleasant. Don't be hating on the folks down the street because we wasn't going to shop down there anyway. But we don't want you to cuss us out when we walk through y'all stores. Talking about some hurry up and buy. That's all I'm saying. Be better. That's all I'm saying. And guys wouldn't have to worry about trying to divide their pennies up, trying to get a plane to go over here to South Korea somewhere.
Man, passport bros is the best thing happened to black men. That's real talk.
You think?
Absolutely. Passport bros is the best thing that's ever happened to black men. Because if you still want melanin, you got a whole continent called Africa. Or you can just go 5 hours.
Central America, Asia, all over the
that's what I'm about
continent,
to say,
brother.
depending on where you are, five hours south, because there's more Afro-Brazilians than there are African Americans. Remember, we African Americans is only 5%. There are more black people in South America than there are in America, by far.
Listen, we got another one of these wild bears, you know what I'm saying, in the woods talking about some we don't care lit. Well, damn, we wasn't shopping in your store anyway. But guess what? We wasn't shopping in your store anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. We don't shop where we get poor service. Ain't that right, fellas?
That's facts.
That's right.
That's right.
But that's not
man.
true. 84% of the men shop where they get bad service. I'm just saying.
I don't know about that. I ain't finna go in the store.
They could eat a man married ass trying to mess it up for the.
Say what?
He's speaking the truth.
I said they're gonna eat a man married ass trying to mess it up for the single brother.
He ain't wrong though. Like, he ain't wrong. Like I agree with Boss Man and Eat a Man. It is because of the parents, and we still accept it, right? We don't walk away. So I think they're both right.
She said the average is 85. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm putting it
The
like
average is bullshit.
Hey, that's a bad score.
You read
that. That's a bad. Would you eat at a restaurant with 85% score, man? I don't think so. Most women probably wouldn't.
Yes, they will.
Just saying.
Your asshole will hurt later on.
They like you, they'll eat anywhere.
So have you solved it?
It's all good. You got what? Raisins in your potato salad. Lala, let me explain something to you. My mama taught me how to cook a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Because she already knew that the women of today weren't gonna be about shit. So guess what? I ain't miss no meals. I'll show you that.
You know what's interesting here is that black women, right? I mean, let's keep it 100. The group of people that's going to find black women the most attractive is black men. There's already more black women than there are black men. And majority, you're always going to have a few, but majority of Asian men, majority of white men, majority of Latino men ain't trying to marry you. I'm not saying not try to sleep with you, ain't trying to marry you. But black women are right here saying, instead of being a little bit better for black men, they'd rather be ain't shit and die alone and change. That's hate. That is hate. That's hate.
That's beyond hate.
Arpain, we can't hear you.
And it only seems. Oh, you're gonna say something, Arpain?
He's still on mute.
Still can't.
I'm on mute. The better word is contempt. It's contempt. You know.
Okay, contempt. Fine, contempt. But I mean, you look at your outcomes, you look at what's available, and you still say, well, I'd rather be in hell than to change for a black man.
Yeah.
Or just change, or just adjust or change for a man in general. Because it seems like, in large part, just in general, from women, period, it seems like it's easier to change in spite and in malice than it is to change out of servitude or out of just loyalty.
I don't change for anybody. They change for attention. And that's why they put the BBLs on and all that shit, because attention is better than acceptance.
Did you say put them on?
Yeah, well,
that's exactly what it is.
They inject the shit, and when it goes out of style,
And
they don't
thighs no match.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it.
The problem is, Arpain, y'all are horrible at striking. Y'all can't go on a strike. Y'all, black men is the worst union out there. we can't stick together to get our pay increase for nothing. I'm just saying,
Hey,
like,
nature takes
That's
over.
facts.
Nature
That's
takes
facts.
over. I mean, the fact is that I think women, when they conflate attention, sexual attention, that's more important to them than marriage attention. Right? I mean, so when they do their IG pages, if they get 1 million views or 1 million clicks or likes and shit like that, guys in their DMs, they get 1,000 DMs. The 1,000 is what they care about, not the 10 that are meaningful.
Well, I mean, but the thing about it is, man, it's just like, look, niggas ain't going on no ass strike. You can forget about that.
Why? Why? Could you see things like this?
Yep.
Let them do it every time.
Most black men ain't turning that down.
Hey, let me tell you, that's a union buster right there.
Exactly. Most black men ain't turning that down.
Right? Just
all
a regular.
All the agreements we have go out the window.
Just a regular
But
woman, nothing special.
But that same woman is stranded in Florida right now with no man.
Bruh. Listen, I was watching this TikTok today, hot sauce, where this old granny white lady was in Florida, and her daughter and her mother had to come down to Florida.
Yeah, I saw that.
20 hours to pick her up, and then they had to stay another 8 hours in traffic because she was by herself and couldn't leave, and while she was in the hurricane.
Yeah, I saw that.
Then they had some sisters who got trapped. They had some kids, and they couldn't get out, so they was in the stove floating down the street or something. You know what I'm saying? Because
and there's one black kid, 14, hanging, floating on the gate. How floating on the gate? How you end up on the gate?
Hurricane came through. What you? That's why you gonna end up on that damn gate. Get the hell out when they say.
I mean,
listen,
why in the house somewhere?
Why does it always take some type of freak of nature, act of God, to get their attention, and it wears off, and 4 years later they're back at it again?
Man,
if you didn't learn from what happened in 2020 with the vid, and then on top of that, we got all these hurricanes, and still ain't learned from that. What is it gonna take, bro?
I told you it's gonna take y'all going on strike. We gotta start a new union. Union 427 Black. That's the only way we gonna change it.
Nobody's striking, man. Nobody gonna strike on some ass.
Man, we got these.
Well, y'all get what y'all get. Then don't cry about it when they throw that coup d'etat out there and say you better take me to some place better than the Cheesecake Factory for these cheeks. So
you guys are correct, but y'all asking men to do some shit that they haven't been able to do.
We already know our pain.
No, we not. Listen, see. That's how I know, like, black men. Hold on. Listen, our pain. This is how I know black men thinking is so limited. I'm about to tell you. Now, you want to talk about other people. I'm talking about black men. Black men say, I don't have access to black women. That means I don't have access to pussy. What is that at? Hold on, like y'all telling me this big old earth we live on that the only access. Hold on, listen. It's all these other women out here. You gonna tell me now I ain't got access? Shoot, you do got access. You just need to get your game up. I don't know what y'all talking. Like I would be.
When you say union, I thought you were saying men should abstain.
No, I'm saying no. You missed. They should
take it on down the street, man.
You say, hey, hey, you know what? I'm not Piggly Wiggly. I ain't shopping at you no more. I'm going down to the Kroger's. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm with you now.
No, but what I'm saying is, can you pull that woman back up?
Who you be?
Most men ain't leaving that. They ain't gonna go to Kroger. They are not coming to Kroger. Right? Especially
that's public. That's what shopping is a pleasure.
Simps.
That's simp.
You're right.
That's simp.
Right.
See, that's simp. That's that simp stuff that y'all been talking about. See, it's crazy that y'all say the men who say, hey, you know what? I'm going to get better is the simp. Nah, the dude who say, I'm so weak in my flesh that I'm gonna get treated any kind of way, that's the real simp.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That shit's never gonna end, man. The guys are always gonna go to the least resistance, man. Yo, man.
But it goes back to what we said earlier in the live. There's deceptors in our ranks, so we got to get rid of those guys. They don't
All I'm
want
gonna
this.
say is this: as soon as you bend her over and then she put it in her mouth, it's a wrap. You ain't leaving that. It's a wrap.
Hey, Lost. I just found something for calendar year 24. I had to go back in a different topic, but divorce rate for white couples for year 2023, 15.1%. The marriage rate among the same couples is 32.1%. So 32% get married for white couples, and 15.1% of those same couples get divorced in 2023. Okay. You ready for black people? All right. So black people, as of 2023, they get married at a 17%, 17.3%, right? You want to take a stab at out of the 17%? You want to take a stab at the divorce rate?
80%. 80% get divorced.
Out of the 17.3%, 30.8% of the 17.3% get divorced.
Just post-COVID.
Oh, that's not bad. 37%. That's not bad.
That means 70% are loyal. You
No.
Stop.
Pause. I said 17%. Okay, so the divorce rate for black couples is 30.8%, and the marriage rate is 17.3%.
So there's more people.
So you just proved our point. See, listen, let me tell you how you prove the point. So we only talking about married people. That's 100%. 30% of them getting divorced. 70% are staying together.
63%.
But we're not talking about non-married. See, this is what I tell. Like when I went to college, just trust me.
No, you're right.
It was a community college. Hold on.
I'm reading this wrong.
I know
you're reading it wrong. You're reading it wrong.
The man said, "Damn the rest of the cake. Just let's focus on the slice."
With that 17%,
damn all that. Let's worry about this slice, man.
And we look at this slice of cake. I'm just saying, I went to college, but it was a community college. And you know, my professor, he spoke a little bit slower because we had less people in the classroom. And so he taught us that when you looking at statistics, you look at the data that you're actually measuring. So we look at that 17%. 30% get divorced, 70%. That means the majority of black women are being loyal.
The majority of 17% of them, man. You know.
So less people are getting married, and more people. So less black people are getting married, and more black people are getting divorced. Is what I read on that.
That is correct. Right.
That is how I read that.
There's less people going into the marriage building, and there's more people leaving the marriage building.
And as far as white people, there's more getting married and less getting divorced.
But still, if only so out of 100, what did it says? Like out of 100 married black couples, 30-something%. That still means majority of people are not getting divorced.
Not getting married.
Not getting married.
They're not getting married, but the people who are married, majority of them do not get divorced.
But let's look at the 17% as 100% and take 30% out of that 100.
Thank you, Coach Berg. Because the 17%.
But hear me out.
Still stand together. So
17. Let's say 17% of people getting married. So let's say that's 200 people. 17% of the black people. Let's say that's 200 people. Now, with how many are getting divorced? You said I can't see.
30%.
Just 30%.
It's 30.8%.
Okay, so 30.8% are divorced. So what is that out of 200 people?
60. 60. I tell you, all y'all went to these white universities.
So there you go. So that means 140 people are still married.
Checkmate.
Yeah. So that proves that they are loyal. You know, the loyalty is there.
No. That ain't.
no,
shit.
no,
No,
no. Here we go. Here we go.
All
Here
right,
we go. Here we go. Here we
everybody.
go.
I can't believe I'm
You said
agreeing with Trey Ferb. Trey Ferb is
that.
100% right.
Because I went to college 3 times. No.
Divorce rate of black
Yeah,
couples. That means
61, 61.6. Yes.
yeah, so
That's
so
so
that
funny.
so that's still so that means out of 100, that means 139 people are still married. So for every 200 people that get married, 131 will remain married.
Right.
And that's over 70%.
So now,
That does not.
so now look at it a different way. There are more black couples getting divorced than there are white couples getting divorced. Now how do you make that a positive?
Well, it's not a positive. Divorce is always a negative, right? But I'm just saying that 30%, like if you have a 70% odds of doing something, that's reasonable.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
That's really grasping.
But a lot of these numbers
because we have a higher divorce rate from Latinos, from blacks.
Yeah.
I mean from whites, I mean.
We have a
So hold on. So what was
rate.
whites? Give us whites again. Give us
Whites
whites.
have a 15.1% divorce rate. Latinos have an 18.5% divorce rate. If you were to combine the divorce rates between Latinos and whites, we still top them combined.
No, we don't. You got to do your math again. 15 plus.
Well, okay,
15
slightly.
plus 18 is
Slightly.
33.
15, 18, slightly.
No. But you can round. Come on, man. Round the numbers.
Well, before you round,
If you round the numbers, okay, fine.
But
we barely beat it. I mean, we barely meet it.
Boss man, the issue really isn't this. The real issue is that the marriage rate is so low. We're talking about 17%.
17.3. They get married at a 32.1. They get married at a 33.
We can't really. We can't. Wait a minute.
This was black people with black people.
Wait a second, though, man. Wait a second. We can't jump for joy when only 17%.
Nobody's jumping for joy.
No, but we're arguing out.
Our pain.
It's horrible to begin with, but only 17% of your population get married.
Asians have a 65% marriage rate.
And the
4%.
No. Hold on. You know why? Because Asian women are not loyal to Asian men.
Oh,
that's why.
It says Asian American couple. Okay.
Listen, Asian women marry out more than any other race.
Here we go.
This is true.
They always choose their best option, regardless of their color of their skin.
This is true.
So that's what I'm saying. Is when we try to compare things, we try to say, "Oh, they're so successful." It's because they decided that they was going to do what's best for them.
Okay, well, fine. Either way, Asian people are able to keep theirs.
Yeah,
how about that?
Hold on. We gotta break. Time
out. Whites and whites, Asians and Asians.
Time
that
out.
particular statistics are not talking about multiracial.
Time out. Even though Asian women do marry out more than any other group of women, majority of Asian women are still married to Asian men. Let's not paint the narrative. Let's not paint the narrative that Asian women are married out to some other race. Still, majority of Asian women are still married to Asian men.
Absolutely.
Okay, but the whole point is, it is an income factor to this too, right?
Sure.
Proven, if you make more money, y'all typically gonna stay together. If you make less money, you ain't. So I think that's another.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's. I'm done. Go ahead.
Because there's a if you look up Gossman Institute, and they do studies on divorce, and they have these 4 outliers to predict you're definitely going to get a divorce, less likely to get a divorce, and so on and so forth. It's called the Government Institute, and so people should look at that. And one of the number one reasons is a strong predictor of divorce is how easy or how difficult it is for spouses to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
right? If your spouse, and we all know how and I hate to say this, we all know how black women are when it comes to apologizing.
Mm-hmm.
But they
We
still
all know how
loyal.
that
I
goes.
don't care what nobody say. They don't want to
They are
apologize,
not.
but they
No,
loyal to y'all black ass.
Yeah, well, based off our
Why?
numbers,
Where are you getting
whether or
this
not they're
loyalty shit from?
apologizing or not, they still
Man,
married.
that loyalty shit, man. That's so funny.
Where are you getting this loyalty shit from? Because I would say black
The
men
numbers
are
say
more
it.
loyal. Black men are probably the most loyal race of men on the planet.
But we marry out
shit.
more than our black women.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
On
more
a-
loyal than them. Yeah, I
No,
told y'all.
brother.
Yeah.
You went to them Ivy League colleges. I can tell
Yeah,
y'all ain't
and
have
I'm
the
going to explain
basics.
it, and I'm going to explain it to you. The situation is this: because black men is considered the second most desirable man on the planet. And considering that we're the second most desirable man on the planet, that we still choose black women at an 85% clip is astounding. Second of all, when we talk about the 85% clip, when we look at the 15%, we don't have the statistics of how many of the 15% of those men asked a black woman first before they
Nah,
moved on.
yeah,
No. We don't have that info.
I know,
You
but
don't have
I
that
know
info.
that hot sauce is used to talking to people who didn't go to community college. Listen, if we go,
I'm not.
listen, hold on, I got you. Listen, if we go say what you're saying, Asian men are the least desirable, and they're actually marrying at a twice as rate as us. So that whole point that you're making is it have nothing to do with loyalty on how men get married.
Asian women are bred to be wives. They are the best wives you can get in the planet. They are bred to be wives. So you're trying to say niggas who like cake eat
Hold on,
cake.
put that back up.
But
Put that back up. Put that back up.
Asian women are bred to be wives. They're the best
Tell
wives
me-
you can get.
I'm gonna ask y'all a question, man. I'm gonna read this about Lala. She said, "I'm just saying, I watch a lot of documentaries and listen to plenty of podcasts that say you are safer with a black woman."
Shit. Bullshit.
She heard that from women's podcasts for real.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Cause what I know is when she get upset, Pookie and Ray Ray got a machine gun on your ass if you from Philadelphia. Can you pull that up for me? Can you pull up shooting up September? Can we pull up two black men shooting up a SEPTA bus with a Uzi? Can we pull that up real quick?
What?
Right? Because what I know, when you piss a black woman off, she calling her peoples to get you fucked up. And then this is what happened. After those dudes fuck you up, they go to jail. So where we talking about safer for?
I know plenty of dudes in jail right now.
Yeah, over some woman.
Tory
A
Lane.
black woman. Can we pull that up? Two dudes shooting up the SEPTA bus because the baby mama called. She had an argument on the bus.
We already know, man.
She asked them to shoot the bus up.
Yeah. Come get him.
Maybe the point is maybe from institutional law enforcement, but if you're speaking from a black on black crime perspective, is that what you're talking about?
Oh, Johnny Law on your black ass.
I was just messing with you, darling.
Yeah, I mean, come on. He hit me. Ain't touched her.
I just want y'all to pull up the Asian arc of the Asian woman locking up the black man. I'm gonna wait.
Wait a minute. That's what they do, man. The Asian women lock up the black man. Is that what happened?
I'll say it. When we talk about best wives, man.
Yeah.
In my humble opinion, in general, you cannot find a better wife.
That's how they advertise me. Could you tell us a little bit about why?
Go ahead, E-Man. Break it down.
I ain't mean to tell on the spot like that, man.
No, my bad. I was away from my phone. Y'all want me to tell y'all why you don't read no articles like that?
Yeah.
The reason you don't is because it doesn't exist.
Oh.
They Asian women are taught to be loyal to the person that they married to, regardless of what he put her through. That's the truth. Them Asian men be putting them Asian women through something. But you
What
know what
they
they
be
do?
putting them
They
through,
stay
man?
loyal to the.
What they do?
Say it
What the
again.
Asian man be putting them through, man? I'm curious now.
Wow.
They be
Smacking the
putting
shit
through
out
all
of 'em.
kind of stuff. listen.
They put that
Listen.
pimp on down.
They
Did you say
believe in discipline.
Yeah,
what?
they believe in physical
Yeah, they put
discipline.
that pimp hand down on him.
They
Oh
believe in
man.
they
And he
believe
was
in
talking back.
mistresses. They believe in mistresses, right?
Oh, I heard about that.
They believe that if your kid is doing bad in school, like there's one couple I know, his kid did bad in school, and he beat his wife down because they believe that children's performance and education is the responsibility of a mother.
Wow. Mother's the first teacher of the child, huh?
Yeah, so like if a kid is not doing well in high school, middle school, whatever, not only does her husband call her a bad mother, she'll also be considered a bad mother in amongst her friends. That's why you got that tiger mom syndrome.
So there's some type of community shame.
Yeah, there's some community ass kicking.
How come we had none of that over him?
We used to.
No, women never got beaten up for children's performance, and I don't believe in that either. You should never hit a woman.
I'm just letting y'all know
Well,
y'all going to jail. Y'all
not
going to jail.
not what I mean for the actual woman, but I mean we used to have communal ass whoopings for kids.
Oh no, but they got communal ass whippings for wives.
Huh?
Oh, I know. We ain't never had that.
We ain't never had that.
You never see it.
We ain't never had that.
We ain't never had that.
It'll be one for husbands though if we let it keep going the way it's going.
But let them tell it, man. A black man beats a woman every 15 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, oh man.
Color purple shit.
There is domestic abuse.
I'm thinking there's some,
can't handle these
some black dude walking down the street with a Pootie Tang belt, just beating the shit out of him.
Just making it. Look, just making his wife do this.
Close.
Let them tell them, man. They take a beating every day, man.
Yeah, but I mean, but all in all, man, here's my thing, right? If you want excellent children, Asian wife. If you want a woman who's gonna work with you, Latino wife. If you want a woman to understand you at your core and culture, Black woman. If you want a woman to pour into you and nurture you, white woman.
Shit, dang.
Right?
Suppose you want.
If you want a woman to like never, if you want a woman
Salute
to
to my
never
wife.
divorce you and obey you, Arab woman. Or if you want a woman to obey you, Arab woman.
Sorry.
What if you want a stripper?
Hey, hold on. I'm gonna put this comment back up in. Lala said, "What a black man folding the women's clothes? Why they still in them? They voting Democrat."
What I said.
Go and get you one of them.
Right. So that's my breakdown. So choose what's best for you, Black man. You need someone to understand you culturally, Black woman. Want someone to obey you, an Arab.
So you saying black women hold on, no. So you saying black women understand you culturally, they just don't understand you as a man?
No, they understand you as a culturally and they understand you as a man, but they just don't give a fuck about you, but they understand, right? You're gonna do what she wants, you're gonna do what she wants, right? But she'll understand you.
You
right?
know
When you
what,
talk about
man, after
when
this
you talk about
election,
okay,
man,
that shit was racist, she's gonna understand, right?
Well, after this election, we're gonna all have to be looking for some new women because black women ain't gonna talk to us for months.
Oh, that's facts. That's facts. Yeah.
Because
You can't tell a black woman shit after Carmella wins. No.
After she loses, they're gonna be so fucking bad, man.
No, Kamala's gonna win, bro. Kamala's gonna win.
She's gonna win.
No,
she's gonna win.
No, she's not.
not winning this election.
Y'all better stop getting y'all number from CNN.
Look, I saw the numerology. Okay, she's gonna win.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, she's not.
Bro, lost. America cannot be behind. There's so many heads of states around the world. America cannot be left behind. She's going to win.
Guys. Based on boss numbers, I'm taking Trump because his numbers been off all night. So we'll be all right.
I look. Trump is the better of the bullshit because I don't want Trump either. But Carmela's going, bro, man.
Why you don't want Trump? Hold on. Why you don't want Trump?
Well, because my business is in Asia, and Trump foreign policy is bad for people who do business in Asia.
Oh yeah, you want
Trump is. Hot sauce. Let me explain something. So Trump is the president of the United States and not the president of Asia, right?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, but I mean, but do you realize I got to put my best interest first, right? Fuck off. Fuck off.
You gotta vote for your Chinese or whatever it is your president is over there, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So my money is made over here. My money is made over here and in Africa. So
hey, you got to vote for them, brother. You know what I'm saying? And may the best man win.
Hey, man. Yo, Kamala won't be any better for you anyway, man, unless you wear rainbow shirts.
Don't say that. They're going to have rainbows coming to a town near you, buddy. Open up a can of democracy on your tail. It's going to have glitter and rainbows. You know what I'm saying? When you
Trump.
Hey, when you hear them Kamala missiles come through the sky.
Oh, that's another thing. That's another thing that's scary because when Kamala, when Harris wins, we're definitely going to war. When Harris wins, we're definitely going to war. And that's the scary part.
We already in war. Ain't no going. You already in it. It's already here. It's already upon us.
You gonna put troops on the ground.
Well, I guess everybody 35 and under better get in shape because they're gonna be
because Trump.
I
think Trump would say no. I think Trump would say no. I think Trump would say no to Israel. But
Lost, I wasn't ready for that shit. Damn it,
you weren't ready, man.
Kamala's not going to say no to Israel.
I don't see how these guys think she's going to win. That's what I'm saying.
So y'all think the leaders of America right now, those that are in charge, will allow the women of color to tell them what to do?
Yes, it's time. It's time.
If she gets in there, they will listen. That's for sure.
It's time. Yeah. Right? Everything. Look. There was no primary for the Democrats. They just say, "Here, this is the candidate." There was no primary. Everything was appointed and set up for her.
Yeah, but
the money that she got overnight, millions of dollars overnight, right? All that
she
stuff
didn't get that. All that money was listen. She didn't get that overnight. That was Joe money they set aside.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. All of that is rigged.
But they had
to made it seem like she got on the phone with a bunch of women, and they raised up all of them 44,000, came up with $40 a piece. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for you guys out here in these streets.
It was Joe's money. My point,
you know what I'm saying? And raised up all this money.
My point is that you can see it's rigged. That's what I'm saying. It's rigged.
So America is going to conform and start openly allowing young children to make a decision to be the opposite sex.
That's what she's for. Yes.
But you mean telling me
I'm not saying yes, that's what's gonna happen. Yes.
That's what she's for. Yeah. She's in favor of that shit. All the debates in California, she's in favor of. So anyway, man, she's not gonna win.
Kamala is there to usher in the devil. Okay? Because when Kamala gets to office, she's going to usher in the Antichrist.
Man, let me tell you something. Trump done dodged 2 bullets, man. We already know he's going to win, bro.
Yeah, the polls.
It's going to be out. Mark my words. You heard it right here. It's going to be that Bush-Gore thing back in Florida, right? Where Bush won the electoral vote.
Where it changed.
Yeah, on them pregnant chads. Remember that?
Yeah. So I promise you, Kamala Harris is going to win the electoral vote.
No, she's not.
Watch.
She's gonna get her
Bro,
ass.
she's not even gonna get close.
I told y'all
But,
about
dog,
listening to them black men in China. They don't be know what they talking about.
Hassan, let me tell you something,
Bro.
man. I'm gonna put a stamp. I'm gonna put a stamp on this right here until the 15th or the 5th of November come up. And once this thing is over with and this shit is a landslide, I'm gonna be like, I told you so.
Okay,
Stop
we'll have a
listening to
conversation
CNN,
afterwards.
bro.
We'll have a conversation afterwards. When I do my victory lap.
Okay.
Boss man, you still got your uniform. You can still fit your uniform.
I can.
Well, man, get ready to work again because you're gonna be going back.
Hey, if you got a victory lap, make sure you got on your track shoes, your high heel shoes, because she gonna put you on.
Hey, they're gonna have to pay me a pretty penny because I'm 100% permanent and total.
But Boss Man is the one that won Kamala Harris. I don't want her. I'm just saying she's gonna win. Boss Man is the one that want her to win.
I already voted.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me come back on camera. You were who to win now?
We didn't get to him in time, man.
Which question?
So you voting for Kamala Harris? Cam?
Yes, already voted.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. What was your reasons?
Well, predominantly because I don't want Trump. Predominantly, if we're just being honest.
Oh, so you said that
Regarding
you to get
regarding what I am for relative to her, I'm going to be quite frank. Some of her ideals I do like but here's what I'm afraid of. As it relates to how she's going to operate them, I don't understand. For instance, let's say price gouging as it relates to the economic policy. I don't even understand. That's the point. I don't even understand how that's actually going to work.
She can't do
Hold on. No. So you were saying, I just want to make sure I understand.
Sure.
You was anti-Trump. So you willing to follow someone that you can't even understand the policies and how they're going to implement them just because you're anti-Trump. And what was the reason for being anti-Trump? Because he was white?
No. I actually, when Trump first came out in 2000, was it 15 or 14? 16. Actually, 16. Well, no. Yeah. Well, when we first started running, 15. I actually didn't know when he first started running.
Yeah, I thought it was 15.
Yeah. That sounds like 15.
Semantics
15 or 14.
doesn't matter.
Hang on. If you would let me finish, I will be able to provide the answer for you. Thank you. When he first came out during his first run, I actually didn't mind him too much. It's when he first started opening his mouth. Okay. However, I didn't vote for him the first time. My reasons for I actually gave a whole entire soliloquy as to why I did not vote for him and won't be voting for him. It wasn't because of his BS. It wasn't because of his court cases or whatever the case. My predominant reasons is because of one of his attempt or his involvement for trying to destroy or, for that matter, subvert or try to stay in the office. That's one. His views or the way he treats or deals with veterans as it relates to, or his views on veterans and militants. Okay.
Hold on. So what is his views on veterans?
Specifically disabled ones.
What is it?
He does not have a great view on them. He thinks that ones that are disabled past a certain point of mobility, in large part, and so not so kind words, they're virtually useless. So when he was at a certain ceremony,
you're wrong. I know what you're talking about.
No.
He was misquoted. Hello.
He was not. No. He was not. He was not. He was not.
Back and forth, though, boss. Hold on. I let you give your opening statement. Hold on. I let you get your opening statement.
Well, hold on. You interrupted me because I wasn't finished.
I know, because you gotta have a back and forth. I gave you 5 minutes to tell me why, and you didn't. So
actually, no. Stop. Because there was no possible way for me to actually tell you everything because you interrupted me.
I know, but that's how back and forth work. You
asked me a question. You asked me a question and you wanted to make it a back and forth. Now, if you want to make it a back and forth, fine. So are we changing it?
Community college, please let him finish.
All right, cool. Like, make it quick because I want to hit each point. He like he's about to give me 7 points when we could talk about point by
No, I'm
point.
not going to give you 7. I only have about 2 or 3.
Well, let's go point by point. Give me one so I can respond to it.
Get you out a notebook, man, and write it down.
You
That way you can take some notes,
They
bro.
didn't teach you how to do that in community college. It's called
No, they did not.
man.
They told us to
Then get a
focus on.
goddamn notebook and take some fucking notes.
No, because you talking crazy. So give me the first point on why he don't
You
like
think
veterans.
you think it's talking crazy because you do not agree with it.
Veterans was the first one, I think.
All right, so can I respond to
So,
veterans?
so his issue or take on specific veterans. That is 1. 2, his involvement as it relates to January 6th.
Oh, hold on. Wait, let's do one by one. So veterans, do you agree that Trump enacted the veterans choice so veterans can actually choose where they go for veterans' sake for that?
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
So you're saying that you got a problem with his personal issue with some general. That these are two people who had history, who had a personal issue versus what he's actually implementing for veterans.
Yes.
I'm
aware he enacted it. Yes.
So that's the point, is that if we look at, I hear people who say they don't like Trump, and I'm gonna let you get to your second point, is they say I don't like him in his personal relationships, even though Trump has been the best thing for veterans. Veterans have actually got the highest raise under Trump. Like if you look at the in active duty military, so he's actually for veterans, making sure veterans have a better situation where they don't have to. I remember before Trump, people was waiting 6-7 months to get into a hospital, the VA,
Right.
and he made it where people can actually get in, go outside sources, supporting the community, actually building the communities around their doctors, eye vision, different things like that. Okay. So you said
Correct.
the second thing, his involvement on January 2nd. I mean January 6th. I'm sorry. Tell me a little
Right,
bit more
and
about
on
that.
on your point about the bill or the executive order about veterans, part of that bill or part of that legislation, some of that was actually prepared or drafted prior to Trump, and he also added more to it. So I agree with his involvement on that. Yes, I give him credit for that. Yes. As far as his involvement in January 6th, I mean, I've actually been trying to get through freaking 200. What is this? 165 fucking damn document, a document of an indictment as a whole, but he has not been fully charged for it because it's only an indictment. So to be fair on that, but I wholeheartedly believe that he has had some involvement with that entire thing, and not so much necessarily the involvement of the actual plan itself, but provided that it actually went through, it would have actually been a complete disruption of our entire government as it stands.
All right, so
That's the second point.
So you if this happened, this would have happened, which none of this stuff happened. So do you know anybody who had boots on ground January 6th? No. Yes or no?
Wait. You asked me a question and then you presuppose a no.
No, I said yes or no. I gave you an option. I didn't choose.
Boots on the ground. Yes.
All right. And so you know that they didn't storm the building, they was let into the building, correct?
That is actually a yes and a no.
Depends on what door you're talking about.
It actually depends. No. It actually depends on which individuals. So yes, I am tracking because I'm not just your typical Democrat. Some people were actually just let in. That's actually the clip that they actually want to try and hide from people. Some of them were let in. Yes. Others actually stormed in, or others broke through a damn window. So there were 3 types of people at January 6th. You had some people that were there that was just innocent bystanding people that were just there. You have some people I like to call opportunists. They were your auspicious individuals who decided to just take advantage of an opportunity to go into the Capitol. Those are your individuals you're talking about. The third individuals were the people who used the masses of people as a smokescreen. Right. Those were your Proud Boys individuals who were the people that actually in an organized fashion were using those individuals to try to get to the House of Representatives, specifically to get to the lectern. And the primary target was not so much the vice president or the House speaker. The primary target was the fucking ballots.
I got you. So hold on.
The Green Bay sweep. Malcolm Alvinati, or who was that fucking guy?
I got
called
you.
it a Green Bay sweep. But go ahead.
So do we hold Trump accountable that he reached out to the National Guard and said, hey, we're having a rally. Things can't get out of hand. I'm asking that you have more boots on hand to be able to help this situation. And then Nancy Pelosi said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to let this thing run rabbit. So do you hold the Democrats or anybody that was in the House at that time accountable for them not putting the security measures in place that Donald Trump asked for?
Sure, yes.
But you still mad at Donald Trump just because you're a Democrat.
Did he ever
No,
get invited?
stop. No, that's hot. No, that's ad hominem. I'm not dealing with that.
I do that. Yes,
I am.
You talk the way you talk. I would talk the way I talk.
No, that's ad hominem.
Hold on a second, fellas. Listen, when we argue, man, there's a right way and a wrong way to argue. Okay, and that's just go for both of y'all, man. Because you know I love both of y'all, and I want y'all to succeed in your conversations. Boss man, here's the thing. In this particular situation, we're arguing what could have happened.
Right.
And either man, I'm surprised at you that you didn't argue what did happen. You know, you said that democracy was at the brink on January 6th of being subverted, when July 21st it actually was at the DNC, when Kamala Harris was elected as the nomination for president, and she didn't even run for it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
To me, that's what actually happened. So when you guys argue back and forth, the best thing to do is to actually argue what actually happened, because facts over feelings matter every single time. So either man, the next time when somebody say something like that, argue what happened instead of what could have happened. Boss man, I'm gonna need something a little bit more concrete than what could have happened and stuff like that. Because to tell you the truth, nobody really knows what happened, because the news are always going to flip stuff left and right. They're going to say, hey, think about it. You have people like Fox News who say these patriots stormed the building to save democracy. And then you'll have CNN come up and say, hey, these insurgents came in to take over. You see what I'm saying? And to me, both of those are subjective, and nobody really can win that. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we keep it on the level, man. But y'all go ahead and continue. Y'all going at it, man.
Well, so with that in mind, it's a little bit disingenuous to suggest that at one instance, the FBI or the government institutions that normally would investigate and provide veracity and credulity whenever providing an investigation, that in any other instance you would believe what they are saying to you whenever they're providing an investigation and providing a indictment or providing a government motion for whatever the case may be, right? You would believe them. But because they're providing information on a particular individual, because it is, I will admit, it is a very high level individual, and it's such a political issue that it creates doubt. But you literally have someone, a person like a Jack Smith, for instance, regularly providing information, like drip, drip, drop, constantly information. Now you could say, and it's credible, it is possible to suggest that it is only political, and I could agree with that. But when you're staring down the barrel of a 165 damn document motion that was passed to the Supreme Court and now passed to the DC Circuit Court as to what Trump actually did by evidence, which was sealed at one point and would have remained sealed if it wasn't for Trump's push to actually push it to the damn Supreme Court, it's kind of hard to ignore. Okay, so those are my primary reasons. Fuck the other shit, if you really want to be honest. Okay. So no, I'm not disliking him because I'm a Democrat. I'm not disliking him because, he is abhorrent in any other reasons.
No. So the biggest thing when I talk to black men that are Democrats It's all feeling based. It's no policies that you're gonna get from her. Most black men don't even know it. Matter of fact, that we have most of the time, it's almost the same thing that Lost in Translation was talking about. Instead of black women talking about white women, why they don't talk about what they bring to the market? And one thing that I know about people who support Cam never talks about what they bring to the market. They never talk about how those same black men she kept in jail passed their sentence for free labor. And we look at it, and we look at those things and we say, hey, what is she going to do?
That is some
And
slave shit.
you started the whole conversation by saying, I truthfully and honestly don't know. I just got this
Oh, wait, I
personal
didn't
hate
say I
for
didn't
Trump.
know. I didn't say I didn't know. I said that first and foremost, I have a particular disdain for one against Trump. That is one thing I did say. I have an issue with Kamala, yes, because her policies are missing a key component, which is the how.
Bossman, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is your disdain of Trump solely based on January 6th or whatever?
No, not entirely. The one thing I do dislike that he did, because I can go down a couple things that he did do that I did like. Yes,
Okay,
what he did.
give me 5 things that makes you disdain from him. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
That I like or dislike?
Dislike, disdain. You said you have a disdain for him. So what are the 3 to 5 contributing factors that makes you have disdain?
Okay, so policy wise, because I can't really remark or denote what he actually did policy wise. One thing I can say when it comes down to what he was actually able to pass, I still do not like the fact that when it comes down to giving tax breaks, I still don't understand why tax breaks are necessary for the richest part of America. And it's not just him; it is also it is mainly Congress. Congress mainly did that, not necessarily him.
But I can tell you why.
I don't understand that.
No, well, let him finish. Let him finish. Because I want to understand why he doesn't like Trump.
Okay. Well, I think we should go point by point. Go ahead.
Oh, I went to Ivy League school, so I can hold more information.
So as far, I'm like shit. Okay, so as far as that. Now, as far as what he's an advocate for, as far as policy bases, foreign policy wise, I actually like the things that he advocates for as far as policy, as far as foreign policy wise. Okay, I do like that. Defense wise, I have no qualms with him for. His management or issues as it relates to classified documents or classified document management, I have an issue with that, but I also have a management issue when it comes to Biden as well. I'm actually pretty egalitarian on that. I do not like how he represents. I do not like how he represents us on a world stage. I also have a problem with that as it relates to Biden as well. So I have issues with both people.
Okay, so let me summarize it. So pretty much you don't like his representation of what America is to the global stage. The January 6th event, and then are you attributing the tax breaks on him or no? Are you attributing that to Congress?
Predominantly Congress.
Okay, so we'll strike that. So 2 points.
And that was bipartisan. If it was Congress, I believe the Congress.
So these are the 2 points that convinces you that Kamala is the better candidate.
That's a hard pill to swallow because I really don't think that she is greater, but between the two, she is, yes.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, I think
that's interesting.
I think that what y'all guys are not considering is he didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2015. So all the stuff that happened from 15 to now, he already had a dislike for Donald Trump. He chose Biden over Trump. When we know Biden is the reason that black men are locked up for the majority, especially through the 80s. So that's the point.
Yeah.
So
I get, because my thing is this, because that's why I wanted to ask, like, what is the disdain? And well, let me ask you this. Do black men have a responsibility to vote for the interests of the collective of black men, in your opinion? What ranks higher? Your individual wants, desires, and needs, and what the government can do for you, or the collective benefit of black men?
The former.
I'm sorry, the former?
Correct.
Oh, okay, then it makes sense then. It makes sense.
It doesn't make the reason it doesn't make sense. Let me tell you why it doesn't make sense first. It doesn't make sense because he can't tell me what he benefit by going the other way. That's why it doesn't make sense. So if I'm doing individual reasons on why I'm voting for somebody, I should be able to articulate why I am doing it, not just because I don't like the other party.
That's right.
But my friend,
it's not party based.
That wasn't that, my friend. I didn't ask him those questions. I asked why he didn't like Trump. I didn't ask what policies on Kamala Harris is what you're voting for stand. I didn't ask him that.
But I did. That's the point. I did ask.
But you wouldn't let him finish, so it went
No. He answered the best he could. So either man had both information. He had your question and his. So
okay. Well, I wasn't paying attention to when you guys were talking, but I'm just saying from what because my whole thing is this: I cannot see why a black man would vote for Kamala Harris unless you're voting individually and not collectively, and which he is.
Gotcha.
Right, because which is kind of like, well, I mean, I'm just gonna leave it there. But I just think, man, because that's kind of nasty work, man. I mean, Carmela is really on some slave shit for black men.
You know how folks used to own slaves, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
that doesn't matter.
I'm not trying to go. I'm not trying to walk down that road. I'm trying
to.
That doesn't matter. We just care about what the white man did, not what they did.
It's almost like 6 one way and half a dozen another.
No,
in a lot of respects.
Yes, no, it's not.
No, I have to disagree with that, my friend.
Well, you have history with one guy in the office, though.
True.
And that makes a difference.
When we deal with when we deal with the matter of COVID situation, that's a little sticky on both people, on both parties, actually.
Well, let's talk about COVID. Let's talk about COVID.
And be careful how we talk about it, by the way.
Yeah.
So what do you believe that he could have did better?
The only thing I think he could have did better, because I think a lot of the stuff is out of his control, if everybody's being honest. But I think the only thing he could have did better was been more forthright. When he admitted, because a lot of this stuff was recorded, people.
Right
he was on recording saying that it was actually more deadly than what he actually stated that it was. If he had actually stated that earlier and been more forthright, versus it coming out later that it was actually more deadly than what it was, or than what he reported that it was, it might have been a little bit different. Because he also stated he stated at one point that it was just going to go away like magic, right? I'm paraphrasing. It's just going to go away with the spring, I believe is what he said, right? He was on recording. I think it was with either Bob Woodward or somebody. It was on recording saying that this is really, really bad, or really is really deadly. Really deadly is actually the quote. That recording was prior to the day that he actually stated that it was just going to go away with the sun, or with the spring.
It did go away. But
no. Because the point that I am making, no, it didn't just go away in the time frame that it did.
It literally did. The whole point that I'm telling you is, he didn't give us a time.
It's still not away now, technically.
Yes, it is. We don't see news. See, that's the point that I'm telling you. Everybody supposed to got shot. Everybody supposed to do masks. Everybody supposed to do all this stuff. And you know what happened? The news stopped talking about it. COVID went away. COVID literally went away.
We used to have count
hold on.
on the side of the TV
I need to
showing how many cases that we had. You know,
Just because that sounds ignorant. Just because people aren't talking about it doesn't mean that it still doesn't fucking exist. That sounds just as stupid as him saying that if you don't test it, it doesn't fucking exist. That's how stupid it fucking sounds.
But hold on, but we need to chronicle what happened with COVID accurately, and I don't think that is accurate. So first, what happened is that Trump actually was using COVID as a proxy to attack China and to get America and other countries less dependent on China, because as you know, 90% of all pharmaceuticals are produced in China. So that's why he kept calling it the Wuhan virus and this and that. He was using COVID to jockey to be more tough on China. Fauci and the Ethiopian dude who's president of the WHO told Trump
WHO.
WHO, right? WHO, the president, the Ethiopian dude, I don't know. Fauci and that dude told Trump to say it was going to go away by spring, because what Trump said about COVID first was, number one, it's the Wuhan virus and China. We need to be more strict on China and we need to move away from it because things like this. Because he was actually using COVID to decouple from China. And that was in his best interest. Then it was the Fauci and the others that says you cannot use this as a political weapon and start saying this stuff. Second, Trump was right. Trump said that if you take malaria drugs, that it would be less acute, and which we found out that was very true, because one of the reasons why Africa was not hard hit by COVID was because of the malaria vaccines that they would take. So mismanagement of that, I have to give it to the World Health Organization.
Listen, nobody, if he was the president during the hard part of this, the beginning of it, I don't think any president would have survived it. That's the only reason why he didn't get a second term was the C-19. Or else he would have walked right into it, because in the 3.5 years prior to that, we weren't complaining about the shit that we're complaining about now, right? We weren't complaining, even with the tax breaks, we weren't talking about high inflation. Things were moving. Gas prices were reasonable. People were living, right? People on the ground, the majority of Americans were doing okay. The job market wasn't that bad and all that stuff. So I'm just saying, we have a history of this. The fear mongering that the Democrats did before that, right? We were supposed to be back in slavery. We were going to go back to slavery. We were going to be being, deleted in droves by the guys with the white hoods. And all that, none of that shit happened.
KKK did not ride.
None of that shit happened. So we have a history. The guy was a celebrity before, and all the black people that we see now who hate him, they were hanging out with him before 2015. They were eating dinner with the dude. He got more pictures with Oprah, Big Winfrey than anybody else. I mean, it's just the media just has us in such a psychosis. Now, it's not against you, boss, man. You vote for who you want to vote for, whatever, for whatever reason. I'm just saying, this fear, this derangement that people have over Trump is unfounded. It really is.
Well, here's the thing. The average person, man, you got to realize our pain. The average person ain't doing no research, man, because they don't have time. They got to clock in, go to work, and whatever on the news, that's what they see.
Whatever,
they're not going to do no real research, man. But all they're going to do is go by what their neighbor said. Trump bad, Kamala good. And I know who I'm voting for. We've always voted blue, blah, 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 blah. You know how that go, man. That's been like that for years.
Even C19, right? Look at it now. It's still around, but people didn't really want to tell us at some point it would become endemic, just like the flu and everything else. I mean, somehow I survived it until I caught it like maybe around 5 months ago. And it came and it went. And I still have some of the modality factors. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, but see, but the
3 days
point,
later, I was cool.
the point is, because when we talk about C19 and we have this conversation, I say, hey, what could he did better? I just think he could have worded it better. You know, kind of like when we talk to women and women be like, I don't like the delivery. I wish I would have got a better delivery, or it was worded the way that I
You
wanted
should
to
have
hear
sent a
it.
bouquet with teddy bears and flowers and candy.
Yeah,
One of
so
those
I
sweet
didn't
bouquets.
say that he could have worded it better. I said he could have been more forthcoming.
that's not wording it different.
No,
Forthcoming is not.
Forthcoming being that he could have been honest.
I'm with you like this. I'm with you like this.
Forthright and forthcoming does not mean wording it differently or couching it differently.
Let me explain something to you, man. I was watching this video of Kendra G, and she was interviewing this chick. And she said she was interviewing this dude was a doctor. And you know what she said? She said, I need him to have goals.
Oh, yeah, I saw that bullshit.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Have ambition. I'm thinking to myself, woman, this man is a damn doctor. He's already completed his goals. And she said that foolishness just so she can prop herself up. Her ass did not go to medical school, but yet she trying to set the bar for some damn doctor.
Exactly. 12 years. 12 years of education.
Bro, if that wasn't the most stupidest thing I have ever heard in my life. But see, that's the whole thing. When you arguing with people like that, they always say what you should have did could have been better, but they never tell you exactly what the hell better was. My thing is this: if you wanted to be better, put a damn number on it. Like I tell women all the time, I was engaged, or you was engaged. Well, put a damn date on your marriage. How about that? When is the damn wedding? You know what I'm saying? When I show up on this particular day, you're going to have on a white dress, you're going to have a groom standing there, and it's going to be a preacher saying, do you, I do. You know what I'm saying? All this other stuff, that don't mean nothing. That's the main reason why I tell people, you got to argue facts, man. You can't do feelings. You can't do it because people will always move the goalposts. And that's the main reason why we can't have constructive conversations.
Okay, so I've been meaning to read this entire document and I haven't had time to do so, but I did find this. The defendant and co-conspirators also attempted to use false fraud claims to convince political allies in Arizona state legislature to ignore the popular vote and appoint illegitimate electors. So part of Trump's plan also, well, Trump's associate plans also, because a good boss never has his hands on anything. That's one thing I will give him credit for, is that you have alternate electors, which is part of the Green Bay sweep also, is to replace legitimate elected electors with fraudulent or fake ones between Arizona and definitely Georgia.
And
now, one would say
that was what he was accused of.
That is what that was what he actually did. They found the illegitimate electors, and some of them actually were not just indicted, but they were convicted.
And
that's how they actually got the
even
evidence.
though his hands was on it, he had to be a part of it, even though you have no evidence that he was attached to it.
The evidence were the people who testified against him.
And people
Do you know how many people? Do you know how many people actually testified against him thus far? Here's the thing I find funny, is that we can sit here and tell women that, you know, all these different.
How do we go? Hold on, before you
that goalpost went to the other side of the room.
I'm about to connect that dot.
Work me through this one, because I felt the slide. So work me through this one.
Yep. How is it we can sit here and tell women that if you are experiencing issues in this environment, and this environment, that it can't always be the environment that's the problem. that it might just be sometimes, if not all the time, you could be the problem. Okay. Trump, no matter where he is, where he goes, what he has his hands in, whatever the case may be, there's always a problem. And no matter where he goes, what he does, wherever. In this case, we have multiple people from multiple different avenues, including his own family members. We're talking Ivanka and Jared testifying against him. We got people going down around him like fucking flies, either testifying or deciding to flip against him to avoid conviction. All these people ain't lying against him as it relates to and around January 6th. Now, I may not like the guy entirely, but when it comes down to the fact that your own attorney general says that the issues, the big lie about fraudulent electors, not fraudulent electors, but election frauds or whatever, is largely bullshit, as it's quoted here in this goddamn document and testified to Congress. It's fucking bullshit. These people are not, all these people are not lying. Some, sure, I will posit that, but all of them. So I find it interesting that the right side is able to believe the federal government and federal entities when it so suits them, but whenever the federal entities are trying to tell everybody that your guy is on some bullshit, now it's a conspiracy against your guy. And I'm reading right here what a federal agent is saying, that the defendant and co-conspirators tried to do this, and now you want to question the federal entity because it's not what you want to hear.
Let me ask you a question. Why is it that there's never voter fraud in the state of Alabama? How come there's no voter fraud in the state of Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, Tennessee? It's always the same 5 damn states: Arizona, Florida, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin,
Georgia,
and Georgia. It's always the same 5 states. Why is that? Can somebody explain that to me, that there's always fraud in those 5 swing states? Because there's never fraud in California. There's never fraud in New York. It's
Texas.
Always in these battleground states. Why is that? Can somebody answer that for me, please?
I don't have a cogent answer for you on that one. I have a sneaking suspicion, but I don't know.
Let me help you out.
Want to contest the election?
Let me help you out, because it's all bullshit. That's exactly why. People make up stories all the damn time. Well, we found this X amount of votes in the basement that was locked up years later after the election and all type. It don't matter now. Them 4 years is gone. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. It's always the same states. So if it's always the same states, you would think that those states would put something in place that would alleviate having those mistakes every single election cycle.
Okay, so let me ask you.
No, I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Florida 2000. Remember the pregnant Chads? Remember that?
Yeah.
4 years later, they still had damn problems in Florida. 4 years after that, they still had problems in damn Florida.
Florida is not really a battleground state. Florida is usually red. As of recently, it has become a battleground state.
No. Florida been flip-flopping for the last 20, 30 years.
Okay.
Then you got Ohio, because everybody knows however Ohio goes, that's who wins the presidency.
Yeah.
There was always some shenanigans going on up in there. Last year in Pennsylvania, it was some foolishness going on. Remember that? There was like, Pennsylvania's coming in red, and all of a sudden, this big patch of blue come out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's the type of stuff I be talking about, man. And then they found voter irregularities. It's always the same 5 damn states that's got a problem. Even in Arizona, they had a problem the last time. Remember that shit?
I do.
It was locking people in, making sure they get their vote in on time and everything. It was crazy.
Okay,
Why is it always the same 5 states? Alaska don't have no problems. Hawaii don't have no problems.
The only thing I can count on is that their electoral count votes are contentious. Shit, I don't know.
It's the battle. People contest the election, and both Democrats and Republicans.
Well, then let me ask the question, because one thing I can't quite reconcile is that out of 60 court cases, which Trump definitely had a right, and I support that he had a right to challenge them in the courts. Okay. Out of 60, 59 of them were tried and denied in the sense that there were no fraud, and they were all Republican,
right?
Republican appointed, and he appointed all of them. So if there were going to be a possible chance for a Republican to kind of give him the nudge, like, hey, I got you, it would have been one of them.
Yeah.
Why didn't they?
Because the system worked.
Exactly, which means there wasn't no fucking fraud. So why would he then pass on the big ass lie to the Proud Boy fucks, saying that there was fraud when there wasn't?
No. You
Proud Boys don't elect no damn body.
For a second, though. I mean, I
a handful of people. Y'all be killing me.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Hold on for a second.
What I mean by that is,
wait a minute. Is this about January 6th?
Yeah, man.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. I'm new.
How you doing, man? Are you gonna set up?
Okay. What happened on January 6th that we know?
Okay, go ahead, boy.
I'm talking to you, boss man. I'm actually talking to you.
There we go. All right. So what we know that happened is that, are we going off of what is reported or what was testified against? Which
I'm
one?
going off of what do we think happened? Fuck the reports and all that stuff.
Okay.
What happened?
Here's what I think happened.
Go ahead.
There was a concerted plan to pressure Pence to deny the certification of the electoral counts. It was a 3-shot plan. The first plan was to have Pence deny the certification. All right. There was an attempt to have the House of Representatives who were of those states to contest. Okay. Which would then, the plan was to, if they weren't able to do that, they were going to have the votes, the electoral counts or the electoral ballots sent back to the states, which would automatically, constitutionally, create a automatic recount, which would halt the election, which would ultimately keep President Trump in office until those things were resolved, either in courts, ideally, and then ultimately at the Supreme Court. Okay, that was ultimately the master plan. Okay, and that would have been constitutional. Okay, the problem is that Pence did not do that. Okay, he was not willing to do that because he felt as though, according to constitutionally, all he had the right to do was, according to the 12th Amendment, is the vice president shall open and record and count the ballots. That's all the vice president ceremonially is supposed to do per the Constitution. That's all. Okay. Now, when that didn't happen, Trump decided here comes the second plan. Trump sent a tweet out, according to what I'm reading here on the indictment situation from Jack Smith. Okay. Trump sends out a tweet saying that Vice President Pence didn't have the courage to do what needed to be done. That's a paraphrase. So what ended up happening was, here comes the second plan. Now comes the actual crowd. So if you remember on the speech at the Ellipse, he was saying that, hey, you know what? If I don't, I'm going to be very upset at Pence if he doesn't do what was supposed to be done, so on and so forth, yada yada. Now, you had three types of people at the Capitol. I don't know if you were here a moment ago when I explained those three types of people. So if you know those three types of people that I mentioned, nod your head yes.
What are the three types of people, sir?
Okay, there we go.
You're muted.
He got a call from the Democrats. They had to refocus.
I'm gonna ask him for $25. What you were saying, boss man, about the three types of people?
He need a second. He got an earpiece like Carmela. He got to get his.
You got one of them pearl. You talking about that white pearl earring right here?
Okay.
No.
All right. So there were three types of people at the Capitol. There were just normal people that were just there, just protesting or just there. You had your auspicious people who were just taking advantage of the situation, not the situation that would happen as if they knew. No, but people who were just there just to if something went down, they just took advantage of the situation. Okay. And then you had the people who were part of the plan, which were your Proud Boys type people. Okay. One of them was Proud Boys and the other one was stand by.
Yeah.
It was Proud Boys and a confidential source named W1 actually was part of the Proud Boys who wouldn't. Anyway, he actually gave up the goods about the Proud Boys plan in the first place to the FBI. All right. Anyway, so
I just want to understand because you said this doesn't tie to Donald Trump that he had anything to do with it.
You said the tweet.
What I mean it doesn't tie. Go ahead. I'm sorry, and finish your question.
So the question that I'm trying to understand is, would you agree that what you're saying is speculation?
What I mean that it doesn't tie, I'm saying is. Just like any mob boss, they can't necessarily say for sure and say, hey, Donald Trump said for me to do this. What ended up happening is all of these people have connections to Trump, but they don't necessarily get direct orders from Trump. The people who actually got directions from are associates of Trump. Like,
were you there, boss man?
Well, no, I'm only going off of what was either reported or what's in court documents or court filings.
You weren't actually there.
I'm only telling you what is actually either reported or what is in court filings.
But you weren't there, is what I'm saying. Were you there?
No, I wasn't. Yeah. So what's the point of the question?
Okay, here's the point of the question. The timelines don't match.
What do you mean? Timelines doesn't match.
You say that Donald Trump incited the insurrection. You believe that, right?
Yes, you do believe that.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. What did he say that incited the insurrection? I want to hear verbatim what he said. I want to hear that today.
The actual insurrection itself, from the moment they actually entered the Capitol or prior to, which one?
I want to know what he said was the goal for them to do what they did. I want to know that.
Fine. Okay. There we go.
Let's hear.
Vice President Pence did not have the courage to do what was necessary, or do what. I'm sorry. Vice President Pence did not have the courage to do what needed to be done. Now I can pull up the tweet if you need.
It was a tweet.
So when the president says that the vice president did not have the courage to do what was done,
do what needed to be done. That was the moment.
That was the green light for them to storm the Capitol. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, if you want to know what led up to that, because it was a multitude of things. One, the thought process is that if you tell a bunch of people that, hey, if I don't win, it is because they cheated. If you say that months prior to, that tends unfortunately, apparently.
How does that translate into storm the Capitol? Exactly.
The takeover boss man.
Technically, by the words itself, it doesn't technically instruct anyone to actually do so.
So you're saying he did not incite the insurrection? No.
Yes, he did.
So what was the statement that incited the insurrection? I want to hear something along the lines of storm the Capitol.
Storm the Capitol.
Stop this from happening. Something along those lines. I need to hear from you that Trump
If you
stop this from happening.
Pause. If you are looking for exact direct words to say, hey, walk step by step, go into the Capitol, you're not going to hear it because he actually did not say that.
Well, if he didn't say it, then how did he incite the erection? I said it.
Then fine. If that's what you're looking for, then fine. But if you're looking for a series of evidence that would suggest that if someone
Boss man, you're reaching.
No. Because the people who actually were indicted for this, they actually testified in saying that this is what they were either told or
by whom?
By the people who actually were indicted.
But they were told by the president?
Either by
Let me explain the disconnect here. You have yet to tell me.
You asked me a question
from the president.
They were reading
I need
his
that statement verbatim.
I told you the tweet
and the commas and everything. That statement telling them to go and storm the Capitol.
I told you the tweet. That's what they said.
A tweet. I'm talking about his speech.
I'm literally telling you, stop. If you would shut up and listen. These people, these crazy, deranged people, that is what they literally said. That when they heard that tweet from them, from the president, they responded to that tweet. It doesn't make sense, but they literally reported that tweet was the tweet.
You're reaching,
hold on 1 second.
You're reaching.
No, I'm not. That's what they said.
I got you. But listen, anybody know how it works is when you do a plea bargain, because these people also took plea bargains. Right. You're gonna say whatever you need to say to get less time. So somebody sit and say, hey, didn't the president send you out there? I would say whatever you want so I don't get prosecuted. So for us to say that we're going to hold these people at their word that they was being truthful to get less time because they did get a plea is disingenuous. It really is.
Okay, now the excuse is that they were coerced to be able to say that.
Bossman, let me say this, Bossman. Let me say this to you.
Yes,
I haven't got my question answered.
I'll be real quick.
I answered the question. I cannot tell you why. I cannot tell you.
Say that, then you
stop.
Can't say that the president did what he did.
Well, hold on for a second.
No, I am telling you that the answer to the question is the fact that they read something, and through that's how they responded.
So
it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because that's how they read it.
So why should the president go to jail for that?
He's not going to jail.
I'm asking boss man. I want his opinion. Why should the president go to jail for an interpretation of a tweet?
Because it is not just that. It is a multitude of different things. When you have false electors, when you have an entire plot, no one person should go to jail because someone misread something and took something and said, I think this says that, and then acts on it. That's ridiculous. That's actually asinine.
Why should he go to jail? Why should he go to jail?
He should go to jail if everything in here and everything that he's being tried for relative to that case is true, not the fact.
Name three charges right now. Do it right now. Don't look at Google. Name 3 charges.
I'm actually not.
Do it now.
I'm not actually. Stop.
You don't
Stop.
have your computer.
I'm not.
Name 3 charges.
Because you're asking me to go through conjecture. I would rather look at the actual document.
Okay. Why do you have to look?
Well, he didn't memorize it. That's
I'm not memorizing 165 document page document.
Go to jail. Simple question. If the man should go to jail, what should he go to jail for specifically? Be real specific.
If
what did he do?
If he is guilty
of what?
Of the charges that Jack Smith.
Charges?
No. You're asking me to memorize. You're asking me to memorize something that I have not memorized.
Research why the man is going to jail.
Well, I would hope. Stop. No. I would hope. No. That's like saying you want
to know the crime by memory, right? Right? What did he do that warrants him to be behind bars instead of president? I want to hear.
I would hope.
One charge.
Clue. If you want me to answer the question, I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up and actually listen.
I'm listening.
If you are wanting me to tell you that I would want someone to go to jail, I would hope that the response to the fucking answer would be fucking informed.
So
I would rather look at a 165 page document and look at what someone is being convicted for or indicted for.
I think the point
so you don't know exactly what he's being
because I haven't read the actual document yet. And I would rather look at it and actually be informed than to what? I should do what the whole fucking time?
No, it's been a whole trial. You don't know what he's being convicted of?
You know why he hasn't been actually been convicted of yet? Because he sent it up to the fucking Supreme Court to wonder if he has actually immunity yet.
And I'm asking you, and I still haven't gotten an answer, boss.
Because I haven't been able to actually go back and look at it yet to be able to actually answer the question.
Look at it. Why do you have to look at it?
Because I'd rather give you a correct answer.
You know what that crime is without looking at a book, without looking at the internet, without looking at anything. You should know what that crime is. He's the president. He's not some nigga on the corner. He's the president.
He's not a fucking. First of all, Clue. He's not a god. So I'd rather be able to give you a correct answer. And if you don't want me to give you that, then go ahead and worship your god and suck his dick. Then.
It's not a god thing. It's not a god thing.
But I prefer to give you a correct answer.
Listen.
No, Clue. Hold on 1 second, guys. Listen.
Specifically, the crime he committed that he should go to jail for. You have not done that yet, boss man.
He's listed.
I got you, but hold on 1 second. Y'all
go ahead and talk to somebody else while I give you the correct answer, because there's a whole litany of things that he's did.
You got to look it up today.
Yeah, boss man, take your time. In the meantime, take a step back and
please,
because it's obviously apparent that you want me to give you conjecture while you suck his dick.
Oh, hey, come on, boss man.
The homosexual references. I'm just asking about.
Well, here's the thing. I am not the kind of person. Listen, it's one thing for me to submit an opinion in a bubble and submit it. It is another thing for me to say that somebody should go to jail unfairly.
Well,
I agree.
Hold on.
Okay, so I'm not going to give you an answer without knowing what the answer is.
That's why we give you time.
I don't know what the charge is.
So,
sir.
Clue, if you would shut the fuck up for a second and let me give you the answer informed.
Take your time. While you look that up, I'm gonna give our pain the floor because he wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick, man. I'm not even be long. First of all, the thing, boss man, really is that all of those 170 page, whatever the hell you got, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, man. I mean, listen, if you're not going to be able to send a president to jail by just putting extra words and shit, right? If he was guilty of something, it would be concise. It would be something that you won't have to piece together 8 pieces, 2,050 million piece puzzle to see him being guilty. So I would suggest you don't even read that shit because it's not going to go nowhere. I mean,
so you would suggest that I don't read it.
I'm saying that I say don't waste your time.
I suggest you tell us what he did.
Because hold on, Clue.
He should go to jail for.
Hold on, Clue. Just hold on for a second. I'm just trying to say is what you got from Jack Smith there is just word salad bullshit to try to interfere with the election. That's why he put it out so late. It's bullshit. There's no way they could tie President Trump to January 6th, other than the fact that he was president at the time and he didn't accept the election. But he did not say to those guys, go in there and do all this shit. Even those Proud Boys, he didn't give them some secret document to say, go get these things. Those dudes did it on their own. They did it on their own. Now, so even if you want to say he set the climate, he set the climate for uncertainty and they just jumped on it, you still can't send them to jail for that shit.
It's not illegal.
At best, that's all you could do. At best, that's all they could do.
And not only that, President Biden was elected the president. He didn't stop anything. So that's the reason why this thing is not urgent at all. You know?
Not going nowhere.
He's still, and then I'm gonna tell you, if we really gonna have a conversation about something that's nefarious, we need to go back and talk about when Barack Obama got in that limousine, former president, talking to the current president, had a conversation. 3 days later, he steps down, and Kamala out of the blue is the nominee. Probably about a week or two before the DNC.
Right.
If we really want to talk about perverting, democracy, I think to me that is a way more sinister type of situation because
and I don't disagree.
The first time when they told Joe, if you run for president, will you have a woman of color? And Joe, they put his feet to the fire. He said yes. And it was like, good, because we had Kamala in mind. Here you go. And then to turn around and to say, hey, you know what, Joe, you don't look so good up there against Trump. You're probably going to lose. Instead of letting this man die on his feet like a man, they're going to tell him, hey, Trump, he made you look kind of bad, bro. And we're going to have to ask you to step down as the president. But you know what? Here's the thing. We're going to let you remain the president until election day. But see, we're going to put a Kamala in here, you know what I'm saying? And let her get nominated and see, so
like the question is, who is Biden's boss?
That is a coup. We already know who his boss is. Stop playing.
Who is
he got a limousine with him. Stop playing. He got a limousine with him.
I just want to put it out there that Biden has a boss. So does Kamala, same boss.
But here's the thing I don't like. I don't like the fact that the Obamas didn't come right out and endorse Kamala right away. They had to wait almost like 3 or 4 days after the fact.
They did the same thing to Joe.
They were thinking about, can we really pull this off? Are these people that dumb enough to allow us?
They got the news
to have a vote on the convention floor, an open convention floor, or should we just rally behind Kamala? Knowing full well the first time she went up against Joe kicked her tail. Then they made him select as the VP. He whooped her tail, but she didn't win nothing. She didn't win no Iowa caucuses. She didn't win none of that.
She was last place.
And for her to slide her in there, that's exactly what happened. We're not talking about nobody going in, storming no buildings. This woman was certified as the Democratic nominee for president without even have to run for the primary.
It's a regular house of cards right in front of
you. To me, that is much more insidious than who Trump grabs by the you know what. You know what I'm saying? That's, to me, somebody who's always talking about hoo-haws was mad about Trump talking about hoo-haws. Now all of a sudden, She want to talk about protecting hoo-haws. You know, I don't get that, man. I don't get it. But my whole thing is this. What I don't like about Kamala is that she talks about an entire demographic of people and forgets the other half.
No doubt.
I don't agree with that. I just don't, man.
She talks about the half that abandoned her.
Exactly. And the killing part about it is they're going to send out the Obama attack dog to talk trash to black men as if he got the power to do something to black men. Man, you already threw us in the jail. You talked about us like a dog. You call us deadbeats. You turned our women against us. What else can you do to us, man? We done been through the damn ringer. So guess what? Fuck you. How about that for a change? Try that on. You know what I'm saying? How about that? When you push people too far, that's what you get. That's what you get, man. And you know what the killing part about it is? A lot of guys don't have the guts to come out and tell people that. But I'm here to tell you, you don't tell me who to vote for. You know why? Because you didn't do shit for me when you had 8 years to do it. How about that? So when you put somebody out here and say, hey, vote for her, no. It's a double fuck up. Fuck you and fuck her. How about that? You know what I'm saying? And that's the main reason why a lot of men are going to make sure that her ass does not get into office as president of the United States of America.
I hope so,
not only because she don't have a plan, it's because the master plan people only want to recognize us once every 4 years. So until y'all do right by us, fuck you.
I think we got some instant backlash to what Obama did today, man. It was big when he came out there, that condescending bullshit, man. Instant backlash, man.
But he did it. He did it when he was president. He said, "The black woman is the backbone of the community," and then he said, "Black men, stay with your kids," or some shit.
And then he said,
"You don't think that was a kick in the asshole to every black man in America? They're the backbone of the community, but you need to learn how to be with your kids."
And by the way, your kid can be the alphabet community along the way, just in case.
He is alphabet. He's alphabet.
Yeah.
He's full alphabet. He's Bathhouse Berry. Full alphabet.
Sad.
They fooled me too, because I voted for him in 08. Not in 12, but 08 I did vote for him. Fooled me. Fooled all of us.
Yeah. Okay. And then the killing part about it is we got people telling us, well, stop blaming other people. We're not blaming anybody. We're taking our own matters into our own hands now. We're not worrying about anybody doing anything for us. How about that?
Yeah. Well, I think the question we got to ask.
Not this
That's
time.
About to change right there.
Yes. No, but you can hang up asking us to do anything for you going forward.
Hey, that whole statement you just said is about to change. I think more black men gonna be voting.
We're charting a new way forward.
Yeah, I think a lot of brothers go vote this election. A lot of brothers are waking up. A lot of brothers are, looking for a new future for themselves, and I believe this is the right time. So, yeah, I think brothers will be all right.
E-Man, what's up, man?
When you're ready, I have the indictment. When you're ready, go ahead.
Yeah, give us 1 second. So the question that we got to ask is, over the last 16 years, 12 of those have been the Democratic rant.
And if you do 30,
so when we look at those 16 years, what have Democrats did for your life that increased in these last 16 years?
Nothing.
Hold up, they increased my taxes. What you talking about?
Yeah, they did do that.
They increased my interest rate. They increased my interest rates. What are you talking about?
Fuel went all the way up, so they increased fuel.
The price of food.
Yeah, some increase there.
But I will say this though, we stopped taking women out on dates and shit, so it kind of balances itself out. You know what I'm saying?
You get it back in the social.
That's an evil laugh, by the way.
Hey, they said they don't go to cheese. Guess what? We ain't going nowhere. How about that?
And this and that. Come on now. That's crazy.
She gonna be mad. You know, ain't nobody studying her. You know what I'm saying? She got the man that she wants, so we don't matter.
Yeah, so she says, you know. So she
Yeah,
says.
it's wild.
Yeah, he ain't doing his job because she's still awake.
No, clearly he ain't doing his job. Hey, she got her knee highs all in a bunch over there. You know what I'm
Bunions are hurting right now.
Y'all talking about Anissa to you in the chat?
Man, we ain't nobody studying Anissa, man. She just mad, man, because she out of wine tonight.
No, for real. Let's have fun with her. Okay.
No, man,
what did she say? Okay. What did she say? Okay. Her life is good. What's our problem? Your life's good.
So why you up late at night instead of cuddled up under her?
I was just about to ask that, but you beat me to the punch.
You can't sleep. There's a medicine.
We too loyal. We too loyal to y'all. That's why I saw. Too loyal.
Oh man, got the fresh pack of batteries. You know what I'm saying?
This is wild.
All right, so
you can't sleep, but you got it good. You should be able to sleep like a baby, Anissa. You got it good. You got a life better than all of us. You should be able to sleep like. You should be able to sleep. Why can't you sleep, Anissa?
Man, because my bunions hurt. What you talking about? I had to work all day. He hurt. Gotta soak these ankles.
She got bunions, man.
Y'all hilarious, man.
I say, y'all know what Trump don't get credit for?
What's that?
Them 2.75 interest rates.
No, he don't get none of that. All these folks got these new homes, got these new Trump built homes. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to talk about that.
We'll talk about how the interest rate for you to buy a house is 7% now, 5% in the last 4 years. They don't get credit for that.
Hiding in a bit.
The houses ain't even selling like they were because of the interest rates.
Can't afford to buy them.
They're trying to get
people can't
that
afford
inventory off the market.
He'll get credit for when that gas was $2.99. Y'all ain't seen it 2 and 4 years.
But Anissa, you have it so good.
You know, she got.
Now you got a death in the family. I call cap.
Oh man,
I don't think you did.
Maybe you did. We're sorry to hear that.
Yeah, sorry to hear that.
No. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, she got a death in the family now that we own her ass.
No.
I'm not gonna let you do that.
You want to know how I know the stock market? You want to know how I know the stock market doesn't really care or matter about the presidency?
It really don't.
No, it doesn't. I can dig that.
Because you can say that a president is a president elect, and the stock markets will react like a PMSing woman who's upset.
Let me just
pause. You know about a PMSing woman?
Because I deal with one.
You do?
Strong.
Which one?
Strong.
What do you mean? Which one?
Yeah.
You could no stop. You care to clarify?
Yeah. Forgive me for interrupting. Go ahead.
No, you care to clarify.
Talk about your PMSing woman. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I interrupted. Sorry.
Do you care to continue with your ad hominem attack?
No ad hominems. None here. Go ahead.
Since you want to be a smart ass, you care to continue?
No, you continue. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Come on, man. Let's go back to the stock market, man.
No, I want to hear what Boss Man has to say. Go ahead.
I want to talk about the stock market because
continue, please. Go ahead.
I'm telling y'all, man, we need to go back to the stock market, man.
Awesome.
I want to hear what Boss.
That'd be pretty smart.
Edge. Let's go.
I'm trying to tell you.
That'd be pretty fucking smart.
Come on.
I want to ask Brother Clue a question. Based off
yes, sir.
Because I would love to know what you were trying to insinuate. So if you,
I'm not insinuating anything.
No, because it seems like you're trying to insinuate some shit. So I prefer that you go ahead and be fucking direct.
I'm not just. What were you gonna say, sir? Go ahead. We're listening.
Outstanding. Because it doesn't really matter too much because it seems to react irrespective to whether or not there's a president that actually does something great or does something awful. Because apparently, even if a president-elect is actually voted in, and the night before, and the president-elect is actually there, and what ends up happening is the actual stock market just seems to go buck wild because of what the president-elect may perceive to be doing or will do once they actually take office.
But
Does anyone disagree with that?
No,
No,
I'm gonna tell you why it doesn't really matter who the president is, because each president has an agenda that they're gonna bring. Right. Based upon that agenda, those markets that benefit from that president are the ones that's gonna elevate. It'll be the same way, just for instance, if Joe Biden get back in, all the green energy, type of people are gonna get all in a tizzy. They're gonna go, wow, solar panels for everybody. Okay. If Trump gets in the business, it gets back in, oil's gonna boom. You know what I'm saying? Right. And after that, they're gonna start drilling. They're gonna start, finding out the shipping folks are gonna do their thing, just whatever. People are gonna start buying houses and trying to get the market, whatever it is. People are gonna start doing business. Those particular sectors are the ones that's gonna move. Sometimes you'll have tech. Tech is one of those things that goes, it ebbs and flows.
Tech is gonna go.
Yeah, tech is gonna go, man. It's right. Gonna do what it's gonna do. You got pharmaceuticals; they're gonna do what they're gonna do. The only time you'll see pharmaceuticals actually act a fool is if somebody does something with Obamacare and move healthcare around or something like that. That's the only time you'll see it move. But for the most part, the stock market is always going to make money going up or down. That's just how the way the market is. People are always going to make money going up. People are always going to make money going down. What you have to do is you have to do your due diligence and find out who the president is. Find out what companies will actually benefit from him being in office or her being in office. Right. And those are the ones that you bet on. That's how you make money in the market, man.
And this is kind of my point right here, because yes, I do agree that whoever sits in the seat does have some sort of influence. I don't disagree with that. I think that's fair. The problem is that when someone says that the president has ultimate control over the stock market or the gas prices or the interest rates or whatever the case may be, because first of all, the only thing the president actually controls as it relates to the Federal Reserve is who sits at the one seat of the actual Federal Reserve board. The Federal Reserve is not actually an entity of the fucking Federal Reserve. It is its own entity operating outside of the Federal Reserve, federal government. Right. It does not constitutionally is not controlled by the federal government at all. It does what the fuck it wants to do. That's point blank, period. So
the question is, do you believe that the president have influence over? Because
hardly.
We've seen that they didn't do whatever they wanted to do for 3.5 years, and then now for the last 4 years they did whatever they want to do. Why do you think that changed?
The Federal Reserve does what it wants to do all the time.
You don't think it changed? You talking about?
The Federal Reserve literally does what it wants to do all the time. In fact, we borrow money from the Federal Reserve. We're in debt to the Federal Reserve.
That's why we pay tax.
That's who we pay our debt to. That's who we owe our money to with interest.
6 cents on the dollar.
So we don't owe China a goddamn thing. Who we owe money to is the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve, all this talk about, we're going to tell the Federal Reserve to do X, Y, and Z. We don't tell the Federal Reserve to do shit. They tell us what to do for the most part, because they're the ones who we actually owe the money to, and in God we trust, and it's a legal tender as far as who we owe that actual money or banknote to. So the stock market and every damn thing else as far as rates and whatever the case may be, yeah, we may have some sort of influence with who the president puts on the actual board, but that's just one seat of 12 on that board. That's it. So yeah, the president have some effect, sure. I won't deny that. But the stock market is going to do whatever the hell it wants to do whenever it reacts to the whiff of something actually possibly happen, might be happening. Whenever the rich actually is going to decide to gamble away and do it. Fuck it, they're going to actually do it. Really, my point that I'm making is it really doesn't fucking matter.
Well, boss man, let me help you out.
What's
bro.
wrong with the rich?
You know why? The Democrats got their coochie coupon and took back. It's because the Republicans put in 3 justices of the in the Supreme Court justices that took it away. That's how Roe versus Wade got pulled up out of here. Y'all around here playing checkers when you should be playing chess.
Now that I agree with.
I'm talking about for real, bro. When you get a president in, that is your president's main job is to get a Supreme Court justice.
Supreme Court.
All that other stuff that people be talking about, it is really pointless. So that's the reason why I told you they were too busy pointing at Trump when every chance he got, he was replacing a Supreme Court justice just like that.
Hell, they've been trying to pressure what's her face to retire.
I'm gonna tell you why that's important is because those are lifelong positions.
Yes.
Yeah, and some of them guys been in there since the 90s, like Clarence Thomas, man. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And they be in there for a minute, and you never know when one might die, all type of stuff. So it's just best that should be the main focus of whoever you get in for president, and stop acting trivial about this other stuff, and then women are mad. And the killing part about it is Roe versus Wade got overturned under Joe Biden, but it was because Trump was at work when he was in office them 4 years.
He got in Amy. And he got in Brett. Amy and Brett.
There was 3 he got in.
You got me. What's the third one? I don't remember the third. Who's the third?
Yeah, the third one. I forgot.
Who's the third one?
Amy, Brett, and
what's the third one? Because I don't know.
Come on, y'all.
Who's the third one? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I ain't playing. I ain't trolling. I don't know who the third one is.
Well, we know it's 3.
Amy, Brett, and hang on.
No,
See,
I
don't
gotta,
even
you
know.
gotta look up their names. But
Yeah.
Anyway, like I was saying, that's how women are around here talking about their fifis, and now you can't play Let's Make a Deal with that thing no more. And I think that's probably the reason why they're upset in Florida.
Well, they still can.
Watch this, Pain. You can't get a no-fault divorce like you used to.
Neil.
On Tennessee.
Neil Gorsuch.
And they making mandatory unmarried couples DNA tests. So guess what? They made finna get shut down, bro.
Well, it needs to spread though. It needs to spread a little faster, but it'll take its time.
Ain't gonna be no more of that. Went in the front and folded it back, man. You got to be judicious with that thing. You got to get your
the translation. Can I present this?
Go ahead, man.
Maybe everything that's happening is for one thing: division. I think that's all they want.
Taxpayers on the books, man.
All they want is division.
No, it's not. It's to get more taxpayers on the books. So I'm gonna tell you what happened was they messed around. They overshot their kitty with this whole independent woman thing, and it backfired on them. So what happened was the birth rate fell a little bit because people weren't making babies no more. And you got people like our Pain that's finna get rid of retired, the boomers, which outnumber all of those people. So they're gonna be in retirement. They need more people in the system to pay back than what's in there. They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah,
they're taking away little bits and pieces, not to be obvious about it. So people can start working back together so they can start making more little taxpayers. That's all that is, bro. That's the long game.
If they really want to do it, they got to get rid of no-fault divorce at a nationwide level. Though.
That's that, because they gotta have to convince men. They're gonna have to do right by men, man. Because guys ain't finna take on that risk.
But no-fault divorce helps the division between man and woman.
That's why they got
There's a lot of different divisions going on here. You got man and woman.
From paying alimony,
you got liberal and conservative. You got Republican and Democrat. You got a lot of divisions going on. They need to keep those divisions going.
No,
they
don't want. Let me tell you what they don't want. They don't want another Reagan. See, Reagan got in with all the states and all the states outside of Minnesota. I think Minnesota was the only one that was blue.
I'm gonna help you out. The reason why they
don't want that again.
If they really want a division, they would make rent $200.
That would bring people together.
I wanna.
Rent is like $2,000. You can't stay by yourself.
Rent would bring us together.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
No, it wouldn't.
Not no cheap ass rent. It won't.
How so, Mr. Payne? How so?
Because if it was cheap, then people could live on their own. The reason why people are starting to cleave to each other with this partnership bullshit, because nobody could afford to live alone. I mean, the plan that they had worked too well with your division plan. It worked too well. Now we don't have no fucking kids. Women don't want to get the women are deleting their kids faster than they're having them. No women want to get married. Men don't want to get married for different reasons because they take us to the goddamn cleaners. And so we're not getting together. So the whole society is falling apart. And they thought it would be good for commercialism by all of us being divided, but you still need to replenish the supply. That's why they
did. That's why they opened the borders and let them come on in.
See,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I want to highlight that if I could. It absolutely, from an economic standpoint, the division and feminism has backfired on the West. Right, an aging population means more expensive healthcare for everyone. It means more stress on the state for providing public support, but you don't have enough taxpayers. So now they open up the borders and they're getting the wrong type of immigrants. Right? You think they want these Haitians and Mexicans? No. But the Ukrainians ain't coming over here because they're in Europe, right? Shaking their ass over there, right? Because that's that was the ones they really want was the Ukrainians. You know, get that Ukrainian coochie over here to replenish the white bloodline, right? But we got the Haitians and the Mexicans, you know, and the Asians coming up here. So and that's also part of the problem. And the last point is this. The decoupling of the dollar. The real reason why shit is expensive and your inflation is so high is because less and less people are trading with US dollars. Less and less countries. Right? And this is actually the problem. So now government is trying to fix it so that men and women can get married again and men can feel safe. But the problem with that is this. Men see women's true nature now, and there's a trust factor, right? Because now we've seen how women really get down, and even if it's safe to get married, do I really want to get married to a person like that?
Think about it. Women are out of practice as far as being wives, man.
Yeah, right. What's the benefit? Honestly, even if no fault divorce gets going. Mandatory DNA testing before you sign a birth certificate, even if all these things are put into action, why would a man really get married to a woman today?
True.
I mean, I wouldn't marry a woman here in the United States, but yeah.
I mean, really, honestly, what's your upside? What's the upside for a man? Let alone a black man to get married, right? I mean, what's the added value? You still die early.
They designed it that way.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is this: even if because right now they're trying to fix what they have broken. Even if you fix it, the problem is that now the trust. And it works so well that there's no longer trust, or there's no longer trust and like. I don't think when women and men like each other anymore.
Well, yeah,
they don't view it as broken. That's the thing. They don't view it as broken. It's not broken to them.
Well, that's true.
It is because it becomes too expensive. This society is too expensive for government. It's too expensive, so it's broken.
But
America
they don't view it.
Maintain this lifestyle.
When you say
they don't view it as broken, though. Here's what I'm saying. See, we have the default setting, and this is my fault too. We have the default setting that government actually wants to fix problems. They don't want to fix problems. They profit from the problem. They want the problem to exist.
No, but my friend, what I'm saying is to use this. This is their problem now. They fix problems that government wants to fix problems that are problems for the government. I will agree with you. Government is not interested in fixing problems that's for the black community. But this is no longer a black community problem. This is a government public policy problem. It's too expensive to run this.
They're not interested in fixing problems, period. That's what I'm telling you.
You'd be missing his point. The point is, the government might not want to fix our problem as a population.
No, it's not our problems. They do not want to fix the problems, period. They want the problem. That's my point. The government wants the problem. They don't want to fix it.
Well,
they want the problem to exist.
They don't have a choice but to fix it. You know why?
Right.
Because their same dollars that they spend are tied to ours.
Yep.
It's about money. It's not about money anymore.
Okay, so what is
it's not about money.
It's always about money.
No, it's not. It used to be about money. It's not.
Then what is it about?
What is it about then?
Control?
How do you control people?
It's about destroying this country. That's what it's about.
And doing what with it?
And doing what?
They want to destroy it so they can go to their land over there on the east.
And land over where?
Do you want me to say it?
You might as well. Man.
May as well, because they're waiting.
Because it ain't about the money.
Israel.
Hardly. We have paid them.
Over there.
And we paid them so much money to practically own the land.
No, Israel owns the United States, not the other way around, boss man. I don't know if you had your eyes open, but that's what's going on here.
If they destroy America, who's going to be the protector? America is the hammer of the crown.
They want to destroy this country.
So my
they've shown you every way possible that that's what they want to do.
Okay, so then who's going to be their protector?
Israel. Just like I said,
they can't protect themselves, bro.
Israel cannot protect themselves.
Without America, they'd be overwhelmed.
Nobody in the G7 can really protect themselves effectively.
Right.
So
that's why there's NATO.
Listen, y'all.
Y'all still think that the government wants America to
hold a second, Clue.
Continue.
Hold a second.
Y'all still think that?
Before we go down this tangent, I remind y'all of the debacle on Tuesday. Whenever we start talking about this,
right. Yeah. So I tell you what,
remove this topic off the table.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll stop talking about it.
I'll go ahead and circle back.
Channel.
Come on, man.
I'll circle back around to the indictments that I did find, because what I found earlier was more evidence towards the indictment that was actually unsealed, and it would have been remained sealed had someone not tried to appeal to the Supreme Court about immunity of the president, which I actually have an argument for, but neither here nor there. All right. So shortly after election day, the defendant also pursued unlawful means of discounting legitimate votes and subverting the election results. In doing so, the defendant perpetrated 3 criminal conspiracies. Okay. Now, I know when people hear the word conspiracy, they're going to say, "Oh, conspiracy, that is conjecture." Well, there are United States codes or statutes that are tied to that. So you can be charged for a conspiracy under the statutes within the penal system. So here we go. Count 1, a conspiracy to defraud the United States by using dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to impair, obstruct, and defeat the lawful federal government function by which the results of the presidential election are collected, counted, and certified by the federal government in violation of 18 U.S.C. subsection 371.
That sounds like horse shit right there. Go ahead. What's 2?
Here's the thing, Arpain, it is horse shit, and I'm going to tell you why it's horse shit. It's because those same guys got in front of the judge a couple of days ago, was it yesterday? and they begged him once they threw Trump's case out, and he getting his $400 some odd million back. Oh, please don't throw us in jail, because the judge was like, hey, have you ever seen a situation where somebody said they overvalued the price of something and then paid you back, with interest? And it was like, is that a crime? It was like, no. Have you ever seen a situation where somebody did this, that, and the other? And it was like, no. And it was like, well, we really don't have a case. So basically they threw it out. Yeah. Their closing arguments was that because the judge says it seems like if you guys are trying to stop an election, right, which would be, grounds for doggone being put in jail, and they were basically begging for their lives, and they were saying, oh, please, can we just in the future, be able to bring something up like this up without no proof? So in other words, they were basically begging for their life once the judge threw out the case. So as far as all these people talking about this, that, and the other, it's all bullshit. The race will go on, and we will have an election.
Okay, what's 2?
A conspiracy to corruptly obstruct and impede January 6th congressional proceeding at which the collected results of the presidential election are counted and certified, the certification proceeding in violation of 18 USC, subsection 15(2) kilo, and a conspiracy against the right to vote and to have one's vote counted in violation of 18 USC, subsection 241. Each of the conspiracies which built on the widespread mistrust the defendant was creating through pervasive and destabilizing lies about the election fraud targeted a bedrock function of the United States federal government. The nation's processes of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election, the federal government function. In furtherance of these conspiracies, the defendant tried but failed to enlist the vice president, who was also the defendant's running mate, and by virtue of the Constitution, the president of the Senate, who plays a ceremonial role in the January 6th certification proceeding. Count 1, conspiracy to defraud the United States. The allegations contained in paragraphs 1 through 5 of this superseding indictment are re-alleged and fully incorporated here by referenced. So, let's see. Purpose of the conspiracy. The purpose of the conspiracy was to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election by using knowingly false claims of election fraud to obstruct the federal government function by which those results were collected, counted, and certified. And then, of course, you have the co-conspirators, which is some of these other people. The defendant enlisted co-conspirators to assist him in his criminal efforts to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential elections to retain power. These co-conspirators included the following individuals, none of whom were government officials during the conspiracies, all of whom were acting in private capacity. And there are 1, 2, 3. It says 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
You haven't quoted what he said to tell the people to.
Yeah, but he's reading the indictment, though.
You still haven't told me that.
I'm reading the indictment.
You hadn't quoted me what he said to the people to tell them to storm the Capitol on January 6th.
He never said that, though. So he didn't say it.
No, Boss Man thinks he did. And I want to hear the quote.
No, he never said that. He never said that he has an exact quote. So let's leave that alone. There's no.
If he doesn't have an exact quote, why does he keep saying that the president should go to jail for inciting an insurrection?
Jack Smith thinks he should go to jail. That's why he's reading the indictment. You ask him to read the indictment. That's what he's doing. He's
all right, fine. You're right.
And the indictment is bullshit. So if let's just talk, the indictment itself sounds like hogwash. I can't even.
The fact that he had to read it. The fact that he had to read it is a problem because he should already have this shit in his head.
No, that's not.
If the president committed a crime, he should already know the exact crime he committed. He should already know. Donald Trump should go to jail for
a lot.
Y and Z.
So no, I didn't.
X, Y, and Z are.
So in my defense of all of this, I never actually said that he should actually go to jail in my initial response. what I said, and I gave reasons for why I did not vote for him. As far as why he should go to jail, for that, I prefer to read what he was actually either indicted for or he's being accused of.
But you can't recite without a piece of paper.
I would prefer to read what is there.
You would prefer, or you only need to read it to know what the fuck it is? Which one is it?
Well, then both. And what is no? It's not a problem because I prefer to be accurate.
You prefer to be accurate, or you prefer to read so you know what it is?
Again, both to be informed, because I'm not somebody that walks around touting information.
I understand that, but I think that if you did not have the laptop in front of you, you wouldn't know what the fuck he was going to jail for.
Actually, the information that I'm so happy you have an asshole. So what I will say,
have assholes, sir. We all have assholes.
What I am going to say is that what I mentioned to you earlier, I had already researched without having to read it earlier.
You got to research it.
Well, yeah, because I would prefer to be informed.
You don't really know why he's going to jail or why he's
not going to jail.
Why? You know,
clue.
You don't know why.
So clue.
You don't know why.
Clue.
He's going through these trials.
Clue. He's actually has 4 cases that he's currently in.
Name
one. I don't give 2 shits about.
Name the second one.
The second one is a classified documents case.
Which is what
he's actually in 2 about. He's actually in 2 about classified documents. The third one is about the hush money trial, and the fourth one is the one that I'm reading about now.
Okay, all right. He's a criminal.
Didn't have to read that one. I memorized those. So what I'm saying to you is that the reason why I was able to tell you a couple of things as to why I have the opinion that I have is because I already researched it. However, if you're going to ask me about why someone should be indicted or go to jail, anyone deserves to be precise. And I don't think that it is an indictment or a false predicate of someone's character to want to read why someone should be indicted. And if you think that that's wrong, then that is a descriptor of. Okay, but then you are no, it's not suspect.
Kind of suspect that you have to look up why he's being.
No, I'd rather
you don't have it in your head. I just think that's kind of suspect.
You know what? Knowing the answer is half the battle, and I would prefer to know where the answer is than to always think I know what the answer is. And it's people like that that's half the fucking problem with the world.
Okay.
You don't need to remember shit. You got a cell phone. Google it. Come on, stop.
Okay.
You're trying to besmirch someone's character because they don't readily know, and you should be happy the fact that I was able to fucking find it.
I'm not trying to besmirch your character. Come on, stop being a victim.
That's what the fuck you've been trying to do for the past 45 minutes.
Come on. You're on a panel amongst men here. Stop being a victim. Men are never victims.
Speaking of
men are never victims. Come on, stop it. Stop. Don't do that victim shit here.
Let me ask you a question. Speaking of besmirching characters, let me ask you a question. Why is it that Donald Trump has all this stuff against him in the court? He basically been shot at twice. You know what I'm saying? All of this other foolishness is going on. Some of his votes coming up missing. Something ain't adding up, man. And you know the killer part about it, ain't nothing bad happening to the Democrats at all. I mean, ain't nobody even angry at them. You know, come on, man. I mean, they ain't nobody slightly mad, bro. You know, I'm trying to figure out. And the killer part about it, when you ask her for her plan, she's always give you some speech about. I believe that each person has the right.
I'm in the middle class.
The grass.
I'm unburdened by what has been lost in the translation podcast.
You know, and I mean, it's the biggest con game of all time. And then the killing part about it is
$7,500, $7,500.
You know, the sad part about it is they pulled out the big joker. They pulled out Oprah, and she flopped. right there for the national TV.
I never thought I'd see the day that Oprah would flop on anything, but she flopped pretty bad.
And then on top of that, did y'all see the 60 Minutes interview where the guy they cut that whole piece out because
she got hammered.
If they had played that nationally, it would have been over for her.
So
that man asked
she got hammered on
the
that one.
questions. That man asked her all the questions we've been wanting to ask her. Who are you and what do you stand for? And why you always keep flip-flopping? You said you was for this and you weren't for that. I mean, what are you doing? We don't know who you are. You keep changing with the wind all the time, you know? And
hey, man, she went to that. Who's your daddy?
The nomination. You know, how is that a part of democracy? You know?
Yeah, it's true.
Come
when
on,
she
man.
went on that podcast, man, forget it, man. That podcast that she went on with that chick.
Yeah, those dudes that.
Wait,
Yeah,
on.
those dudes that said, you know, we got the smoke.
Let me finish. That would be just like Trump going on Fresh and Fit, or worse. Then she should have got
to be honest, I would like to see that. Trump on Fresh and Fit. That shit, I would like to see that shit.
I mean, but that her daddy, I'm your daddy, whatever. That's a debaucherous. People don't even know why that's still on YouTube. They were talking about touching people. They were talking about measuring men's scrotums just the day before. You know, the chick on there is like a porn star. I don't know, something like that.
That's crazy.
She got almost 1 million subs, though.
Well, you know, Mr. Payne, I'm from a middle class family, and you know, why not mess with any of that? Doesn't matter. What matters is that I am going to do what Trump couldn't do. I'm going to do what Trump couldn't do.
And you know, whenever
and
she
what
gets
Trump couldn't do.
Whenever she gets stuck on a question, she always blames Trump. You ever notice that?
That's why I said what I said.
That was like immigration was at its highest right here between these last 3 years. But see, was Trump and his buddies, you know. That was in office. See, Trump called.
You know why they can't call Trump a felon? You know what? They call Trump a convicted felon.
Yeah, they love calling folks. He's not.
But he's not.
They love that, man.
Huh?
They love calling folks with stuff that ain't.
Yeah, because since the judge hasn't put the final
insurrection.
Now, for the one in New York.
Right? How can you call it insurrection and you're the president at the time of the insurrection? It's a lot of shit. A lot of words going around.
People just think and say whatever it is the hell they want to think and say, man.
Gentlemen, you know what? I'm gonna call it quits. I'm supposed to get up early tomorrow, go with the fellas at church and having a men's day breakfast or something. So
that's what's up, man.
Yeah,
get your Holy Ghost on.
Yeah, they're gonna hook it up. But gentlemen, ain't clue, man. Is this the first time you came up here? This is your first time?
Yeah, it's my first time, sir. I like it. I might be back if y'all have me.
Yeah, man. We'll take you.
Yeah, well,
now I got a camera now.
There you go. All right,
man.
Gentlemen,
Issues with people when,
you guys, man.
Yeah, we didn't have some people with issue with masks this week, so you know we kind of, you know.
Later on.
Yeah, we got to tie that thing down, man. You know what I'm saying? Well, y'all, we finna get up out of here. I'm pretty sure y'all enjoyed yourselves tonight. You know what I mean?
Hey, boss man, it's nothing personal. I'm an asshole. That's who I am. Don't mind me.
What we do on the barbershop, man. We tease each other. We have a good time. So
I'm an asshole. I'm a world-class asshole. That's it. Nothing personal.
I understand.
Y'all are hilarious.
He's a good sport.
I won't take anything from you.
Yeah, we got thick skin around here, man.
Good. Because I say some stuff.
You say some shit, you get some shit back. The more you fuck around, the more you find out.
Hey, fight back. You know what? I could take a beating. Come on. Yeah, but I'm happy that you had me. And I will be back. I've heard of a Black Man Unfiltered like a couple of years ago, like 2022. He was like real small. So I've heard of them.
Yeah, man, we was cutting up, man. We still is cutting up.
He's always a fool. Always a fool.
But I do have a question about this Anissa to you. Has she ever been on the panel? Because she talks a lot of shit in the chat.
She's part of the network.
She is.
Mm-hmm.
Will she talk to me? Will she talk to me?
She talked to everybody like that, man. Don't take it
She talked
personally.
to everybody.
No, on the panel. If she talked to me on the panel, that'd be cool.
All she gonna do is yell at you, man, and tell you you're wrong. So
I like to be yelled at.
That's what she's doing in the chat. You're wrong. All of you guys are wrong.
See?
And then we be back friends again. You know what I'm saying? She gonna call you a broke asshole or something foolish like that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I could be broke. I could be broke for you, Anissa. I could be
You know, I'm
broke.
saying being broke is against the law, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't be broke in these YouTube streets. Everybody got to make 100K, baby. You know what I'm saying?
I feel
Said
that.
not everybody can have access to internet. You doggone right. And I'm glad I'm getting my fair shake because some of y'all need it. Y'all need to get your wigs split. You know what I'm saying? Man, we finna get up out of here. Y'all got anything else y'all want to wrap up with before we get up out of here, boss man?
No, I am good. I'm good. I'm straight.
We get that.
I'm straight. I'm straight. I'm straight, and I voted, so I'm straight.
All right.
Who'd you vote for, boss man? Who'd you vote for?
I told you already. Kamala.
Why?
I already
What
submitted.
the fuck?
I already submitted the votes.
We
My wife
already
and I
did
vote.
that, man. We finna get up out of here, man. Y'all enjoy yourselves. Chat. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button and subscribe. Y'all make sure y'all share the channel and also make sure you send Black Man and Filter some monies so we can continue to have these shows, man. Y'all know what time it is. It's the Barbershop. It's Friday night. Enjoy yourselves. Peace. And we out.
Peace.
It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. Slide on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a chunk of green like a golf swing. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down. Like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See it showing up, we're showing out. But I pack it